And here it is. Yes, it is. Are we doing it again? Yes, we are. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Yes, we are doing it again. I am doing it again. Hope you are doing it with me. That thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly at this time. So if you are available round about now, then avail yourself of the session. One man went to mow. That funny talk that goes on round about this time. The eagle has landed. Let's bring the music.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 Amade is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there. Holy, holy song from the East. As you caught me in the middle of doing something else. So let me just see if I can. Yeah. So there it is. Okay. So Holy, holy, the songs from the East. So Holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Uh, Malami joined KEBBI governorship race despite fraudulent purchase of multi-billion naira properties in Nigeria as Attorney General. So, of course, we all know why Malami is going to the KEBBI State House, a space that he considers completely beneath him, by the way, because he feels he's a national player. But for him to re-enter the national space, he has to come in via the KEBBI State governorship. And he also has to go and purchase the immunity that the KEBBI State governorship affords him for reasons that this headline hints to. Malami joined KEBBI governorship race despite fraudulent purchase of multi-billion naira properties as Nigeria's Attorney General. So that is the thing. But is he even eligible for that ticket is the question. Section 8412, you remember, the new electoral law. So let's go there. I did not ask Senate to remove contentious Section 8412 from Electoral Act. Buhari tells court. So this is now Buhari now distancing himself away from that clause in the Constitution that ABUBAKAR Malami unilaterally removed for reasons of him then wanting to avail himself the opportunity of contesting for the KEBBI State governorship without having to relinquish his position as the Attorney General. So this is the play. I did not ask Senate to remove contentious Section 8412 from the Electoral Act, Buhari tells court. So does that end it there? Well, not really, no. It continues. Resignation. Section 8412 remains expunged from Electoral Act, Malami insists. So the opposition parties and the Nigerian state have gone to court for a stay of execution. The supposed president of the country has said he had not requested that this thing be removed from the constitution, but this guy unilaterally removed it and insists that it remains removed. This is what we're practicing in Nigeria. Resignation, Section 8412 remains expunged from Electoral Act, Malami insists. So let me tell you what this guy's play is. They have removed that Section 8412 that precludes somebody that holds. Anyway, I'll come to that in a moment. Let me just give you the headline first, because this really rankles me what this guy is doing. But what really jars the most is that he's going to get away with it, as we are seeing plentifully throughout the course of this administration. Actually, let me say what I was about to say. But the real killer in this thing is that he has expunged Section 8412 from the new Electoral Act, and he has now presented the new Electoral Act to the electoral body INEC to use that to superintend the upcoming election. So he has unilaterally removed that and then given INEC then a set of rules that excludes this particular clause. So everybody is in court now to insist that that clause must subsist. So if they win in court, it will be too late to reverse it for this election. So INEC will then say that we are operating by the rules that were given us. So we cannot then go back for reasons of our timetable to then insert this particular clause. So we will use it for later elections, but it will not apply in this particular instance, and this guy gets away with it. That is the play, and that is how I'm calling it. But we wait to find out just how it plays out. Why Goodluck Jonathan cannot contest for Nigerian president again. Falana speaks to the legality of Goodluck Jonathan's selfish ambition. From that to the next, I won't work for you. 2023, I won't work for you. PDP national chairman tells ATIKU. So ATIKU, of course, had already bought this guy and paid for him in a previous incarnation. But it looks as though this guy now not willing now to do his master's bidding anymore. So this seems to be what's in play here. I think we may well have a video clip. Okay, no. Let me just leave that for a moment. So that's what's in play there. But it looks as though this guy now not wanting to hear his master's whistle anymore. 2023, I won't work for you. PDP National Chairman Ayu tells ATIKU. So quite what emboldens ATIKU's dog, we find out just shortly. Clear CALABAR of refuse dumps, STENCH, before you run for president. Cross Rivers residents to Governor AYADE. So the city stinks, and this is the capital city, by the way, of Cross River. It stinks and is filthy. And this guy wants to now bring that stench and filth to the entirety of the Nigerian state. Just don't quote me, but we'll find out shortly. But I think this guy is in his second term now as the governor of that state. But this is the verdict from his own people. Clear CALABAR of refuse dumps and stench before you run for president. A headline attributed to the residents of Cross River, pointed in the direction of their number one citizen, AYADE. So from all of politics to this now a human interest story. I'm only really bringing you this because it is all over the media space in Nigeria. And I want you to just reflect on it and just to see what we're making of it. Now, they marry wives by the bucket load in the north. There's a guy that has 50 wives and 100 and something children. I think he made the news there. They just marry, as soon as the girl is born, she's married off to be the 10th wife of Mr. Big. So that's their culture in the north. But in the southwest, it's no different. The Yoruba man that is rich, he takes as many wives as he can, but not as much as the north, but plentifully enough. The one area that is stayed true to the vows of marriage is the eastern part of Nigeria. But it looks as though that culture of polygamy is permeating into the southeast. Polygamy is a huge problem that ends up destroying an entire generation with hate, competition, and jealousy. Cubana chief priest reacts to Yul Odochie taking a second wife. So Yul Odochie, of course, a famous Nollywood actor who has now gone against the grain in the East to take on a second wife, a culture that is not especially known in that space, but he has done this now much to the consternation of the Nigerian space. They react and he reacts, the chief priest. Polygamy is a huge problem that ends up destroying an entire generation with hate, competition, and jealousy. Cubana chief priest reacts to Yul Odochie taking a second wife. So Yul Odochie takes a second wife, but is the least of all people that you'd imagine would do that, but he has done that. But what are we making of that? So that is the question as well. So many questions in search of an answer, and the answer, of course, to be gotten from you guys. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocols, click on the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. And let's now ease into the session via the Easter game as we partake in another Python dance.
Oh, ye do I walk. Oh, Mary, oh, Nindizu, oh, Niloya, Abakare, Mama Daora, Ola Bori, Mary, Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Ola Bori, Mary, Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Ola Bori, Mary, Nandi, go, oh, you do I walk. Oh, Mary, oh, Nindizu, Niloya, Abakare, Mama Daora, Unaburi, Mary, Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi, Mary, Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi, Mary, Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Nnamdi win the war. Fight thunders one, fight thunders two, and fight thunders three. Nnamdi win the war. Fight thunders one, fight thunders two, and fight thunders three.
And there it is right there. You heard it from the east. Nnamdi wins the war. Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Malami joins KEBBI governorship race despite fraudulent purchase of multi-billion naira properties as Nigeria's Attorney General. Nigeria's Attorney General of the Federation AGF and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami has formally declared interest in the KEBBI state governorship race. He declared for the seat on Thursday on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC. According to him, he declared after finally accepting the calls of the people to become governor. In 2020, a series of detailed investigations carried out by correspondents showed that Malami had acquired several properties whose value run into many billions of naira since being appointed into the administration of President Buhari as Nigeria's chief law officer. For example, the AGF has an underground hotel in Sokoto, 3 houses at Peace Estate Abuja, a new state-of-the-art school in KEBBI, 2 houses for his sons worth 100 million naira each, and a new hotel under construction in the Jabi area of Abuja. Malami also recently bought a house worth 150 million in the Gwarimpa area of Abuja. The newly constructed school is located at the back of Nitel in Gase Phase 1, Benin KEBBI, whilst a new house worth 600 million naira on Ahmedu Bello Way, Nasarawa GRA Kano, are amongst properties acquired by Malami since he became a minister under Buhari's presidency. The houses he built for his sons in KEBBI are 200 meters apart in a posh part of the city. That is not all. Malami also built a 3 billion naira multi-purpose event center in KEBBI State named as Bear Arena for his son in KEBBI. The facility is said to be an entertainment center with a plaza, a kids playing section, and a hotel, all in one place. This is apart from Rihan Hotel, located on Zaria Road, opposite Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, which the AGF massively upgraded through unexplained wealth. Ever since correspondents published a series of detailed reports exposing these illicit acquisitions, correspondents had been targeted by the AGF's camp. Apart from falsely claiming to have sued Sahara reporters over the expository reports he said had damaged his reputation before the world, Malami also issued a petition to the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, on the issue to arrest the publisher of the online newspaper, Omoyele Sowore. Despite the open display of unexplained wealth by the AGF and members of his family, President Buhari, who rode into power on the back of a promise to crush corruption, especially in government circles, has yet to offer any statement on the development. Observers says Buhari's silence is an endorsement of the atrocities of one of his most trusted lieutenants, Malami. So a great start. I don't think it is possible, and I'm pretty certain there's not many people. There are not many people that would have looted as much as this guy has under this administration, and even in the history of Nigeria. This guy hit the ground running in 2015, just stealing, and he has been stealing relentlessly for 7 years solid. Abacha, forget Dangote, the richest man in Nigeria, Abubakar Malami. I didn't ask Senate to remove contentious Section 8412 from Electoral Act, Buhari tells court. President Mohamed Buhari on Thursday told a federal high court in Abuja that he did not order the Senate to remove the contentious Section 8412 from the amended Electoral Act 2022. Contrary to the claims of the People's Democratic Party PDP in a suit instituted against him and 12 others on the Electoral Act, Buhari said that he only expressed reservations and concerns in respect of the aspect of the electoral law. The president's position is contained in a counter affidavit filed at the Federal High Court at the instance of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, in a joint counter affidavit by Buhari and Malami to debunk PDP's claims in the suit. The AGF explained that Buhari on February the 25th, 2022, gave proper, full, and unconstitutional assent, an unconditional assent to the amended Electoral Act. The counter affidavit by the President and Malami, according to correspondence, was filed on their authority by a senior advocate of Nigeria, Oladipupo Eposheyi, and deposed to by Abimbola Akintola, a legal practitioner. Buhari and Malami averred that the claims of PDP in its suit against them on the Electoral Act were false and replete with gross untruth, aimed at misleading the court to give judgment against them. The counter affidavit reads in part, the assent of the first defendant Buhari to the Electoral Act given on February the 25th, 2022 was proper, full, and unconditional. The first defendant, Buhari, assented to the Electoral Bill 2022 on February the 25th, but did not give conditions or directives to the National Assembly in the manner erroneously deposed to by the plaintiff's PDP. At no time did the first defendant, Buhari, give any directive to the management or leadership of the National Assembly as regards the removal of Section 8412 of the Electoral Act 2022 from the Act. Prior to assenting to the Electoral Bill 2022, the first defendant, Buhari, merely expressed his observations and concerns about the constraints of Section 8412 of the bill on serving public office holders and political appointees, but gave his assent to avoid further delay as time was of essence. That the first defendant, Buhari, merely expressed his views not only to the National Assembly, but to the entire nation as regards the inconsistency of Section 8412 of the Electoral Act with other provisions of the Constitution. On March the 8th, 2022, the first defendant, Buhari, officially wrote to the Senate President and House of Representatives Speaker to express his concerns about Section 8412 of the Electoral Act and formally requested for amendment to be effected on the section so as to eliminate areas of infraction with the Constitution. I am aware that the National Assembly neither accepted nor acted on the opinion or suggestion of Buhari. In this instance, the first and second defendants, Buhari and Malami, truly and firmly believe that Section 8412 of the Electoral Act disenfranchises and discriminates against Nigerians in public service or public office holders who are political appointees and prevent them from engaging in the electoral process in exercise of their inalienable rights in a participatory democracy. That Buhari and Malami have never taken it upon themselves to declare Section 8412 or any provision of the Electoral Act unconstitutional, as such is beyond their constitutional power. Justice Iyang Edem Eko of the Federal High Court in Abuja had on March the 7th stopped Buhari, AGF, and Senate President from tampering with the newly amended Electoral Act 2022. The judge, in a ruling on an ex parte application by the People's Democratic Party (PDP), agreed that the Electoral Act, having been assented to by Buhari, had become a valid law and could not be tampered with without following due process of law. Justice Ekwo agreed with Chief James Onoja, SAN, counsel to PDP, that the proper place to challenge the validity of any existing law or the Electoral Act is a court of competent jurisdiction. So that is the law, Nigerian style, but here now is the law, Malami style. Resignation, Section 8412 remains expunged from Electoral Act, Malami insists. So a law unto himself. Uthman Danfodio University speaking. Attorney General Abubakar Malami says only the Court of Appeal can restore Section 8412 into the Electoral Act 2022. Malami told Justice Iyang Eko of a Federal High Court Abuja in a counter affidavit filed on his behalf by his counsel, Oladipupo Eposiye SAN. The counter affidavit marked blah 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 was deposed to by Abimbola Akintola, a legal practitioner. The People's Democratic PDP had sued the President, the Attorney General of the Federation, Senate President, Speaker of the House of Representatives, and Clerk of National Assembly. It also sued the Senate leader, House of Representatives leader, and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as first to eighth defendants, respectively. Others include Deputy Senate President, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Deputy Senate Leader, Deputy Leader of the House of Representatives as the 9th to 12th defendants in the matter. The PDP had challenged the legality or otherwise of the National Assembly tinkering with the Electoral Act after it had been signed into law by President Muhammad Buhari. Amidst debate about the subject matter, the Umahia Division of the Federal High Court, presided over by Justice Evelyn AYADE, on March the 18th, ordered the Attorney General of the Federation to delete Section 8412 of the Act. Ms. AYADE, in the judgment, held that the section was unconstitutional, invalid, illegal, null, void, and of no effect whatsoever, and ought to be struck down as it cannot stand when it is in violation of the clear provisions of the Constitution. Ms. AYADE held that Section 66(1)(f), 107(1)(f), 1371(f), and 1821(f) of the 1999 Constitution already stipulated that appointees of the government seeking to contest elections were only to resign at least 30 days to the date of the election. Reacting, the AGF said both the National Assembly and the PDP had since appealed the judgment. He said, it is only the Court of Appeal that can restore the section into the Electoral Act and not any high court. He said the PDP suit had become academic and constituted abuse of the court process on the strength of the pending Court of Appeal matter. The AGF therefore prayed the court to dismiss the PDP suit. He argued that the PDP should not be allowed to take over the functions of the National Assembly since they had no power to amend or enact law. Mr. Malami, who averred that the PDP had nothing to suffer if the Mr. Malami, who averred that the PDP had nothing to suffer if the contentious section is deleted, said that removing the section would deepen the practice of democracy and stop discrimination against public servants and public office holders. When the matter came up on Thursday, counsel to the parties in the suit informed that processes had been filed and served on one another. Mr. Eko adjourned the case until May the 16th for hearing. Section 8412 reads, no political appointee at any level shall be a voting delegate or be voted for at the convention or congress of any political party for the purpose of the nomination of candidates for any election. So there it is right there. That's what the section says. And curiously, when they were having the convention for the APC, they adhered to that stipulation just to cover their back. So this ongoing court case and this stubborn sticking to it is essentially an ABUBAKAR Malami move. This is him now playing his final card to protect himself and his interest. So that is ABUBAKAR Malami's play. So from that to this, why Goodluck Jonathan can't contest for Nigerian president again? A lawyer Falana. So let me just take a gulp of water before I go into this. Human rights activist and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, says former President Goodluck Jonathan cannot seek re-election into the office of president according to the Constitution. President Muhammad Buhari had on June the 4th, 2018, signed a constitutional amendment that stops a vice president who completes the term of a president from contesting for the office of president more than one more time. So let's just be clear on that. Let's reread that. President Muhammad Buhari had on June the 4th, 2018, signed a constitutional amendment that stops a vice president who completes the term of a president from contesting for the office of president more than one more time. So Goodluck Jonathan, by the way, he completed, and that was a stick the knife in Goodluck Jonathan constitution. Of course, we know that they don't respect constitution or law, as we've already just read in just the previous reading. So they will disregard constitution and law, of course, because there is law and then there's Fulani law. So they'll apply Fulani law in this instance just to get their man. But this constitutional amendment that Buhari did stipulate, it essentially says that if a vice president completes the term of a president, so the vice president then in the course of that tenure finds himself by whatever circumstance the president and completes that tenure, he can only then run for office one more time. So Goodluck Jonathan completed the tenure of Yar'Adua, and then he ran and won in 2011, which is the one more time that Buhari's own law stipulates. So constitutionally, Goodluck Jonathan cannot even run for president. That's the constitution, of course. But then, of course, you know, there's the constitution, as you know, and there is a Fulani law. So that is the law, but now let's see what the Fulani law is. The law also stops a deputy governor who completes the term of a governor from seeking a second term in office as governor. A president's term can be cut short by reasons of death, resignation, or death to pave the way for the vice president to complete the term of the departed president. Following the death of the then President Umaru Yar'Adua on May the 5th, 2010, Jonathan, as the then vice president, took a new oath of office to complete Yar'Adua's term as president. He was also sworn in for another term on May the 29th, 2011, after he won the presidential poll of that year. Falana, in a statement on Wednesday night, said Jonathan is affected by the constitutional amendment. It has been confirmed that former it has been confirmed that former President Goodluck Jonathan has decided to join the All Progressive Congress APC with a view to contesting the 2023 presidential election. However, the former president is disqualified from contesting the said election by virtue of Section 137(3) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, which provides as follows. A person who was sworn in to complete the term for which another person was elected as president shall not be elected to such office for more than one single term. So do you see that? So essentially re-elected, but then not re-elected because he wasn't elected president in the first instance. But there it is right there, the clause that precludes Goodluck Jonathan. Indeed, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, fourth alteration number 16, Act 2017 says, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, in this act referred to as the Principal Act, is altered as set out in this act. Section 137 of the Principal Act is altered by inserting after subsection 2 a new subsection 3. Subsection 3, a person who was sworn in as president to complete the term for which another person was elected as president shall not be elected to such office for more than one single term. So this is the Constitution, by the way, but of course we know that the Constitution means nothing in Nigeria. Jonathan's posters had last week flooded the National Secretariat of the APC. Some youth groups also stormed his office in Maitama area of Abuja, calling on him to join the presidential race. The protesters lamented that since he left office, hunger, insecurity, and unemployment, amongst others, had become the order of the day. The supporters said that both men and women have turned to beggars because of the unfavorable policies of the present administration. In his response, the former president said he could not say if he would declare or not, but advised his supporters to watch out. So they can watch out all they like, but the Constitution is quite clear. It says you can, if you've completed the tenure of one principle and you have taken the oath of office once, you can only take that oath of office one more time, which Goodluck Jonathan has taken twice. He took the oath of office when Yar'Adua died and he became president. He took another oath of office to be the president of Nigeria to complete the term of Yar'Adua. So that's one oath of office. He then took another oath of office on the 29th of May, 2011 to run, to be again Nigeria's president. So that's the second oath of office. So you can only run for one more single term is what this constitutional amendment, the Buhari clause says. But then, of course, that's the law. But then, of course, when have they ever had regard for law in Nigeria? From that to the next, 2023, I won't work for you. PDP National Chairman Ayu tells ATIKU. The national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Iyorchia Ayu, on Thursday informed the presidential candidate of the party in the... Let me take that again. The national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Iyorchia Ayu, on Thursday informed the presidential candidate of the party in the 2019 general election, ATIKU ABUBAKAR, that he would not work for him as an aspirant. He, however, stated that he has been friends with the former vice president for more than 30 years, as they were key players in the emergence of Chief MKO Abiola. According to Ayu, it was he and ATIKU that plotted the emergence of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. He added that Obasanjo administration did very well and put Nigeria on a healthy map economically, socially, and politically. Ayu, whilst addressing members of the National Working Committee and ATIKU's campaign team during a visit to the party secretariat, said, "Let me acknowledge the fact that you and I have been close friends, personal friends, for more than 30 years, as it was indicated. We were key players in the Social Democratic Party and key players in the emergence of Chief MKO Abiola. So you are a presidential aspirant today, but I want people to know that you are still my friend. I can't deny you. I never deny my friends, including those who are in the other disastrous party. You know them because even there, we have common friends who missed the road, who normally should be here with us. More importantly, since we formed this party, as you have mentioned, we have worked together in various capacities. It is you and I that plotted the emergence of President Obasanjo, an administration that did very well, putting Nigeria on a healthy map economically, socially, and politically. Again, I can't deny the fact that we worked together harmoniously, whether political issues or economic issues, and on the National Security Council when I was Minister for Internal Affairs. I am saying this to make it clear that those who say, "Oh, because of my friendship with you, as a chairman, I will work for you." Mr. Vice President, I will not work for you as an aspirant. I will work for all the 17 aspirants. It is left to you to convince the delegates of our party that you are the best. You have to market yourself. You have to work hard. This National Working Committee, for now, will remain an umpire. We are not going to take a side with any we are not going to take a side with any particular aspirant. We love you all. I have said repeatedly that each one of you, given the opportunity, will run this country better than what the APC has done or will be able to do. So there it is right there. So what chance then, Peter Obi, if the chairman of the party is is um Atiku's boy? So Atiku's boy everywhere all over the PDP. So what chance Peter Obi? What chance Peter Obi? What chance AYADE? Clear Calabar of refuse dumps, STENCH, before you run for president. Cross Rivers resident to Governor AYADE. Public commentators, radio phone-in callers, and ordinary people on the streets of Calabar are still berating Governor Ben AYADE of Cross River State over his reported presidential ambition, as well as mountains of waste in the state capital and other towns. They said even though the governor has the right under the federal constitution to declare his interest in the presidency, yet his performance in Cross River State should have propelled his aspiration. They pointed to the many factories he personally initiated, but only a couple of such are seen to have taken off the ground, and they said they doubt the genuineness of his aspiration. Others expressed displeasure over the mountain refuse dumps blocking many major roads and streets in the state capital for nearly 2 months and score him very low. Yet those on the streets claimed that the governor was only playing on the minds of the people. Ayara Amos, 37, who bared his mind over an early morning radio phone-in program, said, "Our governor should concentrate on local politics. The presidency is not a place to go and speak flamboyant grammar. Let him evacuate the heaps of waste that have dented the beautiful image of Calabar and other major towns. Another discussant, Magdalene Imo of Positive Gender Initiative, encouraged the governor to continue, but should first make his government impactful instead of going to waste money at the initial stage of aspiration. I would like to call on the governor to raise the governance level in Calabar State. Apart, all parts of the state is now filthy. Everywhere you turn, heaps of waste and flies and stench salute you. This is not the famous Calabar we knew, where people trooped into beholds its serenity, cleanliness, and peace. Chief Press Secretary to the governor, Christian Itar, defended his principal's decision to aspire. I have traveled widely. The impact of governance in Cross River is far better and appreciated compared with others in the country, given our peculiarities. Regarding the waste, action has already been effected. I assure you that in no time, the clean and green nature of the city will return. So Governor Olorun for president, the smelly governor wants to be now the smelly president. That is the thing. That is the play out in the East or in the South-South. So now the last readout, then we see who's contending with the topics. Polygamy is a huge problem that ends up destroying an entire generation with hate, competition, and jealousy. Cubana chief priest reacts to Yul Idochie taking a second wife. So this really surprises me. He, of all people, I had no anticipation of this. Cubana chief priest has expressed his disappointment after Nollywood actor Yul Idochie introduced his newborn son and named actress Judith Austin as the mother and his second wife. The talented actor made the shocking news on Wednesday, April the 27th, throwing his fans and colleagues into a frenzy after sharing pictures of himself and his baby boy online. Reacting to the news, socialite Cubana chief priest described polygamy as war and warned that it brings a huge problem that ends up destroying an entire generation with hate, competition, and jealousy. He said, polygamy is dangerous. It is a huge problem that ends up destroying an entire generation with hate, competition, and jealousy that comes with it. You can number houses, businesses, cars, jewelries, side chicks, etc. But please, never number wives. It is so painful and hurting. Do unto others what you want them to do unto you. Don't bring war to your own home. Home should be a place of absolute peace. Polygamy is war. Yul Idochie married his first wife, May, at the age of 22 in 2004. After a 6-year relationship, the couple, who both have 4 children together, celebrated their 17th wedding anniversary in October 2021. So there it is right there. It's quite a stunner. It is quite a stunner. But then it is, I think it's just really where it's coming from that absolutely really stands. But how does that play out for that space is the question. So to it then, Ajanle Koko, I see you. So we have Ajanle Koko for the moment. So we kick off with Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, I'm not quite sure what your take is on polygamy, but my views on polygamy are curiously, is not a person that I would agree with in most instances, but I would say I'm not far from this Cubana chief priest. It's just a destructive space, polygamy.
Oh, yeah. I think I agree with Cubana right there. Polygamy is not good in the modern world. The economic reality of it is another problem. How would you manage two wives and plenty children, or maybe 3-4 wives with plenty children in this world that we found ourselves with economic problem here and there. So it's very tough to manage, even if you are very rich, to manage women. Too much jealousy, and you don't want to have headache as a man.
You are right, because even if you are rich, if you remove the expense of rearing children off by virtue of you being rich, you cannot invest the emotional input, the fatherly whatever that you need to invest in all these children if you have so many of them. If you are having more than 3-4 children, then you struggle to impact on them positively in the way that you should. It's the matter of Omokombe. We turn to Omokombe.
It's not good. It's not good for peaceful home. If you want to have a peaceful home, you just stick to one wife. If you want to have many children, you could have as many as you want, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, at least, maybe more of 6. It's okay, but you want to have.
I don't know how much of a Nollywood you follow, but does it especially surprise you, this guy Yul Edochie? Because it surprises me because it doesn't. Let me share. You may not know who he is, but if I share the picture, then maybe he'll jar your. That's him in the middle right there. So that's Yul Edochie. I think his father. His father was a famous actor as well. So that is him with his first set of wife and children. So after 17 years, he decides to reboot with another one, and that is the babe now. That So, but what this guy was saying,
did he divorce the first one, or is he?
Well, he's saying he's taking a second wife, so I'm assuming that the first wife still remains.
I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know why he has to do that. But for me, there's too much problem. It's just one that you have safe. Give you enough problem. That the problem that one will give you is good than to have to the double wahala, as well as sing the song. Double wahala for daddy body, na the owner for daddy. So you don't want to have double wahala. So it's just good. It's good to stick with one wahala and manage it and grow with it and raise children with it and manage your home with it than have double wahala. So polygamy is not the best for any man. Must not go into it. It's very dangerous. It can cut your life short. It can kill you anytime. You just don't want to. You just have one wife, and
especially in this day and age, it's not even fashionable anymore. If nothing else.
Yeah. Well, what I mean,
when you are not Sikiru from Sikiru.
Even if you are Sikiru, Ayinde Barrister, or what do you what do you want to? I mean, what is it for? What is it for?
There's a light-skinned, I say light-skinned, there's a bleached light-skinned Yoruba actor. He's very famous. He has a rotund face like that. He'll be in his 60s thereabout. And he's saying one of his biggest regrets in life is that he took many wives and had many children. Now, if he had to do it again, he would have just, it's just not the, it's not the fashion anymore.
It's not good. The world we live in now does not require any man to have 2 wives. Even if you are very, very rich, you don't have to. It doesn't work well at all. It just gives you a lot of problem, particularly if the women cannot see each other eye to eye. It's going to be a problem for you all the way. So you don't want to, and it's going to, that problem we will extend to the children too. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
So the children of 2 wives, they will have the problem we extend to them. So you don't want to have a divided home. You need a home that that everybody can live in peace and no trouble with each other. So that's how it's supposed to be. So
All right. I think Alexander Gomez agrees with you. He super chats. He says, Yul is a stupid, overrated actor. Fame out of the back of the legendary author. So that I think that is his father. I remember distinctly that. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. I remember distinctly that his father is a. Oh yes, his father is one of those ones that always wears the red cap. Oh, if I'll look up for his image and I'll show it to you. His father is very, very famous, and I think he has risen to fame off the back of that father. So that's that space. I think we are all in agreement there. It's just not the fashion to be multi-marrying in this day and age, especially a young man as well. But is this the fashion then? Clear calabar of refuse dumps and stench before you run for president. So it's the Cross Rivers people that are speaking to their governor's aspirations to be president of Nigeria, and they are saying that the city itself stinks. So why don't you start with cleaning up the city first? You cannot even keep your own city, just a tiny little Calabar clean, and you want to be president. This is that guy that is always calling his budget sanctimonious robustity and all this. You know, the one that is just ridiculous guy.
Yeah, they're calling them all sort of biological or medical terms, using some medical terms to describe his budget. It's look. First of all, we have to welcome those Calabar people that are raising their voices in opposition to his presidential ambition. I wish the people in Rivers State can stand up as well to start talking against Wike as well. Because Wike has been traveling around, campaigning everywhere, using the state fund to run his campaign. Last week, I think he donated 200 million naira to, what do you call it? Is it not Kaduna State? That is not his money. It's the money of the people of Rivers State. So the same thing this guy, AYADE, is doing too, is running his presidential campaign at the expense of Cross River. Is it Cross River? The 100 million they're going to pay for the nomination form is going to take the money from those Cross River. The money is supposed to use to clear the refuse everywhere in that Calabar. Is the one he's going to use to run his campaign and buy the form and start donating money here and there and buying people everywhere. So it is. I think these people are they just don't care about the people. They are shameless people, and they are doing it with impunity that nothing can happen. We can do whatever we like. So until we the people stand up against these people and then vote them out, massively come out en masse and vote against these people. That is the only way we can teach them lesson. Vote them across board in APC and PDP. Let us have a new arrangement, new direction. Let's take a new course by having new party in place. It doesn't matter. Once they are taken out from the political space, yes, Nigerian problem will start to solve from there, because all the problem that we have that is not even problem. We are in a crisis. The crisis that is ravaging that country on all fronts are created by these politicians, and they don't feel it. They don't feel the pains of this crisis, and that's why they never bothered. They don't pay worker salary. They don't do anything. They just do whatever they like. Everything is politics. As long as they benefit from it, they don't care about others. So the people of Calabar have done well to come out frontally against him, tell him, you are not performing, you are not doing. They should be coming out with a lot of fact or any shady thing they have against this man. They should be posting it online. We should be talking about it. So it's just sad that we have all these criminals in position of power in our country, and the country is collapsing on them, and they just don't care. They just want to continue doing this thing. So it's I give kudos to the people of Calabar that are those that courageous ones standing up, to tell the world that this man, he cannot ordinary refuse. He cannot even do it. But
imagine that, and he wants to be president. You cannot just keep Calabar clean.
Just keep it clean. This is a guy
and
that
Calabar is one of the. They used to call it the Garden City. It was one of the prides of the country then, Calabar. Yeah. Beautiful, very chill, very fresh place.
Very good place. This vacation place that was built by I forgot the name of the place that was built.
Is it Donald Duke?
By Donald Duke.
Ranch.
Good Ranch.
Yes.
This guy messed it up. He has made that place is non-functioning again. That was one of the best. It was the best in the country, and it's rated as one of the best in the world. The standard.
You should have been having a carnival there every year to drive.
It's so funny when that place was open. It was a place to be then. Everybody in Nigeria wants to go there. Sir.
This guy came from that place. This AYADE, he came from that Ogudu area.
He's a useless guy.
He's from there. And he cannot work hard to develop it more than that guy, the predecessor, did it. But rather, he destroyed the place. There was a day I watched a program on that place. I was almost sharing it. I said, oh my God. The people that started the place, the way the place was running, they were saying all sort of things that were there. The way people were coming from all over Nigeria, even from outside Nigeria, coming there for vacation. But this guy destroyed the place. All the generator working there are no more working. Everything, every place is functioning well there. It's no more functioning.
This is the place. So look at how safe.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
This is where they should be shooting Nollywood movies and natural waterfalls.
Look at it.
Just sympathetically infused.
Look at the nature right there.
It was still all the same thing that was there since then. It didn't have anything. It didn't put anything in place. It didn't maintain it. And there is loads of land for mixed use, but all those guys, man.
So this is who they are, and that is why we, the people, particularly those of us that knows better, we should be saying it loud and clear that our people should stand up. They should go and get their PVC and be ready to vote all these people out of power. They don't fit for no purpose, and they don't care.
The perfect example you cited was what's his name? The little man, the one that is always making noise, the River State man, Wike. That he goes and donates 200 million to
Kaduna.
To Kaduna, and he donated 50 million to Benue. So, but nobody is asking question.
Nobody asking question. What is wrong with our people?
Coming from? Because there are only two places that money comes from, and both places it is fraud. If it's coming from the River State coffers, then that is an injudicious use of state funds with all the needs they have there. But if it's coming from his own personal pocket, what has he done in life? What business does he own and run that affords him 200? Because he's using it for his political campaign. So that's fraud against the state. And if he's paying it from his own pocket, that's a greater fraud still. Where is he getting billions of naira from to be dashing it out like, But nobody's asking questions.
I don't know.
And they're applauding him. They're saying, yeah, well done.
That is how stupid our people could be. It's just shameful that Wike is going around carrying money around. Where did he get the money? Where did he make the money? His salary for 8 years in office is not up to 200 million that he went to donate to them in Kaduna State. His whole salary for 8 years, I don't think it can be, 200 million. How much was his money? How much is his salary? But he's gallivanting around, he's making noise, he's jab mouthing, he's doing all this gallivanting everywhere, talking nonsense. And the people in the state are looking at him. All of them, they are criminals. The one we have in Ogun State is a criminal. He was once a credit card scammer in America here. They have him, they jailed him. He got to Nigeria, he contested, he falsified documents, he changed his name. The name he was bearing, he changed it to a different name. He said all of them, they are criminal everywhere.
Ajale Koko, can I ask you something, please?
What?
Is it relevant to what we're saying, no, Thomas? Because
why are you saying it's irrelevant?
Okay, go on.
That's an insult.
Go on.
It's not good to say that.
Go on.
Don't you think it's high time, if you are in, you have to step down before seeking for another office? The governor, if you are seeking for any other office, you should step down immediately. Because and nobody is saying anything. Even Oshibajo is climbing helicopter all around, doing his campaign, and he's still in office using the state money for his own personal ambition. That's what I want to ask. Maybe they should just left.
Okay, you're breaking up somewhat, but I think we get your question. But that question, it comes into play in subsequent talking points. So
the Malami part.
Yeah, so hold that thought for now, Ajale Koko. But let me take you from AYADE to Goodluck Jonathan, who Femi Falana has just come to just to notify us about the little matter of legality. Just legality. We know that it means nothing in Nigeria, but just to point out legality. So Falana explains now that Goodluck Jonathan, whatever ambition he has, he cannot constitutionally apply to be president for Nigeria ever again, because Buhari had amended the law to state that if you had taken an oath of office to complete the term of a principal, and then you take you can then only run for one more term. So if you were a president, if you're a vice president, a vice governor, and then your principal for either through death, sacking, or whatever, he could not complete his tenure, you then take the oath of office to complete that tenure. You can only take one more oath of office to serve in that position again. So that is the law that Buhari himself inserted into the Nigerian constitution. So that's the law. But then, of course, Goodluck Jonathan, they want him in APC. So is it going to be the Nigerian constitution in play for Goodluck Jonathan or Fulani laws? Which one is in play, Goodluck Jonathan, Ajale Koko?
I'm glad that Brother Femi Falana brought this to the fore. If you may recall, I think I mentioned in here some times ago that is what the new electoral law says, that once you completed, you finish the term of a predecessor, that will be regarded as a full term for you. So Jonathan has completed his 2 terms. Let's see, since some people are calling on him to come into the race, let's see if he's going to jump into it. And if they disrespect the law and allow Jonathan to jump into it, and they finally secure the ticket, that's a guarantee that anybody that waits for him is just going to be a wasted vote, because the law at the end of the election If he's declared the winner, it will be taken to the court.
But Ajale Koko, I mean, I don't think Femi Falana is bringing a unique knowledge to the space, and this law is not unknown to the APC because they promulgated it. This is their law. You know, maybe they've forgotten, but now they are reminded. So how are they looking to negotiate it? Because they are pushing aggressively for Goodluck Jonathan to the point that he's giving them conditionalities before he joins them. But by their own law, he's already precluded for having served 2 terms, haven't taken 2 oaths of office to be Nigerian president. So what is in play here?
One man.
One man. Sorry, Ajani Koko. Sorry to cut you, sir. I told you the last time you raised this issue of Goodluck, like, I think it's a trick to lure, that ticket is just to lure him into the party. I don't see how Goodluck is going to get into that APC now from PDP and get the ticket and have assurance that he's going to win election. So I think Buhari is just, those people are just trying to use that ticket to bring him into the party, then use all these things to shank him aside, but they will just use him.
So they just want to
I saw one of your posts recently that somebody was warning Goodluck to be careful with Buhari, that he's just trying to con him or something.
Yes, I think it's one of the Yoruba elders.
One of the Yoruba elders. Yeah, that's the way I see that Goodluck position. I think they are just trying to bring him in so they can use him. I don't think he's going to get the ticket anyway. They know he's not going to get the ticket. You can carry on, sir.
But is it not clever enough to you identify that? I'm not far from that in thought. Pa Adebanjo wants him on that. But is it just the romance that is seducing him? Is it not clever enough?
No, I think, people like that at the long run, like even the likes of the AYADEs and Koda looking to be president, they know they won't get the ticket, but that put them in a position, if they use it well, to have a say when they come in power again. So somebody like Goodluck will probably have nomination for ministers. He has access to the government because it's his party that is now ruling. People like AYADE too would lobby for probably ministerial or something appointment, and they will have access to the main power of the country too. So most of these people just vie for that ticket. They know they won't get it, but they are just trying to put themselves in a position in the party where they have access to things that normal people that don't do that don't have access to. That's the way I say it. But in the case of Goodluck, I just think they are just using that ticket to bring him into APC because actually it can get them some votes from the South, and they know some people still like him. So obviously, I don't see delegates voting Goodluck just coming from PDP to come to APC when we still have Tinubu and the like struggling, You can carry on, sir.
So they just want to punk him,
yeah, that's what I think.
My God. One man.
Yeah.
Do we have a government in Nigeria that respects the law? We don't have it. This administration has shown time and time that they will violate the law and they don't respect the law at all. Who knows what they're doing behind the scene? Maybe they're trying to delete that law. I mean, ABUBAKAR MALAMI, he went to take judgment somewhere to delete some section of some provision of that newly signed electoral law. I mean, what is it that criminals cannot? These people, this set of people are criminals. What is it that they cannot do? So, and it's never done for any law, some section or some section of the law to be deleted. It could be invalidated and they could make reference to you be there.
You cannot just delete law now. I mean,
you can't delete it
from the Constitution.
You can't delete it. But this is what ABUBAKAR Malami went to take judgment for, to delete the section of a law, of some section of the law. And
I just think it's a bit.
him.
I think it's a bit different from each other. The one ABUBAKAR, not like it's different in the morality of it, but the one ABUBAKAR deleted, I think that was still time and chance for him. But with this one, I just think I think it's just a wake-up call for Goodluck Jonathan to know what he is getting himself to. That what Femi Falana said to him, because they are just going to con him in and put him aside. You'll probably have access to things. Yeah, I think it's just like a wake-up call. Those are the jokers. These politicians are very, very crazy. They will just come and say, oh, we didn't know, we forgot this. So you know what? You didn't get the delegate, didn't get to vote for you, but obviously, don't worry. When we get into power, you get access to ministerial. Then he campaigns for them. Then some of his people will vote for APC. So that's what I think. What with the ABUBAKAR Malami on that one, those are the ones I think even people like Femi Falana should be challenging. But I don't know why he's quiet about it, because that one just seems, I don't even understand it. And he's already playing out. The guy is already coming out to contest as the governor of KEBBI State, which is quite, honestly, I don't even know. I don't know. Carry on, sir.
Let me tell you, you see, when you have criminals in position of authority, in position of power, they will manipulate the system. They will manipulate the system to their own advantage, and they will get away with it. So, what Goodluck Jonathan himself is not an honorable person. He should have demonstrated that when those group of people that went to him in Abuja that were calling on him to jump into the race, he should have told them point blank that, no, I'm not going. But Jonathan has already left PDP by all his action. Since he was defeated, since his defeat in 2014 election, he has distanced himself from PDP. PDP held convention. Jonathan did not attend. The last governorship election in his state, he worked for APC. Jonathan worked for APC. He declared support for the governor. He's the one that the governor that APC presented for that race was Jonathan man, was Jonathan boy. So Jonathan is already in APC. He was not just, he's just not active like all those Tinubu and the rest of them. But by all
but I understand what you're saying, sir. Yeah. But I just think, even as all he has done so far on the side, is still not a heavyweight in APC. And if he's coming there, it's just like if he's coming to get the ticket, he's coming newly. And I don't see
I agree with you. You cannot even get the ticket. So
so that's why when you just look at that picture, I just think it's just a trick to get him into that party and lure him away from PDP.
He's already in APC. Jonathan is already in APC. Everything that PDP is doing is never involved.
It speaks to the shamelessness and desperation of politics. Not just Goodluck Jonathan, but all night. You know, Nigerian politics is not ideology led. You know, you don't say that because you're ideologically inclined in a manner, then this family is where you will fight your battles. So if you're a Labour candidate, then you are Labour for life. And if you're conservative for life. If you're Democrat for life. and if you're Republican, you're Republican for life. You have just isolated incidents of people crossing, but really traditionally, you stay with a political ideology because that is where you have nailed your. But in Nigeria, one day you are this, the next day you are that. Then it's prostitution, isn't it?
Look, a person that has been a president in a country should be able to stand. People should be able to know what he stands for. Jonathan is not an honorable person by all he has done after the selection for distancing himself from PDP and working behind the scene for APC.
I don't think any of our politicians are.
That is not. No, that is not. No.
None of them.
No, look, there's a level you will be in life, and you will,
No, it should be above, I agree with that, Jalekoko. You should be above all that by now.
Yeah, but should we say that's the level
like AYADE
right
jumping
now?
from one party to the other? AYADE, all those governors can do that. But
you see, somebody like Obasanjo is in that level now, and I think you have the Nigerian politician will get to that age, and it's even the one that has sense. Even at that age, will still be doing what you are saying now. I think that's the level Obasanjo is right now,
and Babangida too.
Babangida, exactly.
And him too.
And that's the level
by
Jonathan should be at. Yeah, no, not quarter to go, but having ruled Nigeria for sufficient enough of a time, yes. He has 6 years plus. So nobody will write the history of that country and omit his name. His name will be at the topmost in the history of that country. So he has done everything he needs to do, but now he's going to damage it now by all this.
By his status as a former head of state, former president, he has assumed the position of elderly statesman.
Exactly.
When you are an elderly statesman, you should be able to speak with one mouth. People should be able to identify where you belong and not double standard. Double standard. No. But this man they call Jonathan is a horrible human being.
He's a prostitute.
No. Horrible human being. He's a corny man too.
All right, let's hear from Mike, who no doubt wants to give us a contrary view. To the contrarian.
You guys have to understand that Jonathan, like a lot of things that might have happened during his administration, especially people like his wife, for example, that people accuse of stealing or things like that. Maybe there were things that could be pinned. There could be pinned on him or someone close to him that he doesn't want Buhari to go after. So that's why he seems to be acting like, okay, he's not so much opposition. You understand? So we need to consider that because he never declared that he's an APC and you guys have to understand that none of these politicians were really loyal to a political party to that extent. They just found themselves to be under those parties. So you have to consider that it may be something that I didn't want them to come after him or either someone close to him or his relative.
But it's a bit too late. Sorry, it's a bit too late to be coming after him for anything now. Buhari has 10 months left at best. He just wants to quietly, he doesn't want anything to jar, and he just wants to quietly finish it so that he can.
It may not be Buhari, maybe FCC or somebody. Look, are they still not chasing
him? They are not coming after him at this hour.
Are they still not chasing? Are they still not chasing Madueke all around?
Yeah, but they've been chasing her. They can't suddenly start chasing Jonathan now.
Like I mentioned, maybe not necessarily him, but maybe someone close to him, people close to him, people dear to him. For example, he could like some people that he likes that he will not want prosecuted. That he knows that he's the only reason why they may not be going after them based on how he act friendly towards the APC. You understand? So we need to consider that he knows that if he start campaigning, doing opposition move, all those things, aggressive. No, not necessarily campaign. Even just standing as an opposition, standing against the interests of APC, he can open that possibility of people saying, okay, this guy is against us. Let's go after this guy that is close to him, that's his friend. Yeah. Maybe not necessarily him. One might not paying attention. Maybe not him, but people close to him that stole during his administration. He may be trying to be protecting them.
You know what I think, Mike? I think he's still seduced by the allure and luster of power. He wants it. He enjoys it, and he wants it. He wants to. That's really is the power.
Exactly, even at that age. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you have to.
Are you saying it's because he wants to come back? Are you saying because he wants to come back?
He definitely wants to come back, of course.
He's running for president.
No, I don't think so.
He's running for president. What does he want? Is that not to come back?
He's running. He's not running. He never says he's running. Right. When did he say he's running? Did he say it today? Did I miss it? When did this happen?
No. Are you talking about
But he's consulting now, Mike.
Forget, it's not consulting. People are coming to him.
He's consulting.
They don't know their left from right.
Consulting.
But he's not. The guy didn't even campaign the second time against Buhari. He didn't campaign. The guy didn't want to be there anymore. He already stole what he needs to steal, and he just wanted to get out. I don't think the guy wants to come back to that place because what he saw when he was there, the kind of threats, danger that he saw, he didn't want to go back there.
And
that's why he kept quiet all
when
this
they came
while.
to him, Mikey, when this supporter came to his house in Abuja, calling on him to come and join the race, why can't he tell them categorically that, oh, no, I'm not interested. I'm not joining the race. I will support the next president. I will work with the next. Why can't he make a... He said, what he said is that, okay, I will go and think about it.
Yeah, no, this is what he told them. He said, you guys should go and participate. And then he didn't want to tell him to get lost. He just used wise man's word and say, "Okay, I will think about it."
We read it.
You're telling me? Wait.
We read it out here, Mike. We read and we discussed it as well.
What I said.
And secondly,
we watched the video.
If you've noticed, Mike.
Go. Not necessarily. You are telling me somebody. You are telling me somebody that no, you guys' accusation is that he wants to run, he wants power. You're telling me someone that wants to run and wants power wouldn't have accepted it right there.
No,
if he's telling them, oh, I will think about it.
It's putting conditionalities to his
acceptance. Exactly. No, that tells you that it's not someone that is interested.
Mike, even Oshibaja, that is the vice president, didn't come, but he knew, and we've been hearing the news. And what you should know is the news. This news doesn't just come into the Nigerians.
You guys,
nothing.
You guys' accusation is that he wants power. Someone that wants power,
of course.
He would have been campaigning.
Mike, hold on, Mike. If he's not interested, then he will say, "I am not interested." That was what.
No, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to.
Yeah, it doesn't have to.
Mike,
so if he's saying, "Well, watch this space," which is what he said. We played the video here and we read out his words, and that was what he said. Watch this space. Is that not confusing the polity?
No, that's putting his. That's pretty much putting his supporters in suspense. I'm not telling him, no, so giving them. He didn't want to give them the support because he doesn't want to. Okay, let me tell you. These people spend. Wait now.
Do you know his power?
One man, listen. These people, those supporters, they spend their energy. One man, listen now. People trek. Wait, let me talk. People trek miles to walk out on the streets, sweat, blood and sweat, right? To come to your house.
Spend some. Wait, now they spend. They didn't trek. They were busting.
We're boss and some of them trek. Not all of them on the boss.
We don't like Ghana. Now we read it here. Say
whether they boss. Okay. Let's say they boss. They spend their money on petrol. They spend money renting boss.
They didn't spend money. They gave them money. Some people.
Whoever spend the money. Now you got all the way there. Now, for him to now tell you, okay, guys, get lost. He has to use sense now. They will stone him right there.
Mike,
wait. I just left the market. Well, I was supposed I left my job to come all the way to your house for me to tell
himself that mobilized those people to come to the house.
Give me evidence. Nigeria don't come with accusation. Give me evidence it was Jonathan that mobilized them. Why will he mobilize people to come to his house to then tell them no?
Why not?
So now tell them no.
People are posting their post
okay. Hold on.
I'm not contesting yet,
guys. Yeah. Now let me address that, and then we go back to Adan Lekoko. You say give you evidence. Okay. So the crowd was there to agitate for him to come to start to run. They had banners They had everything. They had a microphone. They had everything ready. And the news told us that they were bussed in. So now, when a politician was to declare an intention, or when the handlers of a politician, when they want to declare an intention, so you recall, of course, that the Nigerian politician, their narrative is that I am running because that is the will of the people. My people invited me and I couldn't turn them down. So they needed to create that narrative that there were people pressuring him in order to bring him out to run. So they then went to his office in Maitama, and then they started to make noise and they agitate, and then he came down to address them. So that's a if you know Nigerian politics, then you don't even have to be told that that is an orchestrated move to announce he himself being in play for the politics. So that's how Nigerian politics works. But we've lost Mike for the moment. But let's get back to Ajale Koko.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, go on.
Yes. Babajide Otitoju of TVC. He's saying this with facts, that if Jonathan can come out and swear that he's not working for APC underneath and he's not trying to come back as president. He said it on TVC live. He said Jonathan can come and swear that he doesn't want to go to that seat, or he's not working for APC underneath, that he know what he's saying. He has a source telling him these things. So I disagree with Mike.
No, but Babajide,
why should he come and swear?
Hold on, Babajide Ototoju is a Tinubu agent. So let's just let's have.
But that's what he said. I'm just
quoting him.
But it's not an independent voice.
Even if the guy didn't say it, it's just obvious what's going on now. The guy doesn't have to tell. We all know that Jonathan wants power. He wants to go back there. It's obvious.
But he's going to be punked.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But let's get back to Ajale Koko just to keep things moving on. So there it is, Ajale Koko.
Why is he going to be punked? Are they not the ones that invited him to APC?
Because the Constitution already forbids, so unless they are going to circumvent the Constitution or delete it as they are doing now.
How does the Constitution forbid?
And now, because we've just read it out. If you didn't hear me read it out, then you have to wait for me to read it out again. The Constitution says, though, that if you have served if you've taken an oath of office to complete the term of one president, either through incapacitation or death or resignation or even impeachment for whatever. So if you as a vice president or a deputy governor, if you've taken an office an oath to complete a term for a principal, then that's counted as one term, and you can only thereafter serve one single term. And that subsequent single term was served by Goodluck Jonathan 2011 to 2015. So the Constitution already precludes him, But that was the Buhari
terms, though. You can go for 2 terms.
You don't understand why. You did not understand what I said. The one that you completed for your principal is already serving as your one term. So if you do one more term, then that's already 2 terms.
And that is what happened. That is what happened to Jonathan. Yes. He completed the term of Yaradua, and he served his own time 4 years.
So then why is he going to APC if he knows this then?
I don't know. That's why we're saying he's going to be punked.
This is just so stupid. It doesn't make sense.
Wait, what are you guys? Are you guys saying because he served 2 years of what's Yaradua? He can't serve 4 years anymore?
I'm not saying it. Or the Constitution is what it's saying.
The amended.
Nigerian Constitution said that. Are you sure?
Yeah, the amended one that Buhari signed in.
That won't apply to anything prior to the Constitution being signed. He can't. He has to be after. That's what it works.
Hold on.
Yeah, but it's applying. But it's to the future, isn't it?
No,
Femi Falana. Hold on, Mike. Femi Falana said it applies to him. not just vice president, also to
look at that. You're a lawyer as well.
Forget what Femi Falana said, man. Femi Falana is a political distance.
No, that's
I know he's a lawyer.
Don't just do that now.
One man, no lawyers can lie. Listen to me. I'm not ruling anything.
What do you mean by lawyer can lie?
If he's speaking as an opposition, no. If he's speaking as if he's
an opposition,
wait. If he's invited to speak as an expert to something, facts to something, is one thing. But if he comes to speak
is he not
as
an
opposition to somebody,
No.
he cannot speak as an opposition.
So sorry, where is he opposing from?
He's opposing Joy APC. Now, he doesn't like the APC government.
No.
Doesn't like Jonathan. He doesn't like
it. Mike, did you read it?
Quoting the Constitution, what the Constitution says. You said it's
Mike,
opposing.
I do understand you.
He was quoting law.
This guy.
Do you know that lawyers?
Constitution. You said it's opposing.
Do you know the job of lawyers? Do you know the job of lawyers? There's a difference between quoting and interpreting. Wait, do you understand quoting and interpreting?
Look.
Okay, anyhow,
don't do this throughout the session because
don't do what? What am I doing?
You just take an opposite view and then you present an argument that is completely incoherent and just feeble.
Incoherent. I say what part of my point is incoherent?
That a senior advocate of Nigeria does not understand the law.
I didn't say does not understand the law. I didn't say that.
Okay, just abandon it. Let Ajale.
When people speak facts, I don't know why you guys get frustrated, man. It's like if you don't understand what I'm saying, don't just
forget what the lawyer said.
What you are saying is
I don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying something. There's a difference between lawyer. Why do two lawyers argue on? Why do two lawyers argue on?
Hold on. Can you just hold on, man? And please, I'll address this, but for the rest of the session, only speak as you know, not to take a contrary view.
So I'm not speaking as I know.
You don't know anything.
I don't know anything.
Now. Of course you don't. But listen. Listen.
Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Can you listen, please? And after this, please just be consistent only with what you know. After I've read this now, and don't jump in to say don't do that.
I'm not. Don't do that.
Can you just hold on? Human rights activist and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, says former President Goodluck Jonathan cannot seek re-election into the office of president according to the Constitution. President Muhammad Buhari on June the 4th, 2018, signed a constitutional amendment that stops a vice president who completes the term of a president from contesting for the office of president more than one more time. The law also stops a deputy governor who completes the term of a governor from seeking a second term in office as governor. A president's term can be cut short for reasons of death, resignation, etc., to pave the way for the vice president to complete the term of the departed president. Following the death of the then president Umaru Yar'Adua on May the 5th, 2010, Jonathan, as the then vice president, took a new oath of office to complete Yar'Adua's term as president. He was also sworn in for another term on May the 29th, 2011, after he won the presidential poll of that year. Falana, in a statement on Wednesday night, said Jonathan is affected by the constitutional amendment. It has been confirmed that former President Goodluck Jonathan has decided to join the All Progressive Congress APC with a view to contesting the 2023 presidential election. However, the former president is disqualified from contesting the said election by virtue of Section 137, subsection 3 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, which provides as follows: a person who was sworn in to complete the term for which another person was elected as president shall not be elected to such office for more than one single term. Indeed, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, Fourth Alteration number 16, Act of 2017 says, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, in this act referred to as the Principal Act, is altered as set out in this act. Section 137 of the Principal Act is altered by inserting, after subsection 2, a new subsection 3. So here is subsection 3. A person who was sworn in as president to complete the term for which another person was elected as president shall not be elected to such office for more than a single term. Jonathan's posters had last week flooded the National Secretariat of the APC. Some youth groups also stormed his office in Maitama area of Abuja, calling on him to join the presidential race. The protesters lamented that since he left office, so blah, blah, blah. So the rest, just to speak to that space. So the Constitution says it. So, and you are not a lawyer by my understanding. So just don't say things that you do not know.
Don't say things that I don't know.
You don't know now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know? Okay, what do you know better than that?
One man. See, the thing is this, man. If I say this now, wait. If I say this, do you understand that the day a law is signed,
yeah,
whatever happened before it was signed does not apply. Do you know that, right? That's why I was trying to tell you that quoting a law and interpreting law are two different things.
All right.
Do I make sense now? Do I make sense now?
No.
You guys just, I don't know. You guys just, I don't know. If you don't understand something, let the person.
Can you hold on?
Before you start insulting somebody, I don't talk what I don't just talk if I don't know what I'm saying.
Can you hold on? It is not me that doesn't understand what you just said. It is Femi Falana, senior advocate of Nigeria, that doesn't understand what you just said. Because what he's saying is contrary to what you are saying. That a law, if it's promulgated, anything that precedes it is not bound by it. That's new.
So whatever a lawyer says, he just accept it.
Well,
he didn't say he quoted the Constitution and he mentioned the date and day. And I even think Buhari has actually done
can you hold on, please? Can you hold on,
sorry,
please?
Sorry, I didn't know you were saying that.
I would listen to the words on law of a senior advocate.
Okay,
of
that's
Nigeria
fine. That's fine. There's no point arguing.
No,
okay. Yeah, it's okay. That's you now. I'm not telling you what to listen to or not to listen to.
And if he's saying that the law applies to Goodluck Jonathan, and you are saying that laws does not bind what precedes it, then you are giving an interpretation to law that you have no training for.
Oh, I have no training for means I can't.
Are you a lawyer?
I have to be a lawyer to know basic things.
Well, you will to know basic things. It's so basic. A senior advocate of Nigeria does not.
Senior advocate is speaking against his opposition. What do two lawyers argue?
Against his opposition. He's speaking to he's speaking in a professional capacity. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria.
I don't think you understand who lawyers are. I don't think you understand who lawyers are.
I have a family load of. I studied law myself. I have a family load of lawyers.
I didn't study law.
So
when two lawyers are arguing in the courtroom, when two lawyers are arguing in the courtroom, what are they doing?
Guys, please, can we move on? Can we just move on?
This is what he does now. This is what he does. He just wants to.
It's not. He just wants to. It's you that don't get it. Maybe you should invite the lawyer to this show. They will explain what I'm saying to you.
No. Well,
let's just leave it. Let's leave it. Let's leave it.
No. Let's not leave it.
No,
let's not leave it. You are saying
what you need to do is bring a family lawyer here so he can help you. He can convince you that what I'm telling you makes sense.
You go and seek understanding and then come back and apologize. Hold on. You are saying that a law does not bind what precedes it.
It doesn't.
Oh Lord!
One man.
Let us move on.
One man. If you do something, listen. Whatever you do.
Can I come to Mike's rescue? Mike, can I say something about Mike? You see, what Mike said, he has a point. There are certain things that the law that comes after certain actions.
In capital punishments, yes, but in most instances,
but in this context, like Malami would say, in this context of what we're talking about.
Anyway, let's just move on from there.
Hold on, let me just make this point.
I don't want to labor that space too much because it only serves to irritate, especially when it's telling us that what he's saying.
A law that been signed.
That's something that a senior advocate highlights.
Well, but I get his point. But like you said,
which is what? No,
that's the way lawyers talk.
This thing been signed into law since 2018. We're in 2023, and you are saying that it doesn't hold.
Hold on. Let's
you see, lawyers can argue these things. Both lawyers
you can't argue it. He has already completed the time. Hold on, rational man.
I get you.
Jonathan completed the time in 2014. And the law was
let the man talk now.
What are you
Don't let the
talking?
man talk.
All right,
I am talking. I'm making my own point.
Hold on. Let's hear from Rational Mind, and then I want to move on from that.
You see, like Mike said, there are certain things that law does not. When a law is enacted, things that were done previously might not come in play, might not be.
That is often
cannot be
sub judice. Hold on. Let me land this point. Don't use sub judice because you're not. Don't use terminologies that. No, what it's saying is it applies in instances, especially when it carries a capital punishment. That's often the case, you know. But
let me land my point now. I've not landed my point. I know.
Don't say.
I get you, what man. I'm on your side on this matter. I understand.
Don't be on my side. Just be on the side of the truth.
Yeah. Okay. What I mean on your side, I mean on the side of those people who were saying that the learned Falana knows what he was saying when he said that also equally applies to this man. Any vice president that has ever served and completed the term, like the case of Jonathan, it applies to him. He must know about this ante, whatever they call it in law, things that precedes cannot be revisited, all that kind of thing. So, but he knows before. I mean, so I expect him to be saying this based on the information he knows he has. He's been a learned person. So, Mike, like you're right, but in this case, in this context, as Malami will always say, I want to believe that what Falana is saying, it holds water, that it will also apply to Jonathan. But if there's any contrary view, well, let them take it to the Supreme Court then. Maybe and then the Supreme Court will interpret it then. That's all I can say.
All right, thank you.
To top it up, I even think that law was signed because...
Go on, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I think that law itself was signed because probably Buhari is thinking Goodluck might come back with PDP to contest again, and he might have a ground. I think that's why he signed that law, because that it's kind of funny he signed that law. What is he thinking of for him to bring up that?
You see, this present Senate that we have, they are the most confused Senate I've ever seen in Nigerian history. They've been enacting laws. Hold on. We have the elected. I think myself and Wama, we debated that on this platform some time ago. Malami is relying on, okay, we're asking some governors, some ministers and some people to resign. They won't want to resign. Why? They are relying on the Constitution, what the Constitution says. Why the electoral law says that they must resign from the office. So the question is why didn't they amend that part before they signed that electoral law or before they enacted that electoral law? Why would an electoral law enacted by the National Assembly conflict with what the Constitution says? So that's the point.
All right.
So you see, that's what I'm saying. They always make conflicting laws. I don't know if they even sit down to even read these things.
All right, thank you. I just want to bring some of the, because it looks as though a lot of people with legal training in the comment section are coming into that conversation. So here is an Abiodun Oladotun who says, thumbs up to Mike, the only smart person on the panel. Constitution is not retrospective. So he feels that no, I don't know if he has legal training or not. That might not be subject.
Do you, woman? Do you?
Huh?
Do
well,
you?
No, but I do. I do.
Okay. All right. Now. Well, are you a lawyer?
Really well, not fully, no. Because I'm not
so if you are not a lawyer, there's no point to be telling you one of each other about what we are.
Legal training than you.
No. How do you know that? How do you know that?
There's no half lawyer. Which one is not full?
Well, I've not.
See, that's the thing. There's no point if we are saying things just because what someone is saying, it doesn't mean not sound intelligent to you. It doesn't mean the person is.
Can you hold on, please? Just don't.
Mike, calm down. Yourself might be wrong.
Yeah, just hold on. This is Oga. It says the constitutional amendment is suspect and vulnerable to an attack on the grounds that it is a bill of attainder or ex post or something or the other. Jonathan can launch this attack against the amendment. It says, and then it goes on, it says, Mike, that is not true. Some laws have retrospective application. And then it goes on and on. So he's arguing both ends of it. It says,
yes, if it's clearly.
Can you just be
okay?
Quiet,
go ahead.
Please, man. And please, Mike, let the conversation flow somewhat. I know you have a lot of thoughts to share, but you must let it flow. So a lot of for and against in that argument says, Mike, you're wrong, Mike, you're right. and this, that, and the other. Mike is the only smart person on the platform. So so let's hear from Ajanle Koko, and then we move on swiftly from that space. Falana speaks, but Mike has now educated us on facts of law, and there it is.
Oh, what I know is that this law, they signed that they signed that into law in 2018. So it has taken effect since then. Since the moment it was signed into law, the bill was signed into law, it has taken effect. So the law is there already, very clear. So I don't know how Jonathan wants to do it if he contests and think he's going to be president. No, the law will catch up against him. They will take him out. Because the law has clearly stated that he has completed 2 terms. And you cannot serve beyond 2 terms in office. So how does he want to go about it? That is number 1. Then number 2, if this man should even serve at all, this time, let's say they voted him in, and yes, he's just only going to serve only 4 years. That means this man is only selfish for his own interest. He doesn't care about the interest of the entire South.
It would be curious to see how they bypass that law, though.
It's not going to be possible.
You know, because obviously they feel it can be bypassed.
Yeah.
And they would have convinced him that it can be bypassed.
Yes.
You know,
and what Femi Falana,
to...
and Femi Falana, like Dee rightly said, he's just warning him. Don't go and fool yourself. You jump into it, they give you ticket, you voted in as the president, you will be disgraced out by the court. And I believe that Femi Falana will lead that fight. And he never lost any, there's no legal battle that he ever lost. When Femi Falana take up any battle, any law battle, he wins it.
Are you sure? Does he win all these cases?
You can.
One man, sorry, I have a question. Somebody was saying.
I'm sorry, Mike. By the way, please chime in as much as you can because you know, ignore my frustration.
He just don't like me, man. That's what it is, man. He just don't like me.
Who doesn't like
That's what it is. Because sometimes I will say things just because you don't know it or you don't understand it or you don't. You just have to insult me. Mike is not. Mike is.
If I don't like you,
I mean, I don't know why you do that. You are too educated to be doing that.
Look at all the time.
If you are one illiterate guy now, we understand that. But you are an educated person.
Look at all the time you come here to insult the Igbos and I let you get away with it. I would have had you a long time ago if I didn't.
That's
like
exactly what I wanted to say. That if he's talking about the Southeast and Igbos now, he will become your best friend, one man.
There's not even when I talk about the Southeast Igbos, I'm talking fact. It's just that the truth hurts. I'm telling you the truth about whatever I talk about, whether it's Southeast, whether it's the law, whether it's anything, it's the truth. The truth always hurts. And some people, or maybe what I'm saying.
No. You see, this is the thing. You see, this is where you and I always fall out. It's your interpretation of matters. It's not the truth. Nobody.
That's my truth. But if you don't understand my truth, go and do a research and then come back and tell me that, hey, I did a research. I'm not saying you in particular. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No. If I'm speaking something, it doesn't sound right to you. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. All you need to do and do is because I've conversation with people many times where they will insult me later on. They'll come back and say, Mike, sorry, I went and find out what you were saying. Actually, I didn't see from that angle. I get it. But
you know, you have
but the thing in Nigerian culture, we are used to before we talk, we need to think how the person is going to feel about it. But I'm not that Nigerian that does that. I will talk. Okay, I don't care someone will feel about it as long as I know what I'm saying. That's what it matters.
Yeah, but you are not 100% sure, but you are trying to force us.
What do you mean? I'm not 100% sure. No. What did I say that I'm not sure about? I mean, if you can convince me that you can say I'm not sure. How do you know I'm not sure? That's the question. No. Don't say I'm not sure. If I'm not sure about something, I'll tell you that I'm saying here, this is what I think, but I'm not sure. But if I'm sure, that's what I'll tell you with confidence. Because I'm telling you something you don't know, and you doubt it, it doesn't mean you start fighting me over it, okay?
Nobody's fighting you. You're the one.
Or you start shutting me up, saying, "Man, you should shut up." I mean, come on, man.
Okay,
You guys are used to.
It's okay.
That's our culture in Nigeria.
Let's just move on.
We have to care about people's feelings. We have to protect people's feelings. Well, not me, man.
Are you going to relax?
You know you're not a lawyer. You know that. You accept that you're not a lawyer.
Did I tell you I was a lawyer? Didn't I accept it already that I'm not a lawyer?
Hold on. Don't talk like as if you want to fight somebody here. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying none of us here is a lawyer. Even not even one man who said he practiced. I mean, he did law, read law. Maybe he never practiced it, or maybe just did it on the side. So what I'm trying to say is this: we are getting the input of people who are renowned lawyers in Nigeria. I'm not saying you were wrong, like I said when I was trying to support it, because really I know there is certain things in law that when the law is enacted, if something done prior to before it would not apply. But the question is, will it apply in this case of this Jonathan's this new law amendment, constitutional amendment that they did?
Well, let's not go back to that.
It's open to interpretation. So maybe the Supreme Court will interpret that, like somebody said.
And that's what I'm saying.
Jonathan can take it up.
And that's what I'm telling you about. You guys saying because Falana said it, and I'm trying to tell you guys that that's what lawyers do. That's how they use law to fight people. Listen. Wait, now let me say this. This is what lawyers do. They throw laws at you to fight you. Now, if you don't know how to interpret it, they will defeat you. That's why I told woman that that's why two lawyers argue in the courtroom. Two lawyers will go in the courtroom.
You're telling me how to.
No, I'm not saying I was telling you how. I said that's why I was asking you. Why do two lawyers argue? And that's the reason why I said that.
You're not really understanding what is being said. What Falana is saying is that the Constitution, as it stands,
it was quoting the law.
It was quoting the Constitution.
It was quoting, which is a law. And
so what are you? What
lawyers do?
Me on?
No,
sorry.
I wasn't correcting you. I wasn't correcting you. I was making statements.
What Falana was saying is that the Constitution, as it stands, it precludes Goodluck Jonathan from contesting that election, which we read in the Constitution that it does. So if Goodluck Jonathan is able to then present via some clever lawyer why he should be included, then good luck to him. But the Constitution as it stands, as pointed out by Goodluck Jonathan, precludes him from the election. So what is your argument with that?
What is my argument with that? That amendment itself, Mike, don't you think it's for Goodluck himself?
It was for Goodluck Jonathan because it was to spite. It was almost immediately, as soon as they could.
Then I wanted to chip in something. When Mike said, "Oh, Falana is supporting one party going against," I think I saw recently that he has actually taken PDP and APC to court or something.
He doesn't like both of them. He doesn't like government, so he's always.
But you are saying he was supporting one party.
Opposition.
Yeah, he's opposition to. He's a AS. He's a Shore guy. He's a Shore guy, so he doesn't like both PDP and APC. So he has to use law. As a lawyer, he has to use law to fight them. He's using law to fight them. That's what lawyers do.
Do you know that? Falana has gone to Sierra Leone to go and fight the government on behalf of the people?
Yes.
Pro bono.
Woman, I think you're misunderstanding my point. You are thinking I'm accusing Falana of being a good lawyer or being a guy that doesn't know the law. That's not what I'm saying.
You're saying he's an opposition man.
What I'm telling you is, as a lawyer, you have to use law to fight people.
No,
you understand? And the way they use law,
but that
is an opposition to the PDP and APC. It's an opposition to them.
No, it's not an opposition to the PDP or APC. It's a stickler to the law.
Okay, Mike, are you saying? Do you understand?
That hold on.
Is he a supporter of
the distinction? Do you understand the distinction? It's not an opposition to the
not necessarily. Okay. That maybe the wrong word I use.
Is a stickler to the law.
For your information,
but he's not a supporter. That maybe the word I'm trying to use. He's not a supporter of PDP and APC.
No, it's a stickler to the law. So he doesn't care about APC, PDP.
Let's move on.
And it goes to fight it in other African countries as well. For the case of people observing their constitution.
I want to understand.
Mike, let me tell you something.
Just look at that. All this behavior of the Southwest.
Mike, let me tell you something. Falana is a constitutional lawyer. That one is number one. When somebody is a constitutional lawyer, you know
there are specialisms in law. You don't know that.
Yes, he's a constitutional lawyer. That is his field. That is his specialty.
And he has attained the highest, apart from being a judge.
Yes.
In practice, he has attained the highest level, being a constitutional lawyer.
Okay.
Yes.
But
and it is his considered, experienced, and learned view that he has expressed.
Not only in Nigeria, in the whole of Africa, they respect this guy. So let me tell you this: Nigeria runs a constitutional democracy.
It's not the whole of Africa.
When you have constitutional democracy, it means that nothing can be done outside the law. You cannot govern the country outside the way the constitution.
But the point we're making here, where that Mike is making, is this can still be challenged. Do you agree?
You cannot challenge. You can.
They don't understand law works. They don't understand law works. There's no point of you to
that was not the point, Mike. That was not what you were saying. You are not
challenge.
If you are trying to challenge,
that law don't affect Jonathan. That's what you were standing on.
You want to challenge the law? Yes, you can challenge it.
So
what is your point? So what are we arguing about?
Hold on. You want to challenge it? Yes, you can challenge it.
Okay, the case closed.
Already, hold on. Do you know that if that law is not in the interest of the generality or the interest of the people in that country, that is when you can win at the law court.
That's
but
this
particular law is in the interest of the state.
So the judge has to decide whether something works in interest before I make judgments.
Let's
move on, man. Let's move on.
Well, you created this space, so why you not?
I didn't create. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
But just to be clear, you are wrong, Mike, in what you're saying, that Falana is an opposition. No, he's not. And that Falana is wrong on the point of law. No, he is not.
I didn't say it's wrong on the point of law. I didn't say it's wrong. I never said it was wrong.
What did you say then? So what did you say?
The basic point I'm making is quoting law. And the law can be challenged, can be interpreted. He wasn't interpreting law, he was quoting law. That's what I said. That was the point I'm making. Lawyers quote. No, that's what I said. I said he quoted law. But there can be it's not interpreting it. That's when another lawyer will not come in and interpret it. Like, listen, you are quoting law here, but we know we are smarter. They will not throw interpretation to you. Like, listen, that law you are quoting,
Mike, you are not making sense. You are not making sense.
Sorry.
If I'm not making, do you go to school? I can't make sense to you now. If it's like a guy we don't know algebra. You only study algebra. If I talk calculus, I don't go make sense to you now. If I'm speaking calculus and you only know algebra, I won't make sense to you.
Let's move on, please. Let's move on.
Mazi Thomas, do you know that there's a difference? There's a difference between quoting the law and interpreting the law.
And that's what I'm making here.
Yeah, no, there's a difference. No, hold on. That's just pedestrian stuff. Of course, you quote the law.
But that's the main point. That's what Falana did. He quote the law. And I'm saying I'm trying to interpret it. And you're saying I'm dumb. I'm challenging lawyer. That's what lawyers do. Lawyers use law to fight. They first quote it.
Did you say you are trying to interpret it?
You cannot interpret it.
I'm not saying I'm the expert. I'm not saying I'm to the best of my own ability. That's what I was doing. But I'm not an expert. And I can never defeat Falana. What do you mean? I don't. No.
If you don't have expertise,
to the level,
then don't now.
Oh no, my
because
God!
You'll be misleading
This is
people.
why we need Igbo people on this part.
The court will interpret.
You have to quote the law in order to interpret it. So according to subsection,
yes, Falana quoted it. Another lawyer will have to
shout it through.
Hold on now, Mike.
Let him shout it through. Go on.
Mike,
okay.
Just calm down.
So you have to quote the law in order to interpret it. According to section XYZ, it says ABC. So that's what section XYZ says, ABC. So that's quoting the law. But what is the interpretation of that ABC is the thing, because it's always subjective and it's then subject to whoever is able to convince the judge, nested within that understanding of that quotation, that is the interpretation. So you have to quote the law to interpret it. So I don't see how the two
know, but what are we talking about?
So I don't know what we're talking
about.
Can
I summarize everything in one sentence?
The court will interpret the law, not
let me say this.
The problem, Jonathan, we have is the Constitution said a person cannot be swearing more than 2 times. Let me finish. Mike, please try to listen to me. Constitution said you cannot be swearing more than 2 times. Let me speak now. Please.
Go on.
Constitution said you cannot be swearing as a president more than 2 times.
We are already 10 steps ahead of what you are saying.
Why don't you just listen?
Mike, hold on.
You can't learn if you don't listen. The Constitution said you cannot be swearing more than 2 times. If Jonathan, that time that he did 2 years of the man that died, if they didn't swear in officially, if they just say you are the president, they will not count it for him as a tenure. But he was swearing. If he was swearing then,
I'm not even talking.
And he won another election, that is twice. If he got APC ticket now, and he was as the president, that means he will be swearing 3 times.
You know what you're doing now, Mike. Thomas, you know what you're doing now. You are interpreting.
Okay, let me ask you now.
No. Let
me just ask you.
That's not actually what he said, but you know.
No, that's what he said.
But based on what? But wait, answer my please. Based on what Thomas said. Wait, please now. Let me, Thomas. Based on
Thomas is right.
Give me a second.
Give me a second.
Says.
Okay, one law says.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, fine. Okay, now let me ask Thomas. Thomas, since that law was created, how many times has Jonathan sworn in?
Twice.
Since the law was created.
Twice, yeah.
No, it's telling you that it cannot be applied retrospectively is what it's trying to push you to. But I think we've already.
Do you get it now, Thomas?
Discussion. No.
And that's why I told you we already tested ahead of what you said.
No.
Mike.
I think that's what's already been debunked by several people in the comment section. But let's not revisit that.
Debunked?
Well, please, guys, can we move on?
I really say let's move.
Well, it's a good discussion, but then we can move on. No problem. If something is good, I will discuss that. Yeah. I mean,
nobody's a lawyer here to tell us anything.
Like you said, we're just looping around in circles.
Exactly.
Because I don't think anybody is on solid.
And we can't be arguing with the lawyer. The son that said what he said, we will just believe.
I don't think anybody is on solid footing. But really, if Falana opposed the Constitution until it's defeated, he say laws cannot be applied retrospectively. This is what we've now learned. Laws cannot be applied.
Do you know about? Let's just move on.
Mike, one man went to move.
What if they challenge that law on the basis of the first time he was sworn in was as an acting president and he was not elected?
No, he wasn't sworn in. He was sworn
all those ones went into play. You guys didn't listen to what
he was sworn in as a substantive president, not as an acting president.
What do you mean by acting? Who acted?
But he was not elected into that.
No, but
you
he
don't have
was
to
sworn
be
in as a
elected now.
substantive
You didn't
president.
hear what Falana said. Let's move
He was
on.
elected as a
I don't know the law, but I don't know the law obviously as much as Falana, but I think there should be a way to go around that.
So that is why it has to be taken to court, to Supreme Court to be interpreted.
What is
all this thing we're doing here, we're all just speculating. By the time they challenge,
Falana said, he said,
if you take anything lawyer tells you to the bank, you become bankrupt. I'm telling you.
Okay, but let's move on.
If you say a lawyer,
myself, was he not a lawyer? And look at how he endorsed Buhari for us.
Lawyers are the best propagandists on the planet. Do you know how you go hire a bunch of lawyers to brainwash Igbos? How do you think his CBDN is brainwashed? It's give all those iPod, they hire lawyers to help them with their propaganda. Now, lawyers are the best propaganda. If you want to do propaganda, don't hire lawyers. Those people will be professionals.
Was that how they brainwashed in CBD? I thought it was
that's how they brainwashed Those are lawyers. Lawyers are the people that are the best propagandists. They're very good at it.
Mike,
they are very trained.
Opens your eyes. It does not brainwash you. It's the truth. And why are people?
I have friends that are lawyers. Those guys
listening to
breaking things out to you. I've hung out with lawyers. These people start teaching you how to properly use lawyers. If you're gonna study law, there are special classes where they take them teaching propaganda. Lawyers. They are the people that are helping on IPOP. Hey.
All right now.
DOG, don't say because Falana say something.
Anyway,
okay, sorry, go ahead.
but I was just going to say, Mike, don't let me stifle your voice. You know I always rail against what you say, but I'll never stop you from saying anything, as you know. So if I push you, just push me back. That's just the thing. So thank you, Mike. So Ajale Koko, let me move you swiftly on to the next topic. This is it's still within the legal space and interpretations of law. So we started off with this, and then I'll give you the 3 talking spaces, which are all aligned together, and then you can give us your interpretation of it. So Malami joins KEBBI governorship race despite fraudulent purchase of multi-billion naira properties in Nigeria as Nigeria's Attorney General. So the what's kept secret in politics, of course. ABUBAKAR Malami is seeking at the KEBBI State House to purchase immunity for his atrocities under the Malam Buhari administration. But the new electoral law, which they signed, of course, precludes him from getting that ticket unless he resigns 30 days, I think, before the election itself. Yes, 30 days before the election. So I did not, that's a clause, section 8412. So that section in contention, of course, with Buhari recommending that the Senate remove it, but at reading, the Senate refusing to remove it, but then Malami procuring a shady judgment, and he expunged it unilaterally, despite protestations by both opposition parties and, more crucially, the Assembly. I didn't ask Senate to remove contentious section 8412 from Electoral Act. This is Buhari's disposition to the court, but ABUBAKAR Malami counters back very swiftly, and he says section 8412 remains expunged from Electoral Act. Malami insists. So he's running for the State House in KEBBI State, looking to hide his immunity there. He expunges a clause that would prevent him from using the weight of his office as Attorney General to bullhorn his way into the office of the State House in KEBBI State unilaterally against an assented constitutional amendment and something that has been assigned to law, and the amendment rejected by the Senate. So what are you making of all that, Ajale Koko?
One man is ABUBAKAR Malami. It's unfortunate that we have someone like that as the Attorney General of the Federation, a person that does not follow the rule of law. He doesn't respect the law. All by his action is showing his own, is pursuing his own political interests above the law of the land. And that is so unfortunate. He's not complying to the law. The law says that an appointee has to resign. He is an appointee. He's supposed to leave that position and go and pursue his political ambition. But because he's a fraudulent person, he's a man that have never uses that office in compliance to the law and in the best interest of the nation. That is why we are seeing him doing what he's doing now. He's declaring for governorship of the state, and he still want to hold his ministerial appointment at the same time. Is the president should act immediately. He should act by informing all his ministers that want to pursue any political ambition it should give them an ultimatum for them to leave, to resign and leave, and not remain, because he signed the bill into law. The bill that says that these people have to leave. If they have to pursue their political ambition, they have to leave their ministerial. The president signed it into law. So if the president allow him to remain in office and at the same time pursuing, the president could be held as complicit as well, because he signed that bill into law. And he should be able, him and his team should respect the law. This is abnormal. It is a complete shameful to us as a country that the people at the top of the top in government cannot respect the law, particularly the Attorney General. This is very shameful.
What is actually curious, Ajan Lekoko, is that when they were having their conventions to appoint the administrative staff for the APC party, their chairman, etc., they observed that clause, because all the delegates, you remember when they sent ABUBAKAR, MALAMI, Loreto Noche, etc., they sent them as observers only. They did not, they were neither up for election, which of course they won't be, but crucially, they did not participate in the voting. But then, of course, a lot of it was consensus anyway. But they were strictly there as observers in compliance with that clause 84.12. But now that it applies to him directly, he's now looking to circumvent it. And Ngige is also following suit, saying that he's not going to resign, but he will run as our president, for president.
I think the chairman of their party have given them ultimatum, has given them maybe like 48 hours to resign. We want to see if they are going to comply with...
When did he do that? I didn't come across that.
Yeah, I think it's a day before yesterday. I think a day before yesterday, he gave them like maybe 72 hours or so. It should expire by tomorrow or so for them to leave if they want to contest, for the position of president or any appointee whatsoever. No, it wasn't specific about the position, but was saying that any appointee that want to pursue political ambition or political position should leave within 24 hours. It was, 72 hours or so. They issued that directive. I think I saw it. I read it somewhere. So let's see if they're going to respect that.
But Koko, why can't the president even sack them? Yeah, the president should sack them.
What do you mean?
No. I mean, if they are vying for office and the constitution of the party said that it doesn't deem it fit to the president.
It's not the constitution of the party. It's the constitution of the country. It doesn't really matter even if the president sacks them. Is what the constitution says that should obtain. So it's not at the benevolence of some Mala from Daura.
I don't know what Malami is trying to do.
He's telling us, Malami is telling us that he's the president. Because if you can go single-handedly and change a constitution which the president has signed, what are you saying? That means you have country, you can even tell the president what to do.
Anyway,
exactly. Thank you. And that is why you see now when Mike is saying that I was brainwashed, are you going to accuse a D that is a Yoruba man of being brainwashed? Is this not?
Of course, now. It's not only Igbos that have been brainwashed, man. Even Yorubas.
Are we going down ethnic lines again? We don't
it's
want
not
to
about
be
ethnicity
on this platform now. We don't want to be ethnic.
There are probably more Yorubas brainwashed than Igbos. Trust me, I know. So you see, it's not a personal attack. I'm just telling you the truth,
No, it's not true. Stop saying truth every time. Which one is true?
Yes, everything they say is the truth. Let's hear from Obodo. I think who wants to say something. Did you want to go to see your Obodo?
Yeah, good evening.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes.
Kedu Kodi.
Odema.
Yeah, Mr. One man, I just want to follow you to, talk with Mike. I want to correct something about what
I don't die you.
What Falana said, Mike, Falana said that Goodluck completed part of Yaradua's term, which is one year and a half. Then in one election, 4 years, he completed 4 years. Then if you put the 4 plus 1.5, that should be 5.5. Now, if Goodluck to go for the second time, whatever you say, or third time, it will be more than 9 years plus. Where the law said 8 years. 8 years. So if Goodluck comes out now, he'll be disqualified because if he cannot go more than that 8 years. Already 5 plus 4, it should be 9 plus. Then he cannot go. That's what he said. That's what he said, Mike.
Yeah, I think we already went over this, man. Like, it's not going to go in cycle again. And I also can tell you that remember that Buhari served in the 80s, right? And Obasanjo also served in the 70s. So, and they did 2 times. So I can also throw that at you. So why were they allowed to do 2 full times when they already served in the past? So. And I can also tell you that.
But he signed the thing when he was running the second time.
Military head of state.
Military head of state. So that's
head of state is head of state. It's the same office.
Oh, okay. It's,
Mike, how are you?
You don't need to go on that. You don't need to.
Mike, I think you want to rewrite the constitution.
I'm not rewriting anything, man.
Mike, most time I watch you when you talk. I like the way you talk. You don't have fear. You talk straightforward. But man, you got to have 50 for the Igbos, Mike. I know we are brothers.
No. You need to look in the comment section and start telling Igbos. Tell them to stop insulting me in the comment section, and then maybe I will stop. Every time I come on the show,
the only person they don't insult is Ajan Lekoko. Everybody gets insulted in the comment section.
As soon as I come on, there's always one Igbo guy in this comment section always insulting me. So
everybody insult. Even Mike,
they created a monster.
Responding to you is not
you've insulted me before in the comment section.
You know what my know was funny when I first came on your show. When I first came on your show, I came peacefully. I didn't have a problem with anybody. And then all of a sudden, because that topic when we talk about what happened in Civil War and things like that, and since that day, every time I come on the show, it's always like Igbo person insulting me in the comment section.
Maybe if you want
that's why I always, when I read their comments, why I talk like this, not because I hate Igbo,
Mike.
They don't understand that they are the one creating enemies. They are the one creating enemy with people because when they start insulting people.
I come in here because of you now.
When I was came on one man show,
another place.
All I did was I didn't even come with any issue. Go ahead.
I know you won't do it, Mike. So can I, on behalf of Mike, apologize to the Igbo people? Let us be
No, they don't apologize. No, they don't apologize. Many times.
No, I just want us to be friends. I don't want.
No, let's apologize. Mike, you need to show people some love. Truly.
No, they start showing me love. No. If you start showing me love, I will show you love. That's why I
think you are joking.
What kind of love
No, if people are nice to me, I'm nice to them. But I'm not somebody people will just be insulting and I'll keep quiet. That's not my nature,
That time you just bump in and you just start saying you have insulted Ojukwu here. You say he says he's a criminal. Didn't you?
Mikey.
Listen,
Ojukwu is a criminal. It's not an insult.
It's not an insult. Now, when somebody commit crime, he said the person commit crime. It's not an insult, man. He might commit a crime.
You see now. One man, you see now.
I wouldn't have gone there. I wouldn't have gone there because there are many Yoruba criminals too.
You are a hater.
If the people start insulting me, I will come.
But you know what? To be frank, I think sometimes Mike is just even joking. But sometimes I think Igbo people just take these things personal. Like, I remember the other day too when I said the Yorubas are more strategic when we were talking about Igbo and Kano. I remember how many insults I get when I'm thinking I'm not insulting
So you
anybody.
think you want the insults to be one way? If you give insult, you don't be. Why are you shocked when people respond to your insults?
It's just a
there's
critique.
a
But how
sense
can
I
you how
get
can you
that
say Yoruba
Mike is
about
just
strategy?
One man, remember when
You think you can say anything you want to the Igbos and they shouldn't respond?
It's
Basically, you
okay
don't
now.
want us to
Hold
say
on.
anything at this point. We try to restrict our
You know,
words. We
No,
cannot even
it's okay.
criticize.
Say what you want to say. Don't complain when
No,
they
don't allow
respond
us
to
to say
you
what
in
we want to
kind.
say peacefully.
That's what I'm saying. Like for me, I don't even see it as insult. I see most of these things.
you know the
Move
problem.
me.
You know
I
the
see
problem.
most of it as wait now. You can never. I don't see most of these things as. I'm sure maybe some Igbo people it might be affecting them maybe, but for me, I just see it as mostly this hate thing or what's it called? This, should I say haters or what? As X0 said, I don't see it as something of something that it's just jealousy, envy,
and you
hating,
say
and
this
all
is
that.
it because you are so handsome and intelligent. This is it.
Jealousy,
About
hating,
tell them.
in CBD, let me ask you a question. Do you not get the sense? Because I get the sense that that Mike is somewhat trolling you. It does it to get a reaction, and because you give him that reaction, it does it even more.
I give him the reaction, but I don't take it personal. That's why sometimes when he says some other things, I support him because I don't see it as I don't take it that personal. But in that moment, obviously, we'll have that exchange because that's what you want. So I'll give you what you want.
No. I don't show one man. There's never a time. No. There's never a time I just come in the show and out of the blue I'm talking about Igbo people, anybody. I usually respond to something said, whether to debunk propaganda or debunk.
I caught
that's all I
Mike
do.
in another platform doing the same thing.
There's no doing what. Listen. Here's the deal. You see, here's the problem here. Here's the problem here. See. There are a lot of great Igbo people that don't deserve to be hearing like insult being thrown towards their direction. But here's my problem: when some of your people that make the rest of you look bad, when they are misbehaving, you guys don't correct them. Wait. Listen. For example, in this show right here, right? When I talk in a manner where it's kind of sound negative about Igbos, you have Yoruba people like Ajanle Kuku, Rational Mind. They will say, Mike, you need to take it easy, you need to stop it, something like that. But I've seen instances where Igbo people come on this platform, someone like Morris, that came here and called one man, Yoruba bastard, he called me a son of 1,000 father. They will come and you will see Igbo people, someone like Bia was there on the show, someone like you will be there.
Yes,
you won't correct. Listen.
I wanted to mention Bia. She will shout and shout.
Listen,
and shout.
let me land. You guys will not say, come. Morris, don't do that. You're making us Igbos look bad. You guys will keep quiet. You don't have problem with your brothers doing those kind of behavior, right? But now, when others are looking like, okay, if you can't correct your brother, then fuck you. Yeah, that means you agree with him. You are
mind the language.
I'm sorry, one man. I'm sorry. So that's the reason why.
This is the behavior we are seeing from the
Who gives a shit how you feel?
You're shouting since morning here.
Can I even ask a question?
In America, you can try, but if you succeed,
is Mike in America? Are you sure you're in America? How many years have you been there? Why are you so rough? You are so raw.
What's wrong being raw?
Like
you can take the man from Ajekunle, but
the man is Agbero of America.
So do you have a problem with Americano being Agbero? Is an Americano not worse than Agbero? But you guys worship me. You're supreme leader. It's your supreme leader.
One man.
You're supreme leader. You're okay with kind of being Agbero and being a vagabond and everything. But when somebody else is just a little bit rough. Oh, why are you rough? Why can't you be a gentleman? You want everybody to be a gentleman, but you guys can be rugged, right? Now only you God give ruggedness.
Mike, with your permission, can we move on? Only with your permission, or if you say yes, then we will. Can we move on? Thank you. So let's get back to Ajanle Koko, who had the
Mike,
floor.
the Taruku Mafia of the platform.
You look at that. One man army. Let's get back to Ajanle Koko. So, yes, and even Alexander Gomez has instructed that we move on. So he says, folks, can we move on? So let's move on. And let's get back then to Abubakar Malami. amending the Nigerian constitution to suit his own pecuniary interest.
You see, Abubakar Malami is doing a disservice, the worst of the worst, the service to that country. When you have an attorney general who is the manager of the law, a person in charge of the law of the country, behaving this way, is signaling to others. It tells others that they can violate the law as well. They can violate the law, with impunity. That's why you see Ngige never resign. It continued to champion his presidential ambition. That's why you see, what do you call this guy? This guy from Rivers.
Wike.
No. Rotimi.
Oh yeah.
And that's why you see the educational minister too. Look at educational minister that cannot pay ASUS. ASUS on strike.
That guy should be arrested in any normal place.
ASUS on strike. And this guy is buying 100 million naira form to pursue his selfish presidential ambition.
Mission impossible.
Ngige that signed, he brought the ASUS and the government together to sign an agreement. The government signed to pay the ASUS, and the government failed to honor their own agreement. To honor the agreement, the government failed. And therefore, that is why we have ASUS on strike. Ngige is buying phone. So when you see the person in charge of the law behaving this way, saying nothing can happen, so how do you expect others? Yes, sir.
Sorry, let me ask you. All these things, I'm not a fan of these people you're mentioning. Gige, what is the name of
the an Igbo defender?
This guy from the Double South region. Listen, what I'm trying to say.
You like being Igbo supremacy too much.
What I'm trying to say is this. I want to ask Ajanle Koko a question. I want to ask Ajanle Koko a question so that he can answer as he goes further.
Please let
him learn.
All of us want to answer this question.
My friend, carry all these Double South people, stop interrupting. But you see, what I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is this, Ajanle Koko. All these people is fine, but are we attacking or are we not comfortable with the morality of what they are doing or the legality? Because you can look at it from on a moral perspective. You can say, okay, these people, you see what is going on under your care, and yet you are bringing out 100 million to go and buy presidential form. Yeah, that one I will agree. But I don't think is an illegal thing for them to do, because they are not using the state money now, according to the way it is right now, to buy the form. That's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to separate sentiments from
No, they are using their personal hand money. That's what they are using.
Where did they get the money from?
So they are using government money.
Where did they get the money from?
You can't be serious.
No, they are using
so we should accuse Osibanjo and all these.
Can I even say something to that?
Why are people selective in your judgment?
It's not being selective.
So it's not about
you abandon this.
Does 100 million naira mean anything anymore?
And you are going to buy form of the 100 million. You want to come and be president of which country? Nigeria.
Guys, can you let Ajanle Koko move on, please?
I don't know why you always quarrel.
Just wanted to defend the man over nonsense kind of claim.
No, he defends every Igbo man, not just that man. That is the job of the
asking a
CBD.
question.
We
He
know
might not
CBD.
know. He's asking a question. Just let it flow, please.
Okay, thank you.
So you don't the moderator now.
It's working for one man now. He's doing a good job. So let me answer in CBD. You see, yes, on the moral ground, they are wrong, and constitutionally, they are violating the law as well. Because they know what the law says, that they have to leave office, but they don't want to leave office. They want to remain in office, and using the resources of that office, the power of that office, the authority of that office, to champion their political cause, which is totally in violation of the law, the new electoral law. So, but I did not mention Oshibajo because the law did not say Oshibajo cannot contest for higher office while in office, while in his office as the vice president. The law did not say that. I did not mention Tinubu because Tinubu is an outsider. But these are the three men as an appointee at the federal level that are in the race. ABUBAKAR Malami, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Labor, and the Minister of Transport. These are the four men I know for today. And that's why I mentioned them. And they are all violating the law. But ABUBAKAR Malami, that's supposed to have implement the law in accordance to the uses. They're supposed to use its office to implement the law and champion that cause of following the law. He is the one that's in the front violating the law. So how can you blame Ngigwe? That he is the one that Ngigwe are seeing, they are following him and the rest of them, because the person that's supposed to lead in the implementation of the law is the greatest violator of the law. Because why? Because he is a dubious man, he's a fraudulent man, and he went behind to take judgment in order to delete that section of the Constitution.
I want to ask you one question.
Yes, sir.
You know, I have heard what he is saying or what he said, but I want to ask you, all these people you mentioned, are they under who? I don't know, under Buhari or whatever you call Buhari. You want to tell me that Buhari is not seeing or is not hearing, he doesn't know what is going on. Because most time we always focus at accusing, you know, all those ministers that were appointed by Buhari or under Buhari. Does it mean Buhari doesn't know all these things, my brother?
Yes, if you have been following me, you know that is what I said earlier, that the president should have issued out a statement, should have given them ultimatum, those that want to contest, to leave. But he kept quiet. Remember, he was the one that even asked, after signing into law, he made a statement to register his dissatisfaction to that aspect of the law that says that the appointee should resign. He made a statement and he urged the legislator, when he signed into law, he urged them to expunge that aspect of the law, which is impossible. What you have already signed into law cannot be expunged, cannot be deleted. But ABUBAKAR Malami went very fast and went to maybe Umuahia or where? Umuahia to get a judgment behind those that are concerned in this legal battle, the legislators, it went to take judgment behind them that law should be deleted. And it came out very fast to tell us that yes, he is going to roll out gazette to state that law will be deleted. So, but now the Senate, the Assembly have appealed, they have the case at the appeal court, but
you know the real danger, Ajanle Koko. Of course, the INEC, they have to operate within the law that subsists as of the time that an election is about to take place. So there's been amendments in the electoral law since INEC last ran an election. So they now have to be presented via the Ministry of Justice, of the Ministry of Law. Let's put them like that just for the purposes of. So they have to be presented by the new set of rules with which they have to supervise the election. So what ABUBAKAR Malami has done is that when he's presenting the new set of rules to INEC, he will present it because they will gazette. It says what the law will be gazetted to the exclusion of that clause. So what he presents to INEC is what they have to work with, and what he is presenting to INEC excludes that offending 8412 that precludes him or makes it difficult for him to contend an election. Even though the National Assembly has rejected the exclusion of it, even though the opposition party have gotten an ex parte motion to say a stay of execution, but he insists that he will follow through. This is what this guy is doing.
You see, one man, ABUBAKAR Malami, is the one that is giving, what do you call these people? Those, I can hold ABUBAKAR Malami and the president responsible. It was and ABUBAKAR Malami is the one giving them that confidence that nothing is going to happen. Let us continue. So it is shameful, and if the law is not followed, I think they are just putting their party in danger, because the law will be contested after election, and it might come to hurt them. The opposition party will go to court, and then they will go and fight for what the law says. So all what they are doing is not going to favor them. It's going to work against them. It's not going to be in the interest of their party, except the chairman of the party stand up right now and follow the law. They did it when they conducted their recent concluded convention. They abide by the law. They did not allow any of the appointees to be be among the delegates that voted for all those national officers of the party. They comply with it. I don't know why they don't want to comply with it when they come to the position of president now. So they be putting the interest of the party in jeopardy. But the president failed to act. Attorney General failed to act. The only person that can act in compliance to the law is the chairman of the party. The chairman of the party have to act quickly and let them know that, no, if you are not following the law, if you are an appointee, you have to resign. If you don't resign, your form will not be processed. You will not be regarded as an aspirant, because we don't want you to put the interest of the party in jeopardy. And already, the chairman of the party have issued out a statement a day before yesterday that those that are interested in elective office, all the appointees still in office need to resign within 72 hours. He issued out that statement already. So, and I hope they will comply. If they don't comply, then it is left for the chairman of the party to take action in the interest of the party. That's my.
I would like to see Abubakar Malami take on Abdullahi Adamu and see who. Let's see who out Fulani each other. You know, who has Buhari's ears more is the question. But thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So let's, for reasons of time, go from Ajan Lekoko and let's go on to Mike. Mike, are you ready? Mike? Okay. I think Mike has been beaten down by NCBD. He's run away. So Mike, are you there? This is it. All right. We don't have Mike. Oh, okay. So let's go then to NCBD then. And let's start you off in CBD, where we started Ajan Lekoko off. So this is not really known as a culture within the Eastern space. But even if it's a culture, it's not the expectation of this particular chap. So it comes as a surprise. Polygamy is a huge problem that ends up destroying an entire generation with hate, competition, and jealousy. A Cubana chief priest reacts to Yul Edochie taking a second wife. So Yul Edochie takes a second wife. Does this come as a surprise to you? Is this culture in the East? How is this being received within the Eastern space in CBD?
Yes. From my own understanding, I think the culture is not that big in the East, to be honest, compared to other parts of the country. But
Omar, can you hear me now?
Yes, we couldn't. I was coming to you, but yeah, go on. Okay, round off and then sorry, carry on. Yeah, in CBD, you have the floor.
Oh, okay. Because I want to know if you are going back to Mike.
No. Carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the culture is not that big in the East, from my own perspective. But yeah, whatever the chief priest is saying, you see, from my own perspective, I don't think that all this Western ideology and whatever that we have embraced and we are carrying it on our head, all these things that we are doing, how is it? What is the result? We should be asking ourselves.
It's not Western ideology to take many wives.
No, I'm saying like,
right, okay.
everything must be one wife and all that. What is the result? The result is many of our young women are becoming more sad and frustrated on a daily basis because there are not enough men to go around, to be honest. And before you know what is happening, most of these ladies, they end up going through a lot of physical and mental degradation because of all this aspiring to, what I'm trying to say in essence is this: if somebody has the capacity to marry two wives and provide for them equally, provide for his family, if he has the capacity.
Are you lining up an excuse to do something? Am I reading something? Look at this man.
I'm just trying to. I'm just looking at where are we right now in the society. It's good for us to come here and talk about. No, it's not good. But what is the result? What is happening on ground? Look at most of these young ladies. They are just, many of them have even given up on getting a husband before
how about a woman taking two wives? Would you accept that as a contrary view?
A woman taking
two husbands, rather.
Two husbands. Oh, you mean the what is it called? Polyamorous, or what is that thing called?
Well, whatever poly it is, but a woman taking two husbands. Because if you are saying a man can marry as many as he can, why should a woman not take?
They are doing that in South Africa now.
Yeah, they are doing that. So South Africa, those guys they are jumping. They like copying a lot of things they see from the West, America, and all that. But you see what?
As an aside, in CBD, do you consider South Africa an African country?
Obviously, it's an African country.
You think so?
I consider it as an African country. Yes, there's a lot of Western ideology that has prevailed in that country, but It's the same thing as some places in East Africa and some parts of Southern Africa.
Should I tell you what I think? I don't consider South Africa an African country. I consider South Africa an European country nested in Africa. It's not an African country now.
Yeah, but we still have the African tribes there who are the majority.
But on what basis do you define a country, woman?
Huh?
On what basis do you define
the subsisting culture, the way of life, the way the country is templated, what obtains as norm in the country?
Oh, not the geographical location.
The geographical location is just incidental, isn't it?
Let me finish my point though before Mike will carry us from for another 1 hour.
But that's just my own view, of course. Yeah, but carry on here.
You see, me, like it even make sense.
So yeah, that's just what I think about that. I feel like all these lies that we are telling our young ladies that they should look out for one man that will, is good. Any man, if you can. What I don't support is a man getting married to another wife and is bringing that woman into abject poverty and her children, and is not able to provide basic. I'm not talking of providing luxury. I'm talking about providing basic needs in the family. If a man can do that for his family, why shouldn't he? Even in the Bible, for those of us that are Christians, the Bible says, if you want to, let me just paraphrase it, it says something like, if you want to marry if you want to be a man that has more than one wife, you should, as long as you're not a bishop. I think it's the bishops and something like that are not, according to Paul in the Bible, they are the ones that should be men of one wife. So there's no part of the Bible that said that an ordinary person cannot get more than one wife. You can do that as long as you can provide. Are we going to say that all those people in the Old Testament, everybody will go to hellfire? No. So what I'm trying to say is that we should allow these men, and we should also try to encourage women to be able to live peacefully and to accept another woman if their husband decides to bring them into the family, as long as the man is providing for them.
In CBD is the way it happened, and apparently that lady in question is actually tagged as a home wrecker. She already has 2 kids. If it was a single girl,
Western ideology that has brainwashed many of our people, and they think that anybody that as long as the man, okay, what makes her a home wrecker? Well,
apparently that's what she does. She dates married men, and she's never stayed with one, because if you have stayed with one, she won't be with
excuse me.
Guy right now. And she has 2 kids already. What you are saying?
Is it 2 kids with the same man or 2 kids with different men, making this a 3rd child with it?
So this would be the 3rd child
with 3 different men, or
I suppose, yeah. So what you are saying comes in play if it's a single girl. If it's a single girl, okay, we understand where you are coming from. Then apparently,
are they married?
They are not married yet.
No, I think they are. It says it takes a second wife. So
he's taking a second wife. Yeah, he has paid the bride price or something.
So that's a very honorable thing to do. I don't know why anybody is on the man's case.
Is that the consent of his father?
In fact,
I don't know whether I was thinking the same thing. If Peter Edochie has 2 wives too, I don't know.
It doesn't matter. His father can decide to have one. That is his father's choice. It doesn't make what the son. It doesn't mean that what the son is doing is wrong. If he has paid the bride price, that is
CBD. Don't let us leave morality out of it. I understand where you are coming from. What he did was wrong.
So are you saying that
he was
all
actually having an affair with an actress? They worked together.
So are you saying all our grandfathers and grandfathers, even some of us,
your position?
Just a minute. Just a minute. Are you saying that even some of us, our fathers are still alive? Some of us that our fathers are still alive that did the same thing, or that are still in that situation? Are you saying they are all immoral? So why are we?
If you ask most of them, 90% of them will say they made a mistake getting themselves involved in 2 women or 3 women or 4 women, because they don't. That's their understanding.
in this present society now, it has been demonized by many.
Would you do it personally in CBD?
One man, what I think usually happens is that I don't believe most men, maybe some men, I don't believe most men just set out to do that from the beginning of marrying. But you see, when you get married to your wife, and depending on how that marriage and whatever is going on, then some other dynamics can come in play there. Then you can decide that, okay, maybe there are some things that you feel like the wife is becoming too much for her to do or whatever. Then you can decide to go out. But me personally, as I am right now, I'm not opposed to it.
Do you know what Reno Mokri said? Do you know what Reno Mokri said in CBD? And see if you agree with it.
Has been declining in my own eyes because of all this is political and whatever is doing.
But hear what he said and see if you agree with it. He said on this particular Edoche matter, he's saying that that one woman cannot satiate the libido of a man. The libido of a man. Do you agree with that?
I think in most cases, if a man is very, because all men also are not having the same libido, because my libido can be very different of someone like Mike. You see the way Mike is screaming here, his libido look like he's through the roof.
No, I think he's overcompensating.
But woman, if we are judging with that, do you know women too at some certain age has higher of libido too? Would they now leave the house and go and get pregnant from another man? Would they look moral to us?
No, but that's what's obtaining at the moment, because I think we did this some time ago, where it's the received wisdom is that a good 4 to 6 out of 10 Nigerian child is not fathered by the man. Even what's it called, Femi Ransom Kuti, he did DNA on his children and he found that 3 out of 5 were not his. Wow. A lot of people, they do DNA on their children and they find out just countless. We've done this here severally.
Yeah.
Because people don't, they feel like women, they don't understand that women are, in fact, in most cases,
for a man to cheat, they have to be with a woman now. So,
Yes. Let me just tell you, my brother, why people are not agreeing on that immoral life.
Immoral.
It's immoral.
I don't use the word immoral now. Just say on that. Even in the Western world, they don't call it immoral. You just say
they do.
Lifestyle.
They do it.
I wonder why that is not part of our culture. We are the ones calling it
immoral. What I'm saying.
What makes it immoral, though? That's the thing.
It's not a question that the man will take care of them, can marry them, then take care of it. It's not. The problem is after conflict. Because when the man dies, like in Igbo, where you come from, you and I come from, you see a lot of families in war of one property or the other. Maybe the man died even 20 years ago and they're still fighting. We are saying after. That's it.
Okay.
But that has to do with, let me explain that has to do with the culture of people relying on the man to transfer inheritance to people, where people are hoping on relying on someone's father's inheritance. But today's time, most people don't rely on their father's inheritance these days. People go to create their own wealth these days. So
one more thing. If legal papers are signed and you have lawyers, there will be no problem with all these arguments. You can argue all you want.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let me tell you, they still have problems here. Even I live in Italy. They still have problems here too. So not only
people don't know one thing. Even if there are legal documents, people still create troubles. And I think what you are trying to say is it chooks?
Okay,
Obina, sorry. Obina, what you are trying to say is the trouble that it entails, not about whether there is a law document, the trouble people will go through, the kids and everything. And the upbringing is never the same. And the thing is, it will never be the same again. Even in your former home, it will never be the same again. And that's why I'm saying, if that girl was a single girl, and I think why these things happen in Nigeria is is hunger. And most ladies in that country are not self-sufficient on their own. And that is why women are even being rubbish in that country.
Most ladies are not self-sufficient everywhere in the world.
And
Let me
It's not
ask you.
everywhere in the
Let me
world.
ask you. Let me ask
It's
again,
not
you.
everywhere in the world.
Everywhere in
Women
the
just
world.
need to be more
All the
empowered in
countries I've been
Nigeria.
to,
They
all the
took the
countries I've
bill to
been
the
to,
House
most
of
women
Assembly
are
the
not
other day
self-sufficient.
for women, for
Build
more women and all
all
that.
the
They
countries
cancelled
I've
it.
been
And it's
to.
because of our stupid culture. Women, if
Okay,
women
keep
play
on thinking
more
that is your
parts, they
culture.
give them.
All
You
Yeah.
over
know,
the world, that's how
not
women
only,
are.
I don't think you can say that solely, because not only are women self-sufficient in a lot of the Western countries, I would say even maybe most. In a lot of instances, a lot of women actually even the breadwinners in their
Yeah,
homes.
that's what
Yeah,
I'm telling
No,
you.
That's
no,
What
true.
I'm,
why?
Abi,
yes,
Why? He tried to
Abi,
say
it's just
that
because
they are
our
not
women are
but
not
to the
empowered.
contrary, in Nigeria, to the contrary,
Our
in
women are not
Nigeria,
no,
yeah.
Walmart.
empowered
It
and
happens
they
everywhere.
suffer a
It
lot.
happens
And that's why
everywhere.
you see,
In all
because
the countries,
I've
all
seen
first world
people,
countries, it
solely, let me
happens
tell you
everywhere.
something. I've seen people, even normal girls that are not married, if you go to them, they won't look at you whether you drive a Benz or the latest Audi or a Range Sport. If they don't want you, they don't want you because they know that car they can get themselves. But in Nigeria, because the girl want to ask you for what's they call it, 2,000, they have a way they call that 2,000. Can I get 2,000? Can I? Everybody is looking for means to survive. That's why you even see some married women self cheat because they are suffering. They want money. They will go and cheat with a man that will give them money. That is the
you guys realize
problem of
that
that
the
Sorry,
society.
let
number
me
one.
just quickly
You need
address something
urgent
that
ticket, urgent
sorry
ticket.
guys. Sorry guys, let me
Urgent
just
2K,
quick
yeah.
let me just quickly address something that has been going on in the comment section. This Waris Jinadu, who has been laboring somewhat of a misnomer that there are more women in the there are more men in the world than there are women. So that's not the case, Waris. There are actually more men than there are women. Because I've got the data. There's 101.68 men per 100 women globally. So that's the official latest data. 101.68 men per 100 women. So marginally, there are actually more men than there are women. But yeah, carry on.
yeah, but we also need to understand that even as there are more men, it depends on the region, and it depends also on the
Depends on the neighborhood.
eligibility of those women. Because this Western, that brings my point to this ideology that we are. The Muslims, most of them don't have this problem we are having. I'm talking about dedicated, devoted Muslims. They don't have these problems we're having. All these
Let me
things we
tell
are
you
talking
something.
about women,
In CBD,
all
in CBD,
wait
You see,
now.
they
that
has a point.
Hold
Muslim
on,
narrative.
hold on, guys. Let's Insipid run through.
Okay,
Insipid,
so
carry on. Yeah.
yeah, all these points that were all these things we are telling most of these our ladies. What is the result? What is the result? The result is prostitution on Instagram. The result is these ladies be angry. In fact, if they meet you in one corner now, they can even decide to stab you. These people are angry with men. These people are living frustrated lives, and yet we are telling them that if they see someone that don't want to that comes to marry them, they should not marry because of one ideology from the West that is not helping these people. These ladies, many of them, they live their lives for many years, like 10 years or whatever, all through their 20s. These people are thinking that their kids, when they are 25, they think that they are still kids because of the mindset that they have put in them. Then before you know, they'll end up with broken bodies. These people, many of them, not just having kids outside the wedlock, including abortions and all manner of whatever that these guys that they are doing before they get to that man. So let us start encouraging ourselves. As if you see a man getting another wife, I support that. I will never challenge that. The only thing I don't support is also these men that are, that will just put these ladies through whatever and deceive them just for sexual benefits. I don't support that because that's like.
But what about Cubana chief priest assertion? Polygamy is a huge problem that ends up destroying an entire generation with hate. competition and jealousy.
One man,
What
you
about
know
that?
that
Is competition and
that
jealousy?
someone like Kubana, I'm not talking about Kubana chief priest, but some men in that kind of position that have money and whatever, and that have a lot of mistresses, side chicks, and whatever, those are the ones doing the real damage to the girls. They are the ones doing the damage to these girls because you're not marrying them, and this in most cases, these ladies are removing or are getting rid of pregnancies for these guys on a regular basis, and they are
Subi is
not.
making good point today.
And they are not married.
Do you think that the man that has 2 wives, do you think he's still not because already he's showing that his appetite is not satiated? So do you think that appetite will be satiated by
It might
two
not
wives,
be.
or it
It
will
might not
still
be.
with 2 wives as well as all those side chicks and whatnot that you've listed?
It might
Oh man,
not
when you
just
have
be
multiple wives, you won't have time for
sexuality
side
for
chicks.
man.
Trust me.
Look at
It might
that.
not. It might not just be for only that whatever we appetite of. It might not be that. It might just be that this man has okay. Even if it's for that, even if that's a major thing there, is it unreasonable? Because sometimes as a man, maybe your wife she has some young kids, or maybe sometimes she's on whatever, and maybe, there are a lot of things, and maybe your appetite or your libido is very high, and you don't want to put a lot of pressure on her, and you decide to ease it for her by getting another wife. Is that something too wrong for? Is it
My
a bad
God.
thing?
My God.
So it's something they would have talked about
Can I
if
say
it means
something?
well for
Can
the
I say
first wife.
something?
All these people
Yeah.
having side chicks
Can I
and
say something?
whatever extramarital affairs, those are the ones doing the real damage to these girls.
All right.
You are
Can
talking
I say
about the
something?
damage to the girls that are willingly opening their legs. You are not even
What
considering the wife that has been married for 17 years with 4 beautiful kids at home and all that. Those girls
What
willingly
is the divorce
accepted a
rate?
married man
What is
to
the
sleep
divorce
with
rate
them
there?
and get money from them and make hairstyle, buy phones, and do all that. There are men that will go out there and cheat if their libido is too high for their wife and not impregnate somebody and bring another woman into their home. And even their wife will never know about it, that something like
Let
that
us
is
be
happening out there.
practical. So are you
So
saying that
this
that is
guy
better?
Can
has
I even add to that?
impregnated a colleague of his, probably the wife. He even goes to because he had done a lot of TikTok videos in the past with this same lady. And if you look at the wife's comment on his post, he said, God will judge both of you. So I'm even sensing.
So the wife is not for it.
Exactly. So I'm even sensing that girl is close to their family because they are colleagues. They had together and they made a lot of TikTok together, over 5 that people were even posting on social media. That when I see Edoche doing TikTok with this girl, I've known that something is going on. And for
God will not judge them.
All right, sorry. Let's hear from Obodo, who wants to add to the conversation. Let's hear from Obodo. Obodo, yeah, you wanted to say?
No. It was me, Exero.
Oh yeah, Exero. Sorry, yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yes,
Exero.
I wanted to say because both of you are making a good point, both in CBD and DOG. But I think, like somebody said, I don't know who said that. Every relationship truly is a contract. You don't breach contracts and then go scot-free. I think every relationship should be including a contract. You sign a contract if you're going to be with somebody and just that person. So when you breach it, you face the law. But if there's no contract, or the contract is that, well, you can have a second wife, then fine. Because I have sisters. I will not, and I have children, girls. I will not want them to go into a relationship and then the guy comes in with another wife.
God bless you, Exero. See where the problem is? That's the problem of our country. If it was a country like, let's say, the Western world, where you are married legally to somebody, that is problem for you already, bringing another woman, because you can't even go and be paying bride price. You are losing most of your properties to that woman you are married to legally.
What is the result?
People just factor this in about Muslim marrying. Even in the Quran, for me as a Christian,
even as an African concept, multiple marriages is our tradition. So when did we depart completely from?
That's what I'm asking. What is the result?
But if you've gone legally to marry a woman, if you've gone legally, those Baba didn't go legally to marry anybody. Even their wife will bring wife for them back in the days. will bring a
But he,
woman for the husband. Okay, marry this one. But what I'm saying is, even the Muslim points people are using, I think the Muslim just take advantage of what God said, their Allah said to them. What Muhammad said to them, or is it Allah said to them, was, you can marry as many wives as you want if you can treat them equally. That means sometimes people say things in parables. That doesn't mean say go and marry so many wives. Can you treat 2 or 3 women equally? It's not possible. That means you
It's
can't
possible
marry
now.
too many wives. But they
you
keep saying,
have
oh, God said, Meluluwawi, you can marry as many as you want. But he said,
where
he now put a condition, if you can treat them equally. Are they treating those women equally? No. But everybody use these things and say, oh, the Muslim. But to me, I just see that the Muslim are just taking advantage of it. They didn't look at the main point he said about treating them equally. They just took that point of, and that's the way people even use scriptures to deceive people. They won't say the whole thing about the scripture. They just say a part that favors them and just say things. So for me, I feel for that woman at home for 17 years of marriage, and I think with the way she said God will judge both of you, that woman is even probably close to their family and comes to their house and all that, say God will judge both of you. So she's not happy, she's not calm. You have 4 lovely kids with this woman.
all
I
right.
don't care. Most of these actors, one of the actors was saying that she's been in Nollywood for years and she can tell you none of those men in Nollywood are righteous of sleeping with all these girls about. So, but you can
Okay,
do all your
You
sleeping
know
DOG,
what
around
they
if
call
the
it?
DOG.
They
video
call
is
oh
it
will
the,
high.
they
God
call it
will
the
God not
casting.
judge the
They call it the casting couch. It's a rite
Exactly.
of passage in
One man has been watching porn.
no,
Ah,
it's
No,
not.
it's not
It's
points.
not even porn.
Novels, all
No,
these
it's just it's
Hollywood,
tradition in
yeah.
so
it's tradition in
no
I
God.
don't know. So you've been watching porn then, but
he
Exactly.
said
it's
Just
it's a
it's
cast yourself
tradition
casting
in
there.
couch. We are
sorry
talking
D
about Nollywood.
so it's a tradition in not just Nollywood, Hollywood
Hollywood, yeah.
in the movie
I've read it in a
industry.
novel before,
They call
yeah.
it the
But
casting
one man,
couch. If a
but
young
one
actress
man,
wants to make it, then she has to but
but, but
let's hear from Solly on that, and then in CB the round off, and then we close off that space. Solly.
she can shout and huff like the wolf, big bad wolf. She can huff and puff all she wants. But if this man is going for that second woman, is going for her, nothing is going to happen. She can say, oh, God will judge you. Nothing will happen. The best thing for her to do is just accept the reality and look for how she can work towards it for the betterment of the family and the children. Simple as that.
Don't say that. Oh. Don't say
No, no,
that.
no.
If the
Wait,
woman
wait,
takes
wait.
him to court, there might be a
Okay,
result.
okay, okay. You
Yes.
take
No,
him
there
to
can't be a
court.
result. You see where the difficulty is, and I sort of a little bit rhyme with what D is saying. It's just like the woman is almost a victim in most of these circumstances. So there she is. She's giving you her best life. You've milked 3 4 children out of her. So she's now in that middle age space where she's now rounding enough to be like a matriarch, and then you bring in this peperimpe girl. So if she divorces you, then what? Is she now going to be finding toy boys all over the place? Or it's just really messy for the woman. That's just the
Oh,
thing.
Yeah,
thank you.
yes,
But
I do agree that it's messy for the woman because
one
right
man,
now,
one man, I want to ask you a question.
Hold on.
Uh,
Let's Solly round up first, so we
okay.
have some structure. Yeah.
because of her age, yes, he has used up her age. Maybe in her mind, she was thinking she was going to have, and this is what she probably wanted, one life partner, somebody that will grow old with her. But let's face the reality: most successful men in this world always have more than one woman. If you like, let it be Cristiano Ronaldo, let it be Messi. That is just how men with money and power are. So she was being delusional to herself also. But I understand that,
So what
okay,
money and power does
money and power
whatever his name
attracts
is, what
other
does he
women.
have?
If money and
There are a
power
lot
attracts
of people
other
with
women,
money and power
wait,
that are not married to too many
because
wives,
You
and
know,
even women that
are you
has
you know
money
how
you're
and they
many
have
men in
not
husband that they
Lagos have
have
talking
six
you're
beautiful
wives?
not
moms.
talking
You
No,
know how
no,
many men
let's
in
not do
Lagos
too.
have
Look,
six
even
wives?
the audience are complaining that there are too many voices. So, yes, so carry on
Money
now,
and
Solly.
power attracts women. Women will even overlook the fact that you are even married. They don't even care if you have 15 children. They will still, some women will just over. It doesn't matter where you are. If you like being America, or if you like being UK, if you like being Netherlands, that's how just women just are. So the richer and the more powerful your man gets, the more you have to compete with these women. Better for you to get a poor man. Nobody will compete with you with that man. You will stay married with you for a long time. Don't worry. It's your choice. Simple as that.
All right. Let's hear from Obodo. Obodo, you wanted to say?
Yeah. What I want to say is this: if you look into deeply this family setup, you see that sometimes people always, I don't know, like just as you are saying now, we blame the men. But if you look into it, you see that most family that have all this polygamous family, you see that most problems they come from women, because every man want a peace in his home. See, and when a man maybe perhaps marry the first wife, maybe the first wife maybe good to him and all this, good. Maybe the first wife, sometimes a man decide to marry the second one, then marry the third one. So he can marry a witch, a woman that will enter into that family and start creating problems. That's what happens. A lot of places they create problem women. Besides, they can live in peace if what man wants. Like in part of Yoruba land, Yoruba, sorry to say that, it's just like I stayed in Lagos for many years. I have a lot of friends who come from such a polygamous family.
Don't worry now, just say it. We can take it. Go on.
It's true. Say it. It's nothing like sorry to say that.
Oyo and Osun State. In fact, it's common there. It's just I don't know if it's their culture. They marry a lot of wives.
You know they are heavily Muslim in Oyo, so that might be why. Yeah.
And a lot of problems, my friend, a lot of problems. They're all the time quarreling, even fighting, even doing all sort of nonsense against themselves, a lot of them. So the point that, and it's from the women, not the man, the women. The women, especially, see that some of these wives are fragile because maybe the first wife, had a children, their children are doctors and they got a lot of money. And you see that when those ones are okay, then the second wife may be okay. The third wife that saw her poor, when the man dies, maybe has nothing. Then they will just subject her to, slavery and all this and conflict and so many problems. So I've noticed that especially in that, it's not only the men, the women also create problems.
It's hunger. Hunger is making all those girls get involved with different men. And what Soli said just prove it.
Listen,
to be honest.
I have an uncle that had 5 wives. This my uncle died since around 80s. Up to today, they're still quarreling. All their properties in Lagos, still having problem. Why from mama to this, mama to that, big problem up to now. Sometimes, that is, and from women, not from the man, because every man wants her peace. But the moment the man goes, leaves this world, that created big problem in the family. War. In fact, I have seen a lot. They even kill themselves. They do all this voodoo, all those ignorant way of living. So many things. Just because of it. So I don't advise. I don't advise any man to go into such a.
Please, let me make one point, please.
It's not good. If I know you will die and go, but the problem remains there and you will not know. So it's better get out of it, not to create such problems.
All right. Let's hear from World Peace. World Peace, I'm sure you want as many wives as possible.
I'm a traditionalist. I'm a full traditionalist. But the funniest thing, everybody's just making points from a different angle. Yeah, CBD, I agree to you. Today you make a lot of sense, a lot of points. I think so many young generation people in this platform that is just talking from their own feeling. First of all, we are Nigerians. We are Africans. We are traditionalists. Our culture permits us to marry as many women as we can. But it's a choice. It's not a must. If you want to marry 4 wives, if you have the money, you have the resources to take care of 4 wives, you go for it. It's a choice. Now, back then in the old, marrying many women was economical. It was economic, as in how like, but it was.
Is it just down to the economics of it, though? I'm asking you, not then or now.
Wait, now I'll come to that.
Is it just, or should it be just down to the economics of it?
Yeah, I would say down to the economics, yes. And then it was economics of it. Now, the Western, and we should understand, the Western had destroyed they sabotaged it. Not that it's bad. It was sabotage. Now, this they will tell you, marry one woman so you can take off the woman. Does not really mean marrying two is bad. Because of the economic situation, that's okay.
You don't consider it irresponsible?
No. Most of us are talking here. Our father have 2 or 3 wives, but we are here shouting.
My father don't have 2 wives. My great grandfather don't have 2 wives.
Listen. I say most. I didn't say everybody. I say most. If your father does not have, your grandfather have.
If he doesn't,
it's okay. It's okay.
So sometimes I think it's background, like you say.
Yes, it's a choice.
Traditionalist or a cultural. I don't know what
he is speaking to the majority now.
Listen now. To the majority. That's the fact. It's a choice. Even in the old, some people still got married to 1. Even at that time, you can marry 100, and there was food, anything to take care of your wife. And then in the old, people don't fight over properties. It's now, as Solly said, it's hunger. If the economy is good, everybody's working, nobody will fight for property. Because of
you don't think it's irresponsible to have more than one wife?
No, it's not irresponsible. It's even good when you have. If a man have lost, have you not heard that? And then even my mother
was saying, I was the one that said this hunger.
You just settle down, please. D. World peace. How many children would a man have before he becomes irresponsible to have more children?
Having many children does not make you responsible. What makes you responsible if you cannot take care of those children? That makes you responsible. Making a child is not.
What does taking care of mean?
Like Jamajiri, you are saying in the north, you bring child to this world, you cannot cater for the child.
Yeah, you're talking about food and education, Abi.
Yes. Now, what else do you raise the child? Food, education, and what else do you try to? What else do we want to give a child?
Food, education,
housing. Any food can make a child, but it takes a man to raise a child. So not just by
that means it means more than spending money and having to feed them alone. That's what it means.
That's what I'm saying. You have to take responsibility. People have their houses. People have 20 children.
What about kicking a ball in the park, or knowing the tone of that child to tell their mood?
I don't understand. Say, come again.
Oh, okay, you don't understand. Okay, don't worry.
Let me finish my point.
But that's the point, though. It's irresponsible.
It's not responsible. No. One man, you are using the Western ideology to view our tradition.
I'm just reading common sense.
No, it's not common sense. Look at China. China, at one time, they put a law that you have to have 1 child. Doesn't mean to have 2 child was wrong. It was economics then for the economy, because the economy was down. They couldn't take care of their population. And they put a law to restrict everybody there to have a child, just a single child. Just 3 years ago, they lifted the ban to 2 or 3 children.
So what does that tell you? That too many kids,
let me tell you, that's economics.
Listen,
that's economics. It's the economics of it. It's not that it's wrong.
No. Forget the economics. Let's talk about the parenting.
Let me say that's what I'm saying. The parenting.
What role does a father play in a child's life?
See, in a house, the wife raised the child. The wife raised the child. The father is the defender, the protector of the family. Like in the pride, the father is the defender, the protector of the family. The wife is the backbone of the house. Every mother raised their child. Their father comes to check on them to see what they have learned, how they are putting to use their land
like
well.
A supervisor or a manager.
Yes.
Look at that.
That is it. Yes, you can be laughing. When your father gets home in the evening, he calls you, bring your book.
Oh, boy.
What did you study today? So what's that? I have children here now.
Okay. Let's go with that. Bring your books. What did you study today? How many children?
How many children?
You can do to 100. You can do to 100 as long as they are sitting down. Do you know, you that give birth to 50 children, you have the ability to take care of 50 children.
One piece. Are you trying to say one man that having multiple wives or 2 wives equal to having so many children? You can have just 4 kids and you have
4 kids. Yeah, you can have 4 kids. You can have two from each of them.
If we are going by convention in let's say Nigeria, it's usually 3 kids one woman, it's usually about 3 kids thereabout. So if you're having 3 wives, then that's 9 children. If you're having 4, that's 12.
Having even 5
So
wives or 6 wives,
so what
that
is wrong about that? Some women
having 4 or 5 kids, that's not too much kids to me. And,
having how many kids? 5 kids is not too much.
Yeah, exactly. There are women there are men that have just 1 wife and they have 5, 6 kids. So
some women have, like my mother gave birth to 9.
I think you'll find that a man, if they have 1 wife and they have 5 kids, I think you'll find that the last born is a boy. It's the only boy in the house.
That does not really count. Depends.
No. That tells you that they are chasing a boy.
No, that depends. That's it. I said depends. That does not really count. My mother gave birth to 9 children now. Sure. Not be what sort of the some men have only 1
How
wife.
How many twins?
No twins. No twins.
And that's common. Even
common. Some people have 1 wife, have 11 children. That does not really count. But what I'm trying to say at the end of the day, this our polygamy that people are shouting at, shouting, is being sabotaged by the Western. They make it look bad. It doesn't look like it's bad.
What is the result? What is the result?
World peace and exhibit. World peace and exhibit.
You know, when I talk, we have to listen.
It is highly irresponsible in the modern world we live to have like 9 kids, or you have 3, 4 wives, and you have in totality maybe children of 12 or 15. How would you raise those children?
No, we're not supporting. I don't think we've been talking about having 12. I didn't even go the route of having many kids. Because
there's no way you will marry more than 1
I respect
wife.
your view. You said Western world. We're not talking about Western world. We're talking about our culture.
No, so look, our culture is good to have many wives and many children.
So we are on the same platform.
It is not good now.
That's what same thing I'm saying. I think it's economical. This time around, it's not good.
Economical. It's evolution.
We have evolved, and the current reality of things in the world does not demand for that anymore.
Yeah.
Do you know why people used to have so many children at world peace?
Yes. Then back in the old, if you have many children, it's good for your farm.
Yes, it's good for your farm.
Your farm.
It's for the farm hand. And also the child mortality then was very high. So you were having numbers in order to ensure that you keep a few.
Yes, because you never know.
And then you needed them for the farms.
You don't know that will not survive. You don't know the one. Yes. But in the modern world we are. If father have a very big role, you have to supervise your children if you don't want your children to be thugs out there.
What we are saying, not that it's wrong. The way people are putting it now in Nigeria, is a crime. We're trying to let people know it's not a crime and it's not wrong. If a man has the means to take off 2, 3 women and he wants, then he can go for it. Not like
don't go for it. You are inviting trouble into your life.
See, I understand.
Why do you want to marry more than 1 wife?
See,
don't invite trouble into your life. Let us discourage people from doing that. People that have done that, their eye they see pepper. I'm telling you.
I understand. I'm not saying it's not happening. Go to
it's
Saudi
not
Arabia.
Good for the children as well.
Now, go to Saudi Arabia here. Go to Saudi Arabia here. There are people that have 4, 5 wives that have like 10 kids or 12 kids. They are not complaining. Their economy is good, and it is a tradition.
Is their life an example?
Yes.
Wait, the life they live.
Wait, that's their life. So what is our life too? Just that one Western man is changing it for us. Our economy is bad. Things are changing. We have to adjust it. That's what we say. We have to adjust it. I tell people, if you cannot do it, if you cannot afford it, don't do it. The economy is bad now. Things are changing. Then you adjust. If that guy said he can take off it, then people should not beat that guy to death. Like, oh, what you did is wrong. Actually, on tradition, our book, our constitution is not wrong.
Do you know that at a glance, just a fleeting glance, I can tell what mood my son is in. Just a 1 second glance, because I know him so well. But you're having what 10 kids, and you are saying you can parent them.
You cannot even know your children. You can't even know their behavior.
You are too westernized, one man. But you see what I'm going to say.
I'm westernized.
It's not about
westernized.
I don't get you guys.
It's not westernization, no. In CBD.
One Piece is a traditionalist, though, but in CBD, you surprise me. Yeah.
No. What I'm trying to say is this. Okay, let me just say this on this, and I will just. What I'm trying to say is this. We said something about China, but don't forget, if you go and look the statistics, their latest what is it called? Now they've lifted that rule of 1 kid. In fact, it's no longer 3. They lifted it first from 1 to I think 2 or 3. Now they've totally removed it from you can have as many kids as you want. That is the current way it is in China. Because
do you know why that is? Do you know why they lifted it?
They came to realize that it was doing them more harm than good. And even the other day, Elon Musk was saying the same thing, that Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. Elon Musk is one of the greatest inventors.
Exactly an example. He has 9 children, so he would say that.
He said
he has 9 children, don't you?
He said there's a false narrative. It's there on YouTube. You can check it. He said there's a false narrative that there are too many people in the world.
But that's self-serving. That's self-serving. He's defending himself. He has 9 children. Elon Musk.
Okay, you can say that, but it's not coming from someone that is a nobody from somewhere in the
So because he has money, he's the richest man in the world. What he's saying about that is correct.
I've given you. Why don't just take Elon Musk's example I gave you? I've given you the example of China that we like going to. China, I've said
what me I know, guys. What me I know is there is no woman that wants to share his man. And in that country, mostly in Africa, it is hunger that is making most women succumb for what they will gain, not for the purpose of. That is the religion. That's where the religion is. The religion that confused them in that part.
As consider it as an insult to our culture and our heritage. When somebody come here and start talking about hunger, is what is making people to be polygam, to marry 2 wives.
Is why most women. That's what I'm saying. Is why most women are falling into that.
I'm not sure if I fully agree with
Woman, can I contribute to this topic? Woman, can I say something?
Yes, let's hear from Xero. Xero, come in.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm getting 2 vibes from this guy. Who's the guy? The one that was talking before.
Not
the other guy. Yes, he was saying something about there are so many women who are not having men, and there's so much suffering. So men. So are we using men now to gauge poverty? Are we using men to solve an economic problem? That's one side. And then the other side, like I said, it is a relationship thing. Even if 2 people are Muslims and they say to themselves that this is what, if the woman says, this is what I want for myself in this relationship, are you willing to keep to it, that you don't have to marry a second wife? And the man says yes. That becomes the binding contract. And there are there's a, what do I say? How do you say words? There are mutual contracts that are not written. That's why I say a woman can still take a man to court on the basis of a mutual contract. If a man promises you that he's not going to marry a second wife, that's a contract already. You can take him to court and win the case. You don't have to write a contract. A contract must not be written. But if the man fails you out of his libido, like this guy now, I think the girl got pregnant and they rushed it, and then he's coming out to say it before the whole world descends on him. That's what's happening with you. After a while, he's going to figure out.
Sorry, I don't think that you're right when you say, or I don't think it's the case when you say that he just got pregnant and he rushed it. Do you know what? Do you know how many men have children outside the wedlock, outside their marriages? The fact that he
I'm just reasoning. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together.
Sorry. The fact that he went all the way to marry that lady and pay the dowry and everything, that is a conscious decision that he has made. And going to your
point, did he do that before the woman got pregnant?
Exactly. Is that not an afterthought?
it doesn't matter. There are many people that don't care. They won't still do it whether you're pregnant or not. So
but most of us in this group, how many of us, our parents?
That guy is just doing control damage. He wants to
That's out of the
contest. He's
question,
going
man.
into
We have evolved.
politics.
We have evolved.
How
We have
many
evolved. We are
actors,
now.
how many world renowned actors do we know that have kids by different women? Do you think that he really cares? Do you think that that would have stopped his career or made him look anyhow if he decided I was not going to marry that lady? And
For
if you're
him
going
as a
by the
person, he
agreement,
comes out on
if
social
you're going
media
by
and
the
preach
agreement,
and
if you're
preach
going by
things
the
to
agreement,
people,
then
give
definitely we are not.
people.
Sibidi, there's something one man said before. He said, example, a man that has 5 children, maybe the last one could be boy. Maybe he's looking for boy. A lot of men marry more wives because maybe their wives are given female mentality in Africa. I'm talking our side, female. Happen everywhere, even in your own place, even Some women, even their husband forced them to have even up to 10 men, women. Then the man finally will marry at the age of 60. Maybe godly can get one. There is reasons which all of us know that a lot of men, marry more wives, and there are reasons why a lot of men have more children, because our mentality, we always want to have the male. The male. Like, for example, my grandfather married 14 wives, and he had about 21 women. Then, lastly, he had my father. You see it? Lastly, he had my father. But my father married only one wife. He did not follow the step of the father. He married only one. And he had only 8 in number. And
only
we are
8.
still.
Your father is slowing down. Only 8.
Yeah, 8 from my mother.
Try 2 more now to make double
Only
figures.
8.
Only 8.
He said only.
Yes.
No, the grandfather had more than 30 something. So only my father married only one, and we're 8. Then out of that 8, I think one died. We're 7 now, and we're all living. One is in Canada, one is in Britain, one is in America, other one's in Nigeria, and I live. I live in Italy. I live in
You
Italy.
see how proud you are even saying it. That one is in this, one is in that one. That's the thing. We don't have to look at it like it's a sentence of doom. When
one wife,
kids.
One wife.
It's good with one wife in CBD. It's good with one wife.
Yes.
My own position
my
is that
father was
one
trying
wife.
to get a man.
Yeah,
when I was born,
it's okay.
My father died at the age of 96. My father had me. I don't know what had me late. That is when my father had my mother. Even I think my mother should be around going to 57. Look, so these are the things I'm telling you, because we mentality in Africa, we always believe man, male. Then you keep on having girls. Most families, even in London, I have a brother. He had about 6 of them, all women, and the wife cannot deliver again. So this my brother is not even happy. So I don't even quarrel in that family. There are a lot of. So let us.
And the family will be pressuring him to take another woman.
Yes, you're correct. The mother,
woman, woman. I want to ask you and ATIKU a very pertinent question, because I believe 2 of you are you have gone far in this marriage thing. I think you must be more than 20 years in marriage, if I'm not mistaken. Please, what you are with one woman, especially ATIKU. Please, you are with one woman. Please tell all these young boys, is it sweet to be with one woman, or do you have urge to go for another woman?
Tell us the truth.
It's the best to stick with one woman, and it's the best because before you go into it, before you have a wife, go and look for the one that is your best, the one that really love you. Don't look for the one will be peperimpe. The one that really love you, that will give you peace of mind, and you stick with her. And before
who do you
want
want to help the rest?
Huh?
Who do you want to help?
I think Exiro's question is a lot trickier than that, and I have to ask my wife if we have been married even up to 20 years because I'm not sure. But if I understand your question, is like having the same meals is that what you're asking? Having the same meal?
Yes, yes.
So you know, the thing is, you do not observe, you know, what is on the menu, but it's a matter of restraint, having made the commitment. So that's how you cannot not say that you don't see what you see, but the restraint, not to act on it is the commitment. If you are married to your wife and you love her, you don't want to do anything to hurt her, so, and that doing that would hurt her. And why would you even want to?
Thank you. Now, if we sabi the value with that discipline, choose right.
One man,
it's more a matter of respect.
It's not about this thing.
No, it's a matter of respect. It's a matter of love.
The question,
it's not respect. It's a matter of
the
love.
question you are asking is not even about how long somebody has been in marriage. You see, even me, as young as I am, you think I am, I've been in marriage for almost 10 years, and I've never for once cheated on my girl or my wife. And I will tell you, on my Facebook, if I open it now, I have over 500,000 girls seeing my wife's picture, seeing everything, that message me and try to add me and trying to create conversation. Because what? They will tax me. And that's why I said it's hunger that is making people make these choices, especially in Nigeria, that country, Nigeria. No woman wants to share, no woman wants to really share their man. But when it now comes to survival and what they will gain, most women, I've seen women that will stay in a marriage and say, they are gaining everything. They don't mind if the man like it should go and womanize because of that thing they are about. And that's why I'm saying, if there is more value, I've seen people, you go to girls there, if you like, drive Ferrari. My brother, they will tell you they have a boyfriend. That boyfriend might be hustling. They don't care because they know, okay, they can survive. They don't need you to feed them. They don't need any urgent 2K from you. They are doing well on their own. They don't care.
You have said that.
I think the audience wants to hear from Ego. They say one man asked Ego's view on the matter. So Ego, are you still with us? It's not like Ego. Yeah, you will in a moment, but people want to hear from Ego. So Ego, yes, on this matter now of taking multiple wives, the panel is quite split. But what is your take?
To an extent, I will not agree with Aja Lekuku. I will follow with this guy that he's talking about. Because when you look at situations, you ask yourself, who will help these remaining women? I've seen a situation where women chasing married men in this country. They don't want to know. They want just to have somewhere to put their head on.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
So just say
they want to destroy your life. They want to destroy your peaceful home.
I am airing my opinion. Those who are
run away from them. I'm telling you.
Odogu Bitas have influence on your opinion.
They want to go and they want to come and destroy your peaceful home. They want to destroy your peaceful life. Reject them.
Do you also know that a lot of people are dying on top of women because of this thing?
Look,
they don't stay in one house. And a lot of them are dying on top of women in
hospitals. That's the reason I asked
the HIV guy that was killed in an hotel. Is it not one side chick, one girl, one fine girl that killed? The girl is contesting
pretty girl, very pretty girl.
There are some women.
So imagine she was not a side chick.
We don't learn.
So relax. They will even welcome the number 4, welcome the number 5, welcome the number 6. They will be so relaxed. Why? Because some of them want to relax. Are you getting what I'm saying? So if you say it must be one man to one woman, which we all understand that we all agree that is the best and the right thing to do. But evolution, things have changed. That's why you see baby mamas all over London. You see one woman, she has 5 children for 5 different men. You will be shocked.
Thank you. That's what I was saying.
What is that for? What is that for? One woman, 3 children.
Would you personally take
3
multiple
different men?
Ego, would you personally take multiple wives?
No. I would prefer to live with one woman myself.
Yeah, there it is. You see, this is the thing.
And then you will have concubines around.
Let's make that a round. Let's make that a, you know, that snapshot thing we do. Let's do a round robin thing. And prices for guessing what our world PC's view will be on this, but we start with Ajanle Koko. So this personal, so you can abstain if you don't want to answer a personal question. But the question you already know, would you personally take multiple wives? So Ajanle Koko, would you?
No, never. If you want to live a long life, keep to one woman. You will limit your problem in life. You will limit your headache. You limit every problem that you can imagine. So, but when you have 2, 3, the more you have, the more problem you are inviting to your life. You are inviting to yourself. Why? Why do you want to live a troubled life? For what? Why? One woman alone can give you the trouble that one woman will bring for you is enough. You can manage it, you can cope with it, you can wrestle it together. But when you have 2 and you want to take care of the children, how would you take care of the children? Can you even put them under the same roof in this world we live in now? You can't.
If you complain of a poor man,
so you'll be jumping from one house to the other. How can you live a good life?
Hold on. It's the round robin, so I'll come to you in a moment. So we go on to DOG. DOG, the same question. Would you take multiple wives? Just a snapshot answer.
I'm so family oriented that from my great grandfather to my father to me, they all had one wife. And I have people close to the family that have several wives, and they will always tell you they regretted doing it. And for the sake of my kids, I want to love my kids right. I want to love my wife right. I would just prefer to stick to a wife and forget about second wife is a trouble, third wife is a trouble. And like Ajaleko said, even dealing with oneself is not easy. It's the love and the commitment and the discipline and all that, and being family oriented that makes you want to stay in it. So I don't agree and I don't advise anybody to do it because you will regret it.
All right. So to you, Thomas, the question, your answer?
One man, I will never take multiple wives. We'll stick to one.
You don't want to spread your fine boys to all those Australian
No.
The Sheilas. You call them Sheilas, You know they call them Sheilas.
The wife might be by the corner there.
Yes.
No. My wife is not here. Even if she's here, why not? I can say everything I want to say. I'm man of my man.
He's brave now. Let her be there. You will hear him fumbling.
No. I will not take multiple wives. But I will say this. Monogamy is not African thing. We are polygamous people. So, but if I agree with polygamy, doesn't mean I can do polygamy. I'm monogamy man. But polygamy is African thing. So if you can do it, all well with you.
For other people, but not you. For you.
No, not me. If you can handle it, that is your problem. But I will stick to one. Mama.
All right, thank you. So in CBD, the question you answer.
At the moment, I don't have a plan of having more than one wife, but there's that window is not closed for me. Like I said before, it depends on how things evolve in the marriage. You understand? So that's what I can say on that.
All right, thank you. I'm not going to ask if you are married to an Oyibo person, but I have my suspicions. X0, the question you answer.
Yeah, that question is for me. I've tested myself before, and I know that the more I stay with a woman, the more I want her. The more I want her. That thing is like a religion. Once I'm with somebody, that's where my energy derives. But if I'm not going to be with that person, I don't want any. I'll just stay single and do my thing. you know. But I believe there are two types of people: the ones that are, you know, outside oriented and the ones that are inside oriented. I'm the inside oriented person, you know. I'm not.
All right. An inside oriented person. That there it is right there. So thank you, Xero. So to Ego, the question, of course, would you personally take multiple wives? The question, Ego.
While I prefer one, I will never say never. But preferably, I would prefer to live with one.
All right,
but never to say never, like Ojaleko that say never.
Odogu Beta is
No.
not going to allow you now.
Which one is Odogu Betas? I only know Alomo Betas.
I know
Odogu Kubana. It's Kubana.
Oh God.
I know Hugo knows it. The other day he showed this video. That's what he was speaking of. Either Alomo or
That's honey and
you can get saved that you endow to come on. One living with one woman is the best, man.
Yes,
those bars that I used to see you there in Ikeja, those Sandra's bar and those places.
Those women will not let Sandra bar, you will go front.
Yes. Is there anywhere? Is there any beer parlor in Lagos that you don't know, Ego?
There are lots now.
You don't know. Okay.
There are lots that I don't know now.
Okay. Is there any big boy? Is there any big boy beer parlor that you don't know?
Lagos the big place now. You know, one man, you know Lagos now. This is your man.
I know Lagos very well. Oh, I know Lagos.
Oh, your man. You and Lagos are the same now. Man.
Lagos could be a country of its own.
You can't do the whole of Lagos finish. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So to you then, Obodo, the question, your answer?
Normally, no. It's only one. Because I have experienced my uncles. If God can bring them back, at least they can see what the problem they created. Even the ones they're living, they regretted it. Fire. No. One is enough for me.
All right, I agree. One should be enough for every man, but not every man is like world peace. So world peace, the question, would you satisfy yourself with less than 10 wives? So world peace.
Okay, quickly before I can answer your question, please I want to ask a short one. In CBD, one question. In CBD, I beg, is polygamy banned in our constitution?
No, it's not banned in our constitution.
Thank you. Thank you. You answered my question for everybody. So now let me answer one man. I will use pidgin. Now I beg, people for the comment section, they listen to us. We be Africans, we be Nigerians. Our constitution, our tradition, not ban make man not marry 1 or 2 or 3 women. Now choice. If you feel afford them, take them. If you and your first wife agree with second wife, take them. If you not agree and you not feel afford them, leave them. Not use Western idea or as Western ideology. Take the view your own tradition or the your own tradition. They talk for my town say because Papa Andrew marry 8 and Papa Friday marry 7. No make jumbo, no see woman marry. Women still full everywhere. We not marry. Now choice. Now listen. Choice.
What peace? What peace?
Wait
no
now,
be
wait
you talk say. No be you talk say.
Wait
you
now.
know fit marry.
Wait
Hold on now. No be you talk say you know fit marry more than one. Why you dey advise others to
get listen. Our traditions permit them. It's your choice if you do or not. If you want to
tradition, forget the tradition they involve. That tradition to marry more than one wife, no good.
I beg, wait, hold on. Our Muslim brother across the border here, they marry 5, 7. Nobody talk put for their matter. Go Indonesia, go Malaysia, they marry 10, 20 people. They don't go get the president. No fight, nothing. Now
answer the question.
Wait, hold on. I'll go to the question. Calm down. I just want to get my view. You get your own view. This
now you the thought say you know if you marry more than one. Why did they tell others? Let them go ahead, go marry.
Listen. Oh God, Jakoko.
No, that was the same thing in CBD did, but yeah.
See,
what piece?
listen. Mona listen.
Go on, what piece? Yeah.
Marrying two wives. Now the man wear the shoe. Now the man decide. I know why you want to marry two wives. You want to marry one wife, not let her marry one wife. You want to marry.
But is it about the man? What about the woman?
Listen, now calm down now.
What about the children the man will leave behind?
Calm
What about you?
You know, the thing where
don't tell us about that.
talk now.
Sorry, he's entitled to his own view. So yeah,
my opinion now.
Yeah, go on.
DOG talks and saying love your wife of 10 years and this thing is a good thing. We have to encourage our men to love their wife and stay faithful to their wife. Not be only say not cheat on your wife make you a good man. No, look at it. No. So let's say the things way be. Some people they are destined to marry 3 wives. If you come to stop Adams, you are bending his destiny. My
wife.
Even I was wondering that how many people are answering to avoid the
destiny. Which destiny?
Listen, what is destiny? When I mean destiny, now in life to marry 3 wives. So you live and not be now. You know your thing you carry come. I know thing carry come. So me, see, for me, to marry one woman, I get it into one woman. The day that woman started give me problem, where I not want, I go take another one. Simple as ABC.
You go come out first before you take another one.
No, you not get the choice to tell me to come out and not come out. If you want to stay, go stay. I respect and let her stay. If I don't respect, I'll drive her. If I respect her, he stay. If I not respect her, I go drive her. Say, take your load, get out. But if I respect her, I go stay there.
Another woman put on top.
Now my house. Now my house.
Okay, hold on.
If you respect me,
hold on, one piece. Let me just add on to that. If you have multiple wives, is it ideal for them to be under the same roof?
Depends how you want them. It depends. People did the same roof and I see peace. I don't see people did different roofs and I see problems. It depends. Yeah, that turn by turn. Nigerians limited. Turn by turn.
You see what I'm saying? What is? You made the statement now.
Listen. What I'm saying.
No, I just want to make a point. You will continue.
Wait,
your statement. You said now your house.
Yes.
If you have a woman that is self-sufficient, I think you will respect them more because you are looking at it like
if you have a woman that is self-sufficient.
You will respect them because, and that's the African thing that husband, people keep saying. People that want one wife, they are looking at Western world. If you are not looking at you that feeding your wife, you are doing everything for your wife. You won't be talking this way. It is your house.
Hey, listen,
if you have a wife that is self-sufficient,
it is your house.
Even the women as involved also, you should know.
Exactly.
It's
your house. Is your house. The wife
cannot just ride on the women too. Just like that.
Nobody's riding on the woman. If you respect the woman. Listen, I tell you something. I think that choice and understanding. If you're a woman, get understanding. Fine. If you a woman not agree to take on another wife, don't try it. Now your death sentence be that. Not let people that your uncle tell you from, let's say you marry 10, you must marry 10. You try now your death sentence. But your woman agree with you saying you marry 2 wives, then fine. You have the permission, then you go, you marry. If you want to, if you don't want, even though your wife give me the permission,
you are not capable of taking care of woman.
You are losing us. How can you say your woman will tell you again?
For you to marry 10 wives,
see,
you have like 10
homes. Even in the Muslim.
Well, please let me ask you another question. Do you think in 50 years' time that this will still be a tradition that obtains people having multiple
50 years time, the way Nigeria is going to be very, very strong. People will be marrying up to 4 wives in 50 years time.
In 50 years time.
Go and write it down.
When people are struggling to even hold on to one.
Woman, do you know that a lot of Nigerian men die far earlier than their wives?
Well, no, traditionally men die before women, so not just Nigerian.
But Nigerian men die quicker than their wives. And do you see the correlation? Because the men think the wives are okay with their behavior, and all of a sudden the husband dies. Nobody investigates. Nobody knows. This sort of this behavior, all this kind of behavior.
You know that death is that death. The Nigerian male death is lifestyle.
One man told you that.
Sorry, in CBD. Okay. I think it's lifestyle related. The Nigerian male death globally is the norm, but Nigerian men do die a lot quicker. But it's lifestyle related. They still want to be drinking and womaning around just like they were in their late teens, early 20s. So a Nigerian man, he stops growing mentally around about the age of 23, and he still wants to hold on to that mindset. There is still some happening guy.
How many of them do medical checkup?
Still some happening guy.
People don't do medical
60,
checkup
40,
because they can't
50,
even pay.
Whatever, and you think you're still some happening guy.
Anyway, my final thought, my round up, make you go to the next rational mind. For me, to anybody, marrying one woman where you know now good thing, a peace. But if your wife you marry, they give you peace and decide to marry that woman, instead of making the run up and down, do it. It's your free choice. Simple as ABC. No crime for you. There's no crime against two wives, and there's no crime so you marry one wife. Simple. That's my own observation, and that's what me could do for life if it reached my own turn.
Peace. Yeah, it don't reach your turn now, but I don't see you.
Are you no more than 25?
I don't see you. I don't see you pass one wife.
About 50.
Make I tell you one piece.
I don't see you pass one wife.
Make I tell you one piece. When you marry more than one wife, you they commit crime against your children. The children will go leave behind. Make I tell you that. That's the reality of life. You know, hear the thing where Obodo talk, say the thing where you see concerning in uncle. What they regret today? You know, waiting my eye don't see for this world.
All will not be the same now. Everybody will not be the same.
Hold on, no. Some way everything they better for when they have one wife. When they get into second marriage, they get things begin to fall down and fall yakata for them. Make una no try.
So we get into second marriage, now life got better for them.
Make una no try, how many you see where life better for? How many?
So there are some we enter second marriage, third marriage, life got better for them.
Make una no listen to all this second marriage. Now kill out. You they do second marriage for this
to
world.
Even add to what Ajali Oko said, sir. Even if you divorce, even if you divorce and you remarry, it can never be the same.
Okay.
We have seen plenty for this world. People marry more than one wife.
You know, so for village now, people they marry 3 wives for village, they die, then they kill themselves. For village who they here, for this Nigeria, the village there where they say hungry day, so people they marry 2, 3 wives for village.
Go ask them the thing where they
don't suffer anything. They don't fight over anything because they're not getting to fight over. Because a lot of them people build their house for village. You know,
everybody will carry the firewood, go call the cassava for food.
But that's for labor now. That's for labor.
No, labor now. We tell you now.
Everybody they busy. The 3 wives they busy. The 3 wives they get houses because to build house for village.
Why do we keep on insulting our culture and
our culture? I don't understand. You just our village.
By using this same, he was saying something about poverty. Now we are talking for labor. This is not. It has
was it not traditionally for labor?
But in CBD,
it's not for labor.
It was traditionally for labor.
Because
one man can I ask CBD?
And let me tell you, the West, no matter how westernized we are here, you are just a black man from Africa, and you have to embrace your roots. So it doesn't matter how many decades you spend there.
CBD, what you just said now, do you know that it was to be walking around naked before? Well, you started wearing clothes. It was part of some people's culture to be having marks on the face. But I don't think anybody wants to get a mark now. It's a culture.
It is culture. You distinguish
your way of life of a people. So
yes, and it was.
We are not talking even in the West there, my brother.
No, forget the West. Sorry, in CBD, address what Exero has put to you. He's saying it was the culture in pretty much the entirety of the black space that you will have traditional marks on your space, on your face to distinguish your clan, your tribe, and your homestead. But it's very rare now. You will walk the streets for days and days before you see anybody with a traditional mark.
Oh, that's like
so why is that?
that's like moving the goalpost, because even in the West, there are also parts of their culture that they have that they changed and they have left behind, and there are the
So
ones that they have
why do they leave it behind? Why do they leave it behind? And why
they are
have we
also
left that culture behind? The
they
tribal
are
marks.
they are also the ones that they have stuck to. So we don't
No, no.
let us.
Why have we left the tribal marks
Sibide, let
behind?
me help you a little bit there.
We're
It's
not.
the city people that leave those things behind. Go back to go to the village. They are still putting traditional mark in their
But
places.
it's rarer
It's not
and
rare. Go to
rarer.
the village.
Well, I've been to the villages and I
Go to
don't
the village.
often
Is
see.
there.
I
Everything is
don't
One
there
know.
man, are you trying
together.
to say that the Egba people have stopped giving, or maybe all these tribal markers are still
They are
there
still
now?
They
going
are
going there.
I have a friend that is about
prominent as they were.
Yeah, exactly. They're not as prominent. Even circumcising females.
And
We are,
circumcising females.
yeah.
All of these things.
No,
Because let me okay, go on. Sorry.
okay, sorry, one man. But okay, let me just say this in case I don't have the opportunity to talk again, because now, what is the result? That's the only thing I mean, that's the most important question I want to ask. All these things we are talking, the West, the West, the West, what is the result? Like I've been saying here, Igor also said the same thing. These things that we are telling these women is clearly not helping them. These people the most of majority of them are single, frustrated, and sad, and using their bodies to fulfill all manner. Even in the West, they were shouting women. Somebody is talking about being sufficient and all that. What is the result of those women that are even educated and have and they have some money, and yet they are not married? What is their result? And
They are single mother.
one single mother, and one day those
All these
ladies
people
are
you call single mother, sometimes it's
With three
circumstance.
fathers.
It's not as if they are
Three
married and they
children, three
divorce.
fathers.
They probably got pregnant with somebody that is not
Better you go
serious,
and
and
say
they
a second
are
wife.
cross.
CBD. Those who you are referring, go and check them. Go and check those women. They have character problem themselves. That's why they
Why
can't
do
get
they have
married.
character problem? Is it not because of
Yes.
this
Yes.
radical feminism that they have put in
No,
their
yes,
head?
sir.
And also,
Can I interject?
just a minute now.
Sorry. Okay, go on, Nesebede, land your point, and then
Sorry.
yeah, go on. Yeah.
Is this radical feminism, this misguided narrative of equality, and all these things that they are telling these ladies, it is making them more sad, more alone, and more frustrated, and that is why even many women in the West are pushing, especially the white ones. They are pushing against even all these narratives, and we black people, we carry this thing on our head. Black people,
It's not a Western narrative. It's an evolution narrative. You
is
see,
not an
there's a
if you go
concept.
to China, it's not the same. If you go to
If you go
Russia,
to
it's not the same.
let me give you an example of and by the way, China is not an example of anything. Neither is Russia. Nigeria is
But they are
probably a
part of
better
our. Are they
example.
not part of our world? Are they not part of the world?
Well, yes, the world is one entity, but there's this concept in the Philippines that they call loser abroad. So they call it Lao something, and in China too. So in that course, they call them loser abroad. So and these people, they're usually Caucasian male in their late 50s to early mid 60s, some even in their 70s. So these guys, they have a little bit of money, but not really of any significant wealth. So they move en masse to places like the Philippines, to places like that, Malaysia, and all of those sorts of places. So when you see these men, they're just decrepit, lived that, hard and fast life, just completely caving in on themselves. But then you see them with this slinky little 19, 23-year-old girl, a real beaut. But that girl, that 20-something-year-old girl, she sees that guy as a catch, that 60-year-old, 70-year-old man, and she parades him right across the promenades that look at my spoil. They call them loser abroad because this chap, if he was in America, the United Kingdom, Germany, especially, that's usually the cost they come from. This guy, he will not even get a 50-year-old woman to give him a second look. because he has no leverage, because those women are emancipated. They are emancipated financially and they are emancipated intellectually. So he has no leverage to present himself as a currency to them. But in that Asian cusp, he has leverage. He has the leverage of skin and he has the leverage of our economy, and that the price. So that's the narrative in Nigeria as well. So it's not a culture thing. It's an emancipation thing. So
One
it's
man,
more
you're not
of,
wrong with
Can
that.
I
In Nigeria,
interject,
our
please?
tradition permits us to marry more than one woman. If you can marry, you marry. It's not a leverage or emancipation. That's
It might
wrong.
be an emancipation for economic or financial emancipation thing, but what I'm saying is this: I don't know why we cannot separate the two. Emancipation, financial and economic emancipation, does it mean a happy relationship or marriage life? Because we are looking at these people. Yeah, you see, people agreeing with me. We are looking at these people and we are looking at their results. What is the result of you guys in the? These people are more even right now. Women are more prioritized in a lot of even in the workplaces and everything than many of you men. People like Donald Trump and all these people that won election, what do they campaign on? They campaigned on the values and their ancient, as much as you do not agree with them, and they won, and he won the first time. Even the second time when he lost, how
no, he
many
campaigned
millions
on
of votes?
family values. Do you know what
Yeah,
family values?
family values.
I will ask you a question, please.
Family
If
values, because all this thing we keep on saying about all this thing, it sounds good to the ears, but what is on the ground is different. These ladies nowadays, in fact, many women are learning not to even. That's why I'm telling you that it's not a must that two women must fight because they are together in one family, or they are married to one.
CBD, can I ask you a question, please? Can I ask you a
Sorry.
question?
Let me move on to rational mind. Just for okay, actually, ask the question, and then
Yes,
instead of respond to it swiftly, and then I want to hear rational
yeah,
mind. It was meant to be
yes,
a snapshot thing, but yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, 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 yeah. Because in CBD, you think most women are this or that. For one, it's not your place to solve that problem. That's not your place. Your place is to find your own soulmate. Now, the question I want to ask is this: when you find your soulmate, and your soulmate tells you that, look, listen, for me to get together with you, have children, you swear to me that I'm going to take another wife. This thing, if I enter into it with you, if you take another wife, you are breaching the contract. Are you going now after a while, get tired of her and take another wife?
No,
If
yeah,
you
yeah.
believe so much in.
Yeah, okay. I understand that there should be agreement and all that. In most cases, you will find out that most of those men that got married to another wife did not have that kind of an agreement with their wife. Which woman is it? We are saying it as if it's something real. Which woman is it that you will tell like that in the beginning when you know that she's still fresh in your eyes and everything, and you've not discovered a lot of things, and you really want to keep her? Because you've not really found out so many other things about her, and you're going to give her the option of, I would like to marry another wife in the future. It's very rare for a man to say that because he knows that the woman will not accept that. But
Exactly.
wait now, that does not stop the reality. So for the agreement something, but what I'm saying is that these things that we are carrying on our head as black people, even as black people, is not our culture. And you need to understand, as much as you say that evolution and all that, you need to also understand that as we are evolving, everybody chooses what they keep and what they drop from their culture. So if we have decided to keep this one and we have decided to embrace not putting tribal marks on our face, why should you tell us that we can't do that? Are the people in the West not also choosing what they pick and what they drop along the way? So, brother, let us.
Sorry, can I quickly chip in something?
All right, quickly, but I just want. Okay,
Yeah,
go on.
I'm just gonna be quick. I've been trying to interject, but yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I just want to correct that notion of people thinking there are several baby mamas due to the attitude of the girls. most times it's even the men that are useless. If you want to know.
DOG, calm down. Don't be insulting men. Don't be insulting men here.
Me, I'm
Calm
not always
down.
biased. I don't need to
Calm
be
down.
biased.
What do you know? Do you know more than everybody
Let
here?
me talk now.
Calm
Are you
down. Stop.
useless?
Retract
Are
that
you a
statement.
useless man?
Retract that statement.
I'm not a
Retract that
useless
statement.
man.
First of all, before you talk.
Why are you
that
angry
statement.
that he said that statement now? It's not
Because he's
I
insulting
wonder.
everybody here. He's insulting everybody here. What's
I
that?
wonder.
Restrict that statement.
Did they cut too close to the bone?
Restrict that statement first. I'm not saying
I'm not
call
going to
women. I'm not saying
retrieve
call my
anything.
polygamist
What
or
do
not
you mean that
polygamist.
you
We are
retrieve
men
it?
here.
Are you joking?
Don't insult any man here. Men are useless.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of useless men. That's why
No,
no.
Sorry, hold on. I think he's speaking within context.
No,
I
that's
think,
not context at all. Say some men are useless. I agree that some men are useless. No. Restrict that statement now. We are men now. We pay bills now. Forget.
No. You see, the problem is that the problem with D. This guy is using. I'm sorry because I don't mean to.
What's called nonsense is that
whatever.
now?
But the perception I'm getting is that you're using your whatever situation you have.
Oh, you
going
think
on
you are? You have to compare everybody.
in your
No,
family.
it's wrong. We
Are
men.
you
Don't
guys
bring ourselves
listening
down.
at all? Do you
Don't bring
guys
ourselves down
listen
tomorrow.
at all?
Some men are useless.
Listen to
Retrieve that statement before you move on.
Listen to me. Listen to
Retrieve that
me.
statement.
What I'm saying, I'm not going to retrieve.
Okay,
I'm not
hold
going
on,
to retrieve.
everybody. Hold
Don't
on,
speak
everybody.
from a
Hold on.
personal.
You include everybody now in CBD. Let D make his interjection, but D, if you want to reward it, to take into cognizance the
There is nothing to
sensibilities.
reward. I say most of this single. Do you have a
Then
baby mama?
you're a simp.
Hold on. I've
You're a simp.
made a statement, and my
You
statement
just
is.
come to the air and say
Will you allow me to
You're a
talk?
bona
then you are
fide
causing more
simp.
problem. You're causing more problem in the world
Right.
like that.
I
Get start
never
jumping up
even
and down.
knew
Men are
that
useless.
I
Don't
never
say
even
that.
knew that in CBD knew what a
Can I
simp
talk?
was.
Can I
So
talk
you
now?
Can
Can
I
I
ask
talk now?
question from CBD and
No. If we let D actually land his points, because he's been struggling.
I'm saying you guys are condemning, saying, "Oh, there are several baby mamas now," and most of those baby mamas, what you guys don't understand is not even about them. Most times, it's because they have things together with a useless man. If you now think you are a useless man, so be it. But telling me to change my statement, I will
I
never
said
change
retrieve
that
that
statement.
statement. You know what you are
Most
saying.
of
Do you
those
even know what you are
girls
saying?
got into that
Do you even know what you are
circumstance
saying?
because they got involved with a useless man.
Do you know what you are saying? Tomorrow you
I know
say
what I'm saying.
you know what
I
you
know
are
what
saying.
I'm saying.
Do
I know
you
what I'm
disagree
saying.
with it? Do you disagree with what he's saying?
I'm exactly what word useless man. This is very wrong.
No. He used it in context though. What he
So
said.
are you in the situation? Are you in the situation to know the man is useless between the baby mama and the?
If a guy abandons a child with a girl,
Do you even know why he abandoned a child?
Because I know some of the
Some guys
stories. That's why
you
I'm
say some
making the
people are
statement
funny.
I'm making.
Don't say
So
useless.
you
What's
speak for
useless? You don't
yourself.
know of
You are
useless.
speaking the other time. You said it's your opinion. This is what I've
You
seen.
know of
I've
useless.
met a lot
Don't
of
generalize
people,
it.
and I'm
Don't.
telling you.
All right.
I'm telling you, some
You
of
don't even know
those
the harm
girls are
you don't
in
even know the harm
baby
you are
mamas
causing right now. You are
because
making
the
more harm than
men they
good.
got themselves involved with are useless. If you now think you
All
have
right.
baby mamas and you are useless, so be it. That means you fall under that trap.
In CBD, I don't want to insult you in this public space. I don't know what you feel
It's
you are
not in
that to tell
CBD.
me
It's
DOG.
I'm going to ask the
What's
two
wrong
of
with you
you.
now? Because you have a platform for one man to start talking or whatever. What are you talking about?
I'm going to cool the two of you off because I think you need cooling off. So let's keep the tempo down. It's all I ask. I think D is entitled to his opinion, and world peace is entitled not to find it acceptable. So everybody exercising their fundamental right. So it's fundamental right. So you're entitled to your opinion, and you're entitled to disagree with it. So that's just the way it is, an opinion, but not one widely shared. So we take Ajale Koko's question, and then we go to Rational Mind, who has been patiently waiting for his go. Ajale Koko, you wanted to say?
Okay, in CBD and STENCH.
Yes, sir.
Between the good and the bad of getting married to multiple wives, which one do you think override the other?
We keep overflogging this. I think if I was
No,
already expressed his
no. Let him answer the question now, because they are of the position that
and
wives.
they put the position forward to you. I mean, what do we have to overflog this for?
Oh no, Rational Mind. The position is clear. My position is clear. Their position is that, okay, 2 wives, you can go for it. Mine is that it is not good. All right?
No.
They that are saying this, I want them to tell us which one, between the good side of it and the bad side of which one override the other.
Hold on.
Sorry. That's a deeper and a wider question. Which we will come to. But let me go to hold on, CBD. Let me go to rational mind so that everybody would have had their say on the what was meant to be a snapshot question. But you know, these sessions, they have an organic life of their own. Do you still remember the question, rational mind?
Yeah.
Yes. So add on to it what Ismail Bolaji is saying as well, because I was saying that the new concept of being married to, well, the concept now, the contemporary concept of being married to one woman is an evolution from what we traditionally used to have. And if you look at it, if you cascade it all the way back, you could have as many as you could, and then you have as many as you want, and then you have as many as you needed to maintain whatever it is you needed to maintain. And as the world continues to evolve, the numbers of wives that a man needed to have and the numbers of children continued to reduce because the needs for what they satiated, it was no longer there. Science and evolution and enlightenment has made it not necessary anymore. So I describe that as evolution. So this guy now, I don't know if this was meant to be cheeky, but so the first question is, would you personally take more than one wife? But then add on to it Ismail Bolaji's question. It says, one man is being LGBTQ and evolution. So to the first question and the addendum by Ismail.
Yeah, woman, for me, even one woman with me at home is still a challenge. I'm much more having two women, having to deal with two women.
I can imagine, we find you challenging, so we can only feel for your wife.
All right, so
this guy woman and rational mind.
Don't mind one mind. So anyway, so yeah, for me, I can't have myself living under one roof, even having two wives or juggling between two women or three women at the same time. I can't do that. No, I can't do that. So my parents were married only once, and they were married for each other for many years, over half a century. So yeah, so I can't do that. No. So to the other question you're asking me about the LGBT, that's one question I don't want to really delve into because of my situation here. But I just want to answer it this way. Yeah, it's an evolution. Since I involved. You see,
is it nature or nurture? LGBTQ. Is it nature or nurture?
I think it's a little bit of both. It's a bit of both, nurture, nature, as we might call it. Well, you see, depending on the perspective you put into all of this, talking about one man, one woman, or two women, or one man, many women, or one woman, many men. You see, it depends on, like I said, depending on the perspective you're coming from those who are religious, who have Abrahamic faith. When I mean the Abrahamic faith, especially the Christians, it's all began with a one man and one woman. But then after that, we see how it was tolerated according to their Holy Bible, their Holy Scriptures, saying that at some point it was tolerated that they could have more than one wife or concubines. And then we see how it evolves ever since then. And again, we see that, should I say, it's kind of devolution again. And then it evolves over time. It devolves and then it evolves. And also it keeps going up and down. So our society is dynamic. It's not static. So we always see that, and that's what's come about the LGBT2. Even like we talk about.
Do you think the LGBTQ? Do you think is more of a fashion space than something that is innate? Is it more fashion than
like I said, it's a bit of both. It's something that people feel that they are, and some people just you just do it for the show, for the fashion, for people to feel like they're part of it. I don't know if I mentioned that on your platform here. I once had I had to go to school and take one of my courses, courses rather. I had to take one. I've forgotten that. Is it communication, under communication, something like that. So just because of my daughter, we're having problem with her when she came out identifying all the whys and blah blah blah, and she was just saying all kinds of things. She's this, she's that, blah blah blah, and then she's this today and she's that tomorrow. So yeah, and that's that age when they get so confused. Should I use the word? And then they try to find their place. So like I said, it's and then we find out that at some point too, it could be a bit of some kind of influence too, what she's been exposed to. So I think it's a mixture of both too, because at that age, usually for those people,
what do you think predominantly is the case?
I think with the media and everything, how do I put it? People,
Hollywood.
Yeah, I think that to Hollywood and all of that, and the media trying to.
Rational mind. Sorry, I don't know if you know that this thing has been.
And Obama.
I don't know if you know this thing has been. It's even in the Bible, that people were practicing it.
I was just going to go to that.
So it's not as if it's artificial. People just came up with it all of a sudden. So that's why I agree with some people that will say it's nature.
When you say people were
just
don't
to that
say
space.
It as if the Bible was in support of it. It was in the Bible. Even
I didn't say the Bible supported, but it was
that is something that happened.
So the Bible talked about Sodom and Gomorrah practicing it. You saw what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah. So it's not like it was in the Bible.
No, it's not that the Bible supports it. It's that the Bible, even as far back as biblical times, it was something that was known as a practice.
Yeah.
But what I was going to evolve further with rational mind is, and with this insertion, is it a case that is more prevalent now, or is it the case that because the human right is so expanded and so freely given and accepted, is it now that we're finding out just how deep-seated it is?
Yeah, people
have always... Is it as much as it has always been, but we're just finding more expressions of it now because people are freer to express it?
One man, I think you talked about even in the pre-modern times. I'm saying when I mean modern times, pre our time, even in the Bible times and those scriptures times, they talk about people who were closets, and some people do it openly, depending on the society they lived in. So what I'm just trying to say is, we're living in a more permissive society now. People, we used to say, people say they were closets, they were in the closet, they could not come out because of maybe the area where they live. Back then, it's more conservative and it's frowned upon. In fact, they will even lynch you if you even come out and identify that I like a fellow man like myself, or I like a fellow woman like myself, or as the case may be, or I'm this, or I'm trying to be transversatile or whatever. People feel like the society they live in kick against it, frown upon it, frown against it, or they would even go as far as even lynching the person, as the case may be. So, but now we live in a more progressive society whereby more and more government are seeing the need for respecting other people's view or lifestyle, and it's becoming more acceptable now. So I think more and more
years in your country.
You say what?
So it's an evolution. If you have to say that,
it's well, I won't be surprised if some years from now it evolves again. If it devolves,
it's evolving. You can see the conservative narrative sweeping across the world right now, especially in Europe and everywhere.
But they can't make it illegal where they have legalized it. So it will. They even have parties on the streets to celebrate it.
Of course, you have the gay, whatever they call it,
pride,
LGBT pride, or whatever they call it, gay pride. Yeah. In fact,
there are
parts that stupid gay. I mean,
I think they have strong media presence, and the media is.
No, they control the media. That's the thing.
The thing is, they are finding their voice. Let me say this to you. You see, like
it's not their voice; it's just media amplifications. Because if you go to
that's finding their voice now.
Yeah, if you go to finding their voice.
No, that's not finding their voice. That's media that's promotion. If it's
media, what I'm trying to say is this. You see, just allow me. I'll let you continue. You see, the thing is, like I said, a lot of them have been closet gays, closet lesbians. They can't come out. But now that they are being promoted, they are being, legalized in many states, or many government is asking, allowing it to be legalized. Like the Hollywood stars, a lot of them are these kind of people. So when they come out and then they act in films and you see them, they express it, people are now looking at it as something acceptable now. You get it? So that is why it's becoming more and more acceptable, more and more permissive, and people are now permitting it and people are allowing it, as the case may be. That's how I see it.
If it's corporations and governments.
Well, people are more accepting of it, because let me tell you why people are why I say people are more accepting of it. So go back 15 years ago, go back 20 years ago. If you saw a same-sex couple doing PDA on the streets, you would look at it, you will react to it in some form. But if you see that today walking down the street, you won't even notice it. You won't be able to describe them if they walk past you.
Walking down which street?
On the place, one man. Are you saying that is a PDA of whatever can be done in Africa?
Walking down which street? Which street?
Okay, so we have a phenomenon now that is sweeping across Nigeria. You know where I'm going to? James Brown, he calls himself, or she calls herself, but the other one calls just a gender ambiguous name, Bobrisky. And these people are just, they parade the streets as they are without being lynched.
I think for James Brown, he's just a cross-dresser.
He's just a cross. Look at this guy.
I don't believe that shit.
One man.
No, for Bobrisky, I agree. But for that one, I think he's a cross-dresser. And for me, the people I've worked with and the one I've met, I think they are nice people, though.
You think they are nice people? You say
they are nice.
You think they are nice people? You say
who is this again? Is it the same
character, attitude-wise, how they with the relationship with other people.
One question. Now, if somebody now in America they have they say they call them they say it goes two ways, meaning he's married to his wife and he's the gay too. He has a gay boyfriend.
No, they call them low down.
Okay, thank you.
Low down.
And thank you. And you have DG, and you have somebody like that as your colleague in the office, which now you have started LGBTQ community. You have started them. Will you not come on air and say marrying to really your wife is the best thing? You are gay and having a boyfriend is useless. Will you not come to the air and say that? And to say that he's married to his wife, married to one woman is good, and having a boyfriend is useless.
No, leave the useless part. They're still fixated.
No, I'm just saying the time. I'm trying to put some point to it.
I don't know why that.
You don't come to the air. You don't come to the air. I don't think so. I'm not trying to bring up.
The question you're asking doesn't even correlate in any way.
Wait. One man, I'm trying to open up the old wound. What I'm trying to say is this: we, the black race, we are doing so much to redeem ourselves from this bad image that these Western people have tagged on us. Then we'll still come out here again and start bringing ourselves down, telling people in the public space that men are useless, a single father is useless.
That's not
wait, just listen.
That's not DOG's words.
I wonder
of a lot of women. A lot of women say that.
Just wait.
All right.
Men are.
But that's the last comment I want on that space.
I know. Women lie, men lie. Nobody's perfect. Women lie, men lie. Nobody's perfect. But to make such statement in the public domain is not nice. That was my point.
Let me interject real quickly. See, you have to understand something, right? See, there's been some subconscious indoctrination that goes on in Africa, where the indoctrination, these Westerners have indoctrinated in a mind where everything they have to do with African way, they've put it label it as something useless or being negative. You understand? So when you come and say something like, "Oh, polygamy," or maybe African tradition, like maybe even our spirituality, automatically an African person will insult it. They will say, "Oh, that's barrack or that's useless, being useless man. You know, if you marry more than one wife, that is what you call colonial mentality. You understand? During the colonial time, the British in their language, that's where they would describe things, and we started teaching us English.
Can I say something?
We
can
speak
I say
language.
something to shock everybody?
But you will struggle.
It will shock everybody here.
You're emasculating.
It will shock everybody here.
Go on.
It will shock everybody here to know that there is a scientific finding that there is a how do I put it? There is a nerve.
There's a pheromone within a man that does not allow
within a
them
man.
to,
Yes.
Yeah.
That if it is stroke, if you stroke it the right way, the man begins to feel effeminate. You know, he gets feeling.
No, I don't
yes.
know about that one.
Not effeminate, but he begins to feel pleasure in the other side of his body. So that is why
you know that both genders carry a significant amount of the chromosomes of the other gender. Yes. I think you know that.
You mean estrogen and what's the one? Testosterone. Yeah, women carry both men and women carry both hormones, but men carry more testosterone and estrogen, and women carry more estrogen and testosterone. So in some cases, maybe some men have to have more amount of estrogen in their system.
And you can clearly see that
you guys are tripping. So because I came and I said most of those baby mamas.
I think it's actually moved on from there. But
useless men. That's what made them a baby man. Not
I'm saying again, somebody
that is what people are now trying to
let me address
twist and talk about hormones and all that. You guys are tripping, man. You guys are tripping.
No, it was in CBD. I didn't even know he knew the word.
One man. Can I indulgence? Can you tidy the house? The noise is too much.
No, you
if you are not talking, just mute yourself and tell them if you want to interject. If they ask you, it's just rowdy. One man. Just rowdy.
Even the comment section are saying that, but you know, I do try, but you know.
That is how it is in most panel. I don't know, Thomas. Have you been watching?
No. It's good to have a heated and involved debate, but when about three voices are cascading over each other, then it's just noise. I'm sure you know. Yes, if you ever listen back to any of these sessions, you hear where it is just inaudible and it's just and then I say you know.
So instigating one man, Thomas.
And he's still doing it.
CBD, control your estrogen, I mean.
That one testosterone now, not be estrogen.
He's always smoking at you now. Now that we're talking about this space now, you see, now that we're talking about this space now, I'm starting to have my suspicions about CBD and Mike. Maybe there's a bit of back to you. Same was rational mind.
I understand your viewpoint when you were saying something about some men are useless. Maybe that's what you should have said, but if you don't say that, no problem. That some of you men are useless. You see, one thing we need to understand is we need to hold everybody on the same standard, the way we hold women. You see, that's one problem I have with feminists, the so-called feminist people. I won't shy away. I will say that here on your platform, one man. I'm not a misogynist, but then I was always I do have problem with feminists, and I've been victim in the past, and I know how it feels. So it sounds to me like you're more of a pro-feminist or a pro-feminine kind of person. That is why I think.
Who is that? Me?
Yeah, DOG. You are.
I'm not feminist. What have I said? These people were talking. Hold on. They were saying.
I'm a feminist too. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm for women's rights.
The point I made is not even. It doesn't have anything to do with feminism. They were making points. Hold on. They were making points. Rational mind. Wait. They were saying. We were talking about. So they were saying. Hold on. They were saying you will continue. So they were saying, that is why there is a lot of baby mamas. That's why there's a lot of baby mamas where you live. And I'm trying to say to them, most of these baby mamas you are looking at is just circumstance, and it's because they got themselves involved with useless men. So how does that affect anybody? How have I said anything wrong?
Okay, good.
Where did you get the statistics from?
Let me address
it's
you
the
real
woman's
quick.
fault. Sometimes it's the man's fault too. But men doesn't want to argue that sometimes it's the men that is
No, I
fucking
think
up.
you've made the point. Let the rational mind address it.
I
And then I wanted to
totally
push
get
you on the space we were talking
I
about.
get your point. I know I get where you're going with your point. I'm only trying to say maybe the reason why simply was calling you a simp was because of what you said. Because if you understand, there's a movement going on here in Canada, in America, and which I think is sweeping to Europe. This alpha kind of movement whereby they believe men should assert their role because of this feminine crap that is really bringing that has brought some kind of more made a relationship between a man and a woman so problematic. What I'm just trying to say is this: that it's good that you telling me that you're not. This is why you're saying what you said. But what I'm just trying to say is that we need to hold women too accountable. Let's just not make it look like it's
Oh
men.
my God! So it's always women.
I get you. I know. Let's not drag it over.
Why are you laughing now? Didn't you hear what rational mind said? You need to hold them.
Hey, please. I'm discussing with rational mind. I'm not even talking to you.
You need to hold them too. He didn't say you need to hold only women.
We always hold women. We always hold women. And I come and say sometimes it's not even most of the time women. Sometimes it's the men too. So what have I said that is the men that is useless sometimes?
In my
it's
opinion,
not most of the time that is women that is useless
in my
too.
opinion, the two of them are useless.
Uh-huh.
That's it. The two of them are useless.
But if the woman is left carrying the bag, which is often the case with all these baby mama situations,
when a woman chooses to,
and a lot of women, especially Yoruba men, they have that habit. Of just fathering children all over the place, and then just popping onto the next.
What I'm saying is this: what I'm driving at, guys. Let me just.
One man, it's not a Yoruba man thing. It's an urban thing. It's a Lagos thing.
It's really,
Mike, you are right. It's not Yoruba man.
It's a city thing. I've heard that thing before. When people come to Lagos, people come to Lagos. They don't watch Lagos Yoruba men do. They will say it's Yoruba men.
I was in a restaurant once, and I just recall. I had to leave my. And I went to that restaurant only because they had palm wine, and I had to abandon it because I was hearing this conversation. This guy will be just round about in his 20s. Said, now.
He's a Lagos boy.
He just 3, 4, 5 children.
Mike, you don't want to hear the truth.
Westernization. You are your age, and his friends were high-fiving him. I abandoned. I didn't even wait for the pepper soup. And
it's a westernization. That's what CBD was speaking against. Westernization.
One man, please. Can I say something?
It's
please,
westernization also, that some young man is impregnating.
It's a Malian generation now. Is Malian our culture?
I wanted to say something. It depends on the society also. Most African countries are patriarchal. And some European countries are matriarchal. Like the one I'm in here is matriarchal. I mean, women even give men their names. Their husbands switch to their names, So you also have to look at those things. I think in Zimbabwe, or is it Uganda, the women are more in charge.
In Nigeria too, it's a matriarchal society.
Yeah. In Nigeria, it's a patriarchal. If the man marries the woman, gives the woman his name, and the children, even when the man and the woman separate, the children stay with the father. You understand? Yeah.
Sorry, can I tell you this? There's nothing like matriarchal and patriarchal in most countries. In most countries of the world, in fact, almost all of them, maybe except one community in Nepal, where they historically have that culture of women having whatever. But I'm telling you,
here where I am, it's matriarchal now.
Listen now.
That's what I'm saying. If a man, if a man and a woman breaks up, if a man and a woman breaks up, where do the children stay? I just want to ask you now.
All the societies
answer me.
Are patriarchal. Is all this matriarchal you're seeing, most of it is coming in through all this modern radical feminist ideologies.
Don't get it wrong. No, you are getting it wrong. Okay, in Nigeria, if a man and a woman separate, where do the children?
You don't call it matriarchal. That is just our culture that we respect women. We give them.
Okay, please. I want to find out too. In Nigeria, if a man and a woman separate, where do the children stay normally?
Because of they stay with their mother does not mean you call the society matriarchal. That's
No,
what
he
I'm
said
saying.
Nigeria is patriarchal. You didn't listen, man.
Okay, but do you know that here is a law that the women must stay, the children must stay with the mother, but there can be visits, but the mother's house is the primary home for the kids. But it's not always like that. In Nigeria, a man can just take charge and the woman will be finding it difficult. Look at Fani Kayode's
I'm
issue.
saying it
You
doesn't
understand?
make it a matriarchal society.
Do
You
you
don't call
understand?
it
It does.
There are patriarchal and there are matriarchal societies.
In the
This
West,
one
the
I agree
women
is a
get it first.
patriarchal society.
Of matriarchal and patriarchal, like Xero? Can you explain to us?
Yes, this one I'm in here is a
In
matriarchal
CBD,
society.
let me tell you how matriarchal America is. If you marry a woman today, right? Let's say you don't buy a house, you don't get your.
Mikey, let him
Wait,
answer.
let me land. Now,
I
let me land.
understand what you're saying. I'm only telling you that is a result
In
of
CBD,
the
let other
modern
people talk
feminist
In
too
CBD,
now.
may I make this quick point, I beg. You know, in America today, right? Let's say you as a man, you buy house, you own more wealth, and then you come marry one chick, and she can't divorce you like this month. You know, saying that house they go give that woman. Now you
Yes.
buy am, now you get them. They will
Yes.
give that woman the house and half of your wealth. They will give it to that woman.
Yes.
That's
You
how
lose half of
matriarchal
your
America is. So
yes.
you know,
There are matriarchal societies and patriarchal societies. Nigeria is pure patriarchal. Even if the children stay with the mother out of arrangement, the father has too much dominance in Nigeria.
that's true.
But you'll be surprised in some European countries, they will cut your powers there. You too cannot complain.
America
They will
is
all
worse.
that your power, all that your mouth you are making, they will cut it for you.
You're getting things so
Yeah.
more love here. I'm asking you a question. What do you understand by the idea, the concept of a matriarchal and a patriarchal society?
A matriarchal society is a society that gives much dominance to the woman when it comes to anything. Yes, when it comes to anything family.
It means the women are the one taking the lead. They lead in that society.
Yes.
They take charge when it comes to home. The full context of a matriarch. You're just saying because of a child will go and stay with the mother.
You can't use that as an
No, he's talking about the context of the law, the law, the system.
The law.
No, he's not talking about personal interaction. If you're talking about personal interaction, men always dominate.
The law favors the woman more. If you have a problem with in the house, you will leave the house. You, the man, will leave the house.
If you and your woman argue, police go come, and you go leave the house.
United States here is a patriarchal society, but they give women.
Is it what?
It's a patriarchal society here.
It's a patriarchal society.
In what sense? In what definition?
America is the men lead here in America.
In what sense? In what sense?
Is
it the woman that is your president?
Hold on. Let me tell this guy. But the thing is, the way the law works here, and not even every state. There are some states like what's his name, Mike was saying. If you divorce, you don't pay alimony. You can't be forced to do that. If you get a good lawyer, it's not like especially here. Those states whereby if you divorce a woman and then you have to split your inheritance or whatever you have or whatever you people have accumulated during the period you're married are those democratic states. So those democratic states, they are pro-women than the conservative, which is the Republicans. The Republicans they don't send. That is why a lot of people a lot of these big people, billionaire, who wants to hide their money or they don't want to share the money with their wife, a lot of them move to like states like Arizona or Florida, whereby they won't force you. I said maybe there are the ladies were able to use some kind of shortcomings in whatever relationship you had with him, you had it with her to get that money from you. So what I'm not trying to say to you is that here in America is a patriarchal society, but
you have not explained to us how
that what.
The patriarchal, what do you mean by patriarchal?
You've just mentioned a few states. Maybe those
patriarchal
states.
Can you Google what is a matriarchal?
Men run things here.
I'm doing that right now in CBD. So if I give you the literal definition,
it simply means patriarchal means men lead. A society where men lead.
Yeah, but
listen, if you guys are saying.
Is that what makes it
sorry? I'm not sure if I'm sorry. Sorry. I was just going to, like you requested, give a literal definition. Matriarchy, a system of society or government ruled by a woman or women, a form of social organization in which descent and relationship are reckoned through the female line. The state of being an older, powerful woman in a family group. So that is what the literal definition of matriarchy is. And the converse, of course, would be the patriarchy. So the patriarchy is a system of society or government in which the father or the oldest male is the head of the family and descent is reckoned through the male line. A system of society or government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it. A society or community organized on patriarchal lines. So those are the literal.
So are women excluded in American system? So
they're not excluded.
Exactly. So it's not. But if we listen, it depends what context you are putting it.
No, that's a literal definition, by the way.
Yeah, it's a literal definition, but that's what I'm saying. So our argument has to be based on
rational mind is right. Now, America is a country that is led by men.
You know, America is led by the Constitution, it's led by the rule of law, really not led by dictatorship society. You understand?
Arguing this thing, we are looking at it from one context of family divorce, and you say a woman is a matriarchal society. You have to look at it in every ramification of it now.
Let me put it this way. I will agree with you if you are saying that it's based on who occupies more positions. Yeah, I will agree. But if you are saying based on now listen. But where we are coming from, we are saying how the system, the rules here, who the rules favor more. Does it favor women more or favors men more? So that's the argument we are having here. So if it's in that context that who the rule favors more, then we'll say it's a matriarchic society. But if you are saying based on who occupies more positions in the governance, then we can say patriarchy. You know, so that's
I think there's no society where the men don't dominate when it comes to leadership, but when it comes to the reality of family life, that's when you now know if it's a matriarchal or a patriarchal society.
You can't give it your own. Maybe you come up with your own term then of defining it. You can't call it.
When it comes to family life, a woman is dominating for West.
Family issues. If you have family issues, you will understand it. You will understand it.
They don't live in the West, man. You live in America.
You can't call it a matriarchal society.
In CBD, when it comes to family in the West, now woman get everything. I tell you.
Mike, you are right. You are right. You're not 100% right. In America, then my cousin just won a legal battle. See, if the woman is more financial buoyant and I give his case that he can raise the children properly, not that because the man does not have child, they will give the child to the woman. But if the man is okay and the woman buoyant, the man will take the child. My cousin just got his children now, the two of his kids. Nothing happened. The woman
has issues, of course. If the woman has issues, like
so that don't make it woman has the power, the superpower.
No. If the woman is 100% normal, if the woman is normal, your cousin don't have any.
If the woman is normal, she's the doctor. She's normal.
What press? I get what you're saying.
My cousin is an IT engineer. He got the kids. Simple.
There must be something.
What press? I know what you're saying.
There must be something the woman did wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. In a situation where it's balanced.
It wasn't about wrong. Listen, it wasn't about wrong. Wait, let me say something. I'm not trying to pressure anybody. It wasn't about wrong or this. When the divorce happened, the woman wanted to take custody of the child. This guy my cousin have three kids before from different women. One from the English woman, Barbados woman, and one other African woman too. So the woman wanted to take custody of the kids, and he said no. He's a real African mother. He wants his kids. He can take care of them, and his job is he have more time to take care of his children. And the women are arguing that he wants to take care of kids, he have time and all that. So they went to court, not like bigger court, like family court.
Yeah.
And they check it out.
Wait,
and they say,
kids with the woman or with another woman?
No.
The woman wants to take custody of her kids with the man or the man's other kids.
The one she has for my cousin. One she has for my cousin.
Yeah, no, listen, what press? Let me tell you this. What press? This is where it works. Listen. In the West, right, when it comes to fire children issue, what they focus on is the best interest of those children, right? So in that situation where you describe, listen. If that man, let's say, is in a more position of where he's able to take care of the children better, and that woman is in one position where maybe she's having issues in her life and things like that, and they just look at that situation and say that okay, if these children go with the woman, they will lack more, they will lack a lot. But in a situation, and in that case, they'll give it to the man. But in the situation where it's balanced, let's say the woman is everything is normal and equally normal for the guy as well. Maybe they are both level-headed and both financially good and everything. They will favor the woman. They will give the children.
Exactly. That's how it is done.
They will automatically give it to the woman.
Even if they are not financially good, the man will pay the money. But there must be something they are holding against the woman in regard. It can't be finance because the man will be the one to finance
society feministic bias. It doesn't mean that society is headed by.
No, that's what they describe. That's why they describe it as matriarchal. It's not as if it is a matriarchal in terms of rulership.
You know,
but in Africa, they go with the man. The man dictates.
If not
Africa, you did hear the story
in Africa that the man choose. If the man chooses to take it, he will take it. If he doesn't choose to take it, he will take it.
In Africa, they go beat that woman.
A guy took his wife and the kids from maybe US or something to Nigeria, and they seized the kid. You know, she had to battle through the embassy to get back the kids from the man. It took the woman down to Nigeria, take the kids from her, and chase her back to, you know. That was one that took his wife and back to Nigeria. He took their passport. He went back to maybe Spain or something.
Yeah, can I tell you the most ludicrous headline that I've yet seen, and I'm just seeing it now. So listen to this. It's not really a laughing matter, or is it? A woman choked to death on chewing gum after falling asleep with it in her mouth.
It happens though.
From chewing gum.
Yeah, they call it something like this. This one medical term they call it aspirasination. I don't know. Let me look at the word again.
Asphyxiation or something like that.
Yeah,
you can even choke with your vomit. If you are too drunk.
You simply swallow it, don't you?
No, if you go to the wrong section, like the windpipe, I don't know. It's bad, though, really.
The windpipe, you are right.
I was going to 2 days ago. I was going to my yard to go inspect my solar panel they supplied me, and I carried my daughter, my second daughter, and she started chewing gum when we left home. That's more than 4 hours because I traveled. She started choking on the back seat. It's not for me to check through the back camera. She forgot the gum was on her mouth since the morning. You understand? She chewed the gum and left it. I don't know wherever. It was just there. And after like 4 hours, I started choking on it. It was my sudden break. When I break suddenly in the express, she now hit her face on my back chair. That probably that one triggered the force that make her vomit the gum. What will I tell my Oyibo at home? You know, it happens. It happens.
Yeah, there's a video of a police officer arresting a black man.
To confirm what really happened. I have a friend that died of asphyxiation. He drank, so it from his sleep, I think he was trying to vomit. So it choked him and went to, is it windpipe? Then it blocks you from stopping from breathing. Then you can, if nobody notices you, that's it. You are gone.
You're gone. That is dangerous.
There's a video on the internet of a policeman, a white man, arresting a black man. He had already put handcuffs on the man, about to take the man into his car, when he started choking on his own chewing gum. So he now fell, holding his throat. The man now asked him to give him the keys to the handcuffs so he can save his life. He gave the man, he showed the man where the keys were. The man took the keys, released the handcuffs, and, you know, forced the man, pushed him somehow in a way. He held him from the back, and then he helped the man to come out of that, recover from that choking. You know how the policeman released him and let him go. He told him, go, you're free.
Is that how they call the Heinrich maneuver? The Heinrich maneuver. That's,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have to hold your hands together in the stomach area.
And then pump your chest from the
There's
back.
A lot of things we need to learn about this rescuing each other's lives, you know.
No, I thought that was ridiculous, actually, until I thought that was ridiculous until you guys are saying this.
Why are they not? Okay, I'm not disrespecting those people, but are they? I've never heard of people choking in Nigeria. Is it our blood is too strong? Is it suffering?
It's because they don't tell you now. They doesn't make the news. You want your young man die of choking.
The Zoological Republic.
The guy I'm talking about died in.
I think it's suffering that has changed
He
the
moved
body
to
system.
Nigeria
All
and was drinking. He drank.
Nigerians are dying more of generator fume.
Of course, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
American
That's the
Carbon
silent killer
monoxide.
in that country, isn't it?
They don't educate people about that generator. Some people put inside the house.
Sometimes
Yeah,
you
they do now.
Sometimes you enter a street, you not even see one single tree, and you wonder how people survive. I mean, no single one tree, one green thing around there just to suck up the whatever carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And you just wonder.
You know that this thing you just said now is one of the myths that they've told Nigerians and they told the whole world. You know that water actually contains more oxygen than all these trees. Do you know that why we are still alive is because of water bodies and not even trees?
That's why people move closer. The rich people move closer to the water. Like in Lagos, for example, if you go to that Lagos Island, you see that the air is more better. But if you go to the mainland or that area, oh my God, man!
Water produces more oxygen than all these trees. That this trees thing is a myth. You cannot. Water is a major reason why we are still alive. Water. This water bodies, rivers, streams.
Yeah, water and trees are equally. They are very important. Man.
Does tree have the oxygen or not?
No, a tree does. What I'm saying is, when you compare how many trees you see on Earth compared to what the Earth is 70% water.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so people make us believe that without trees we cannot be alive. I'm not saying
without trees we can't be alive. Oh, trust me.
Yeah, of course. ECBD, when you go to your village, compare the air in your village. When I'm not talking of that town-like part of your village. I mean your interior village where you have the mud house surrounded by all these greens and everything. Compare the air there with the one you breathe in Lagos. What's the difference?
Yeah,
a lot of difference.
What are we saying?
Lot of difference.
So what are we saying? So we need to embed that culture. I mean,
you know how backward we are in Nigeria. That Lagos, and even
one man, did you see the research that was done by one? Is it the rector of Yabatek or one of their lecturers there? He says almost 90% of the buildings in Lagos State, they did not do soil tests for them, and they are prone to collapse.
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't read it, but I saw the headline.
Like, my goodness, how can we be building houses and then they don't even do soil tests before they can put any structure on them?
Is there even water system?
Then the problem again, rational mind, is there are too many lands that have been sand-filled. That's why you see when it rains, it's calamity everywhere. Even some people, their living room and their TV would be in water.
But is that
everywhere
not stealing?
Water.
Is that not stealing? How can somebody just go and start filling water that is not your own and claim the land?
It's called land grabbing. It's called land grabbing.
Yes.
Land grabber
Yes,
grab politics.
My brother, go and ask Lagos state government. They've sand-filled all the beach, everything.
That will be a big problem. In next 20 years, that's a big problem.
Tinubu,
Atlantic project
everywhere.
Yeah, speaking of Lagos, woman, did you see the video of Amici visiting Sanwo-Olu?
No, but I saw the headline. But the headline is actually, I told you I have this space that always refreshes.
Yeah.
So
can you share that link again, or can you say it? I would love to have it.
Let me give you a readout of it, and I'll share the screen because I think it's more of a picture thing than anything.
Yeah, I would like to have that link. It's more detailed than going up and down.
Yeah, this is a rude move by this guy. I think this is Amechi going to Lagos.
You need to see the way he was looking down.
Yes, it says okay. So it says don't vote for Bola Tinubu, support me. Amechi begs Sanwo-Olu, Lagos APC in photo. So this is Rotimi Amechi dressing in a manner that he imagines the Yoruba dresses. This is him now. There's nothing about this man that is not ridiculous.
No, but the one is just too funny.
So what's Amechi thinking? Well, he already know that Sanwo-Olu is loyal to Tinubu already. He already did rally with Tinubu. And you're married.
When you see Amechi,
Sanwo-Olu is not sure of second term.
After he said what
Amechi was supposed to go to Oba of Lagos, not to the governor.
See when Sanwo-Olu was talking, Amechi was looking down. He was looking down.
Remember when Wike went to Edo State and he just went to the APC and the Obas and he didn't go to Obaseki?
That one is a different context, one man.
No, because they had a fight. Yes.
But in Amechi's case,
yeah.
Amechi's case, he doesn't have any beef with the governor of Lagos State.
All right.
Then he say party and they are
actually, I'm supposed to go to see the Oba. It's not the governor.
He can go see the Oba. Maybe who knows? Maybe I went to see the Oba. I don't know, but I don't know.
Does that Oba have influence?
Does that rational mind doesn't make sense now? The guy, you saw him in a rally with Tinubu. You already know that he's supporting. I mean, he was rallying for Tinubu, and then you go to
your righteousness now. Don't say that. He goes to fulfill your righteousness now.
There's no way you can. I mean, come on, man. You can be rallying for two people at the same time. It doesn't work like that.
Are you saying? Are you saying he doesn't know that what's the governor of Lagos State is Tinubu stooge? Are you saying he doesn't know?
Well, Mike.
But he's just doing it for
no,
rational mind.
What he
did is right.
It out.
What he did is right.
You will be shocked. Amechi was just looking down to because the way Sanwo-Olu was speaking, I was thinking, what did Amechi find to go and do with Sanwo-Olu, for Christ's sake?
All right, let me just bring it to you. The Minister of Transportation and Presidential Hopeful of the All Progressive Congress APC, Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, has urged party members in Lagos State to support his presidential aspiration over that of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The presidential aspirant spoke during a courtesy call on the Lagos State, a courtesy call on the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, at Government House, Marina, Lagos on Thursday. The former Rivers State governor asked APC members in the state to vote for him in the party's primary slated for May. So there he is shaking hands with Sanwo-Olu. Amechi, who stressed the need for APC to present a sellable candidate in the 2023 presidential elections. Can you mute yourself, whoever that is? So whoever that is, please mute yourself. So if you're not muted, then you are reverberating heavily. So thank you. So Amechi, who stressed the need for APC to present a sellable candidate in the 2023 presidential elections, said he represents the ideal candidate, first as the youngest with much energy and a public service record that towered him above other contenders. The minister, while speaking at the occasion, said it was a difficult decision he had made to take to contest the 2023 presidential election, knowing fully that Tinubu is in the race. And these are his words. It is a difficult thing to contest with our leader. He is our leader, and I know it is really a difficult decision that you have to take. He is eminently qualified to contest, but I am more qualified than him. I am the bridge between the old and young. I understand the language of young people. And if we consider the reality of our current security situation, I am the only one with experience in handling difficult security situations, having served as governor at a time when kidnapping and violent crimes were high in Rivers, Amechi said. So on and on it goes, but essentially that is him now. I don't know quite. It's just a strange man. This
yes.
Look at that.
That's Tinubu is in Saudi now. Is he?
He's in Mecca.
So his name is Lesser Hajj or whatever they call it. So I don't know. So maybe that's why. Is that not what Dino Melaye did when he went to the back of? Because I know Tinubu's that body lawn area. I used to. That's my area. So he went to the side, the far corner of his house. That was very.
So Tinubu is in Mecca.
He's in Mecca now. Yeah.
That's a wrong way to campaign, man. The guy just killed his.
And you know what he did in Mecca? He called all these ulamas, all these people to come and pray for him. I mean, like, what is going on? Why are they turning that country to? I mean, becoming more like.
I saw him with this guy now. Is it Ribado?
Ribado, yes.
Then there are a lot of politicians in Mecca that are Muslim now. So I think he's using it too as an avenue to link up.
But that
he's also signaling to his Muslim faith. He's using that to signal to his Muslim faith.
What's
the name of that guy that owned that refinery?
Dangote.
Yeah, Dangote is there. Bill, the other billionaire.
The Boa Group.
Yeah, Bill. That one is there too. So, and some other. So it's kind of business like Hajj and politics. So everything mixed together.
You guys know that only African leaders go to that Mecca.
Acting like he's too young. Why is he talking the way he's talking? He's talking very fast, trying to hide his Parkinson. You know,
does he have Parkinson's?
Now me you go ask.
Are you talking now?
Play the video and see.
He has a shaking hand. Every hand is shaking all the time.
That's Parkinson.
That's Parkinson. But anyway, this shows that Tinubu is more desperate for
the ticket.
For the ticket. Now you see that he will not get the ticket because I don't know why he's going this route. Because if the ticket is, if he's getting the green light from APC that he's going to get the ticket, I don't think he will be going this route.
What do you mean by going this route? This is not his first time now.
No. I'm talking about going to AJ.
Okay.
All the tactics is going to right now play tribal and regional politics.
This is how Buhari went to AJ.
He's allowed now.
He's allowed to
for something. He has to do everything to win.
Going to AJ.
Let me shock you guys. Let me shock you guys.
I really feel sorry for Africa, man. I mean,
let me shock you guys. Do you know that Dangote has been instrumental to every single presidency in this country? So Tinubu going to Dangote doesn't have any choice. His only choice is the winning choice. Anybody that wins. In fact, I don't want to say much because it's very, very, very classified. But Dangote has been instrumental to every single.
Is what everybody knows.
What is classified? Everybody knows that. What is classified? Everybody knows.
I was privy to the 2000 and during the Jonathan what's the Yaradua
2014, yeah.
Yes. Yaradua, it was Dangote and this Yoruba guy, the one that has fought oil, that brought out the money for the campaign. So
he gave about 150 million in the first election. He gave him 250 million in the second. He's been
instrumental to so many.
He just supports the person that he feels.
These are billionaires. They will protect
guys. Let me say something. When leaders do this kind of things, like they show themselves, like the way this guy is doing, especially these are Muslim people. When they go, they do this kind of things. The message it sends to Nigeria is that they're showing that this is our. We should separate this religion from.
Exactly.
Christians, to those who call themselves Christians, if they go to let it be a personal thing to yourself. It's your own private matter between you and your God or whatever God you serve.
Exactly.
Don't play it here because Nigeria is too sensitive to a place.
No, it's the stage we are talking about.
It's only African head of state that we're going to.
No, rational man. Who owns the media houses? Who owns the media houses?
I would say it's 50-50 now. It's both.
Who owns the media houses? Who owns the media houses that are so?
He wants you to say Yoruba. That's what he wants you to say.
No. But it is the government influenced media houses that show you these things. You can't see a private person owning a media house that is prospering in Nigeria.
Is it what the house arise? Is it your guy?
We are not.
Tony Momo is a Yoruba guy. What are you
no, they are government influence. That's what I'm saying.
Don't be calling Yoruba. You start trying to start.
So that Yoruba media thing is
an ethnic thing now in CBD. He wasn't talking about
I didn't say Yoruba media. I said government
mind
influence.
CBD. He's always turning everything into ethnic.
Because the government is giving them their advertisement now and all those monies, sponsorship.
CBD, are you going to let me get away with that?
Is there a single media house that is not dependent on government money in Nigeria now? Tell me which one.
How many
production houses do we have in Nigeria? How many companies are how many banks are putting money there? That how much can all those companies put? It's government money. So that's why you see government videos everywhere. You know, and Tinubu has a large percentage.
Guys,
Don't
let me say something to you guys. One thing that really make me really get mad with this politics is that if Tinubu should go and run on a Muslim ticket, I tell you, I will be mad because that same country they will never allow a Christian ticket. The same shenanigans they played in Lagos, where they both had the Muslim ticket, both governor and deputy governor. Are you listening? You want to say something or what?
No. I think that's what he's talking to his daughter. That's how they.
Can he meet himself? Okay, so
speaking Japanese.
They can allow themselves to run on the Muslim
ticket. Coming to tell us about tradition. Unbelievable. No, there's a song there's a song I have to play you. I'm turning Japanese, but carry on. I'll play for you.
Sorry. I didn't know my mic was not turned up. I went to buy my kids.
No.
They like this.
So you are married to Oyibo now?
Spaghetti. No.
You have Oyibo wife.
Yeah. My kids are stubborn, man. My woman.
So how are you going to practice polygamy there now?
No, it's not allowed here. See what I'm saying. I'm here.
So you want to go and do
listen. I have.
You see our people now, so that they do.
Wait,
the thing where they don't do.
What are you going back?
Let me also talk to quickly. Let me say quickly. My partner here that I do solar panel with is a Senegalese guy. He has 3 wives here, and my wife respects him so much because he values his tradition.
How is he able to do that in Japan?
He brought them from Senegal
to Japan, and they allow it.
Of course, it's married in Nigeria.
Rational mind. They do polygamy in America here. Some states even married, like Utah.
Of course, government.
Only one. He brought 3 wives here, and they allow it.
Even Atlanta, you can be polygamous in Atlanta.
But federally is not allowed.
I know that.
But I'm not saying Japanese system allow polygamy. He brought his 3 wives to Japan here.
But how did he do that? That's what I'm wondering. How did he do that? How did he convince
them? He brought them. He wrote it on paper. He's his wife. They brought them. They allow him.
I don't know much about Japanese mission law. Go on.
You say?
I'm saying I don't know much about Japanese.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't say he's allowed in Japanese constitution. He already married his wife in Senegal, and he brought them. He's already a citizen. The guy has a Japanese passport. He told them these women are his wife. He's a Muslim. He's allowed to marry up to 3 women. As in how much he did marry them with Japanese law, he's allowed to bring them in, or whatever how you want to bring him. He invited them and bring them in from Senegal.
Rational mind. Do you know that Black Americans now, they are starting to do polygamy now? They are starting to accept it. Now that being open to Africa, they realize that, oh wow, that's really our culture in Africa, and they are starting to do it on a really. Even the women are the one even pushing it.
I'm hearing that from you. I'm serious.
That's the conversation in our community now.
Hold on, everyone.
Which law allows that?
Hold on, everyone.
Not by constitutional law.
Hold on, please, everyone. So, World Peace, anytime you come in, I'm always reminded of a particular song. I'm not sure if you have heard of it. It's by a band called Vapor. So I'll give you just a little feel of it because I can't play too much of it, otherwise I'll get struck by copyright. So listen very carefully. I'll play to you just a few seconds of it. So here it is. So that's the song that I'm reminded of. It's by a band called Vapors.
I didn't hear the song.
It's I'm turning Japanese is what it says. But
I didn't hear the song.
I'll put the link in the comment section for you to go and listen to it fully.
Okay.
That's your theme song. Anytime you turn up, know that's the song that is playing in my head. I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. But that's him turning Japanese. But sorry, back to your Mike.
Yeah, so the Black American community now, that's the conversation. Even the women are the one even pushing the idea of polygamy. Like, one of my close friends.
Mikey, I don't know where you are living in.
Listen. Let me tell you something, man. I was listening to you guys earlier. What you guys don't understand is this.
You keep saying
I never even said anything. Don't they argue?
What do you understand?
Yeah.
You can phrase your language in a different
way. No, is that you? I've told him not to do that. But
what did I do? What did I say?
Just okay, go on. I don't think he'll get it.
Did I use a curse word or anything like that?
No, you didn't curse. You didn't curse. Don't get me wrong. You didn't curse.
It's somewhat patronizing. It's somewhat patronizing when you tell people that. It's almost like a patronizing tone of voice.
Okay, quote what I said. I can't remember, so that way I can correct it.
It doesn't really matter, but carry on. Yeah.
I didn't. I just sorry. If I say something in rude,
no, it's just your manner of speech. I think.
Sorry.
But carry
on. It's just that Akberoish.
Don't go. Don't cry when it comes after you. But
you don't mind me. You get it right now. But anyway, so to me, like when you guys are saying either monogamy or polygamy, one is bad, this is good. There's no such thing as one bad or anything being bad. It's just how is applied, how is planned, and how is done. You understand? For example, I have a friend. He's a Black American guy, right? The guy is well educated as an engineer, and then there were about 3 other Black American ladies. They were also very educated, and they find it difficult to actually find a guy. These are successful women, right? But then they can't find a husband. So the guy, I mean, he liked all 3 of them. So they came together and discussed it like, okay, listen, we're all making good money. We're all this thing. And all we're doing is partying. We can't even find the right person. And all 3 of them found the guy to be very attractive, and he liked the 3 of them. And they came together and discussed how they can do the polygamy, how they can make it work, how can they plan their future, how they can raise children together and everything. They plan everything. And trust me, man, these guys, their marriage and the way they are progressing and the way they are living, dude, you will fall in love with polygamy. I'm telling you.
Well, how are they progressing?
They're having kids and they are working together. They're very educated people. There's no.
But they don't need to get married to enjoy threesome now. Threesomes.
No, they don't have to do threesome. No, it's not threesome. Like no. What I'm saying is they are raising family together.
Look at our brother.
It's something that they are creating.
Polygamy is wrong.
But you guys, when you guys are saying polygamy is wrong, you're looking at it from the failed marriages that you guys witnessed. All those men are just some men that don't know. They just put women together. They didn't discuss with them. They didn't plan it. They just give them, just put them in the house. Just almost like pimping them. Just give them belay, born for me, and then it's not planned. Even monogamy, if you don't plan it, it will go wrong too. So it's not really whether the concept of the marriage is wrong. It's the arrangement that went wrong. Yeah,
Mike, you know where I fault that in Western. Sorry, I'm talking. You know why I fault that in Western society, like in the West, in America and in Europe here. You see, they don't really need marriage. In fact, they frown against marriage most times. The sex is easy. It's easy everywhere. If you want to enjoy threesomes, go and do. But say you want to marry, they don't like to marriage like Nigerians. That's why these things, because if it fails, the children are now exposed to all sorts of things. Who's going to have custody? They're going to be separated, and all those things will affect them. They don't tie things to marriage like Nigerians do. It's only in Nigeria you see somebody going for a girl and say, I want to marry you. In Europe, if you tell a girl you want to marry her, she'll be scared.
That's true. The first thing they will tell you is, I'm not ready. I don't think. It's not part of their point.
Thank you, Xero. So gentlemen, I want to start to round off here, and I want to do that.
Time has gone like that. I don't know.
Yes, it's nearly. Yeah, do you see? This is how it goes. I don't think we even addressed any of the talking points, but I want to try and keep it significantly under 6 hours. Only because if I do get struck by the music that I just played, I want to be able to clip it out. And if it goes past 6 hours, then I won't be able to clip it out. So bearing that in mind, then it's just a bit of like a 25-minute.
But we didn't hear any music.
You know these people now, they will just tell you that you only took for 10 seconds. They can claim your whole video for 2 seconds even. So I want to wrap it through it as ever to land on Ajale Koko, and we start the speed through with world peace. He's speaking Japanese. I think it's turning Japanese. Are you turning Japanese? Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. World peace.
It's still money. Is Ohayo gozaimasu. So what you say? I should round up.
Yes, we are taking closing remarks.
Okay. Closing remarks. You don't reach the last hour of the day. I thank everybody. with listen to us. People did the comment section, and I thank one man. I thank Ogal Adalekoko. One man I didn't see for like 2 days again. I was worried. I wish I get your direct number. I for call you. Hope everything is okay. Anyway, back to our Nigerian polygamy and monogamy. Nigeria na national country, not the illegal to marry 2 wives, or not the it doesn't be illegal to marry 1 wife. It depends on your situation. If you know say you know if you marry 2 wives, I beg remove one. If you know say you feel marry 2 wives, maintain her, then go for them. Then again, my friend DG, I beg, we black people don't to get this kind of stigma over the world. Even Nigeria, the way the thing they trend now is not even helping us. For us, going to make some kind of open statement, say men useless, women not do this. Me not go agree talk about woman because I get more than. I mean, not agree make person bring man down because I be man. You know, nobody's perfect. Women lie, men lie. At least we know how they talk things because we try to educate our people with their back, with their house. You know. So whoever fit do what you want to do right, make it do it right in the right way. Who marry one way they okay, fine, stick with them. Not gonna leave them because they say your friend married 2, don't go marry 2. You will marry 2, they take off and well, make it go ahead. That are my own this thing for that. Then for the political space, me I don't know what Tinubu they do for them. Don't I right, but it's like say they very clear now. So these other people no one give a ticket. So he's going all route now to make sure say in get her. I'm not sure say it go do good for us because the way they go. So if you go result to some kind of sabotaging, and sabotage Nigeria, make insecurity in the country. You can't agree with this, so it's not good. So now, so me, I say, so I thank everybody with here today. I thank my brother in CPD. I thank everybody with here today. Peace.
All right, thank you, World Peace. So that's World Peace, our Japanese correspondent. So from our Japanese correspondent to our let's go to Igo and see if he's still with us. Igo, are you still there? Yes. Is that Kubana Bitters? Yes.
Adobe Bitters not go allow Igo.
Kubana Bitters. Okay, thank you, Igo. Always a pleasure. So from Igo, we go on to Insibidi. Insibidi, your words.
Oh, yeah. So I think everything is clear. But for Tinubu, the thing is that he should. Me, I don't care about Obviously, everybody have their own religion, but the thing is that he should be aged. I don't know why we want to. When God help us, we black people. But look at the age of the man and what and what. It's not just the age. Even when he speaks, you can hear that. I don't know why we. Well, let me not go into too much of it. But I think that we, as young or Nigerians in general, we should just seek for a change once and for all from all this thing and start thinking beyond tribe. I think one of the biggest problem we are having, to be honest, I don't know, some people might feel some way about what I'm going to say, but especially from our brothers in the Southwest, I've noticed that some of us are too, they don't, the thing is that they do a very good job of not directly admitting it, but you could just see it if you're observant. There's a lot of tribe, sentiments and all that. And sometimes we need to understand that for us to move forward, we must come out of all that mindset. And for all these things we are talking about, women and all that, is nobody.
I can't let you get away with that. You're out of your mind. If you think Igbo are no more tribalistic than Yorubas,
no,
start from your people. Don't come and start preaching non-tribalistic to us. I best. Don't preach your people first.
Of course, that's the you people like making it look like we are.
Mike, calm down.
You people like making it look like we are, but in reality,
well, just wrap up, yeah. But God, stop being hypocritical. I beg.
Hey, God. Okay, but my point is this: we know ourselves. Sometimes the way we talk, all these sentiments. Before you know, some people are even ready to vote for Tinubu even more than someone as qualified as Peter Obi, just for tribal sentiment. Or even if you don't want Peter Obi, look for another person that can change the country. But what I'm trying to say is this. Yeah, that's for that. But what I'm trying to say about these women and all these things is that all these things we are saying, no man in his right mind, I think most men don't want the stress of having too many women, but the thing is that let us not criticize men that do that. In fact, we should even encourage them, if possible, give them some words of encouragement. They should marry as long as they can take care of a second wife, third wife. They should, if they can, if they want to, and if the women don't have a problem with that, and even if the women are having problem with that, we should try to talk to them, because what is happening in our society is not a joke. We think it's just if you see what some of our ladies are going through, the men are going through economic hard times more, obviously. But I'm talking about in terms of relationship and all that. Some of these women are almost losing hope, and we are here encouraging them that they should be there waiting and playing all these games and uselessing themselves, their bodies and everything. It's not a good thing. So we should not criticize or condemn men that are, that's just my own take on the whole thing.
All right. Thank you, Insibidi.
Yeah.
So thank you, Insibidi. So from Insibidi, let's go on to Thomas. Thomas, your words.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everyone. Even though it has been a rowdy section, but it's still good. We take it as disease. About marriage or no marriage, what we are facing here in Australia, people are not want to get married anymore because of if you divorce your wife, all your property go to the kids and the wife. So I think it's coming to some stage in the Western world. People will not even interested in getting married. They will just live with each other, bear kids, and continue life.
You mean men are opting out of marriage?
Women are the worst here in Australia. Even the blacks, the white is worse. So people are not getting married here again in Australia because it's getting so worse every day. So we advise our people, if you can take 2 wives, that is your problem. But I will not take 2 wives. I will take 1 wife. 1 wife, 1 problem. 2 wives, 2 problem. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Thomas. A real delight. So from Thomas, let's go on to X0. So X0, let's take your words.
Yeah, thank you everyone for a wonderful conversational session. First, I would like to correct an impression. You see, a lot of us here we fail to understand that women are not for us to take. You can't just go and take 1 wife or 2 wives. You can take 1 wife or you can take 2 wives. It's not this kind of conversation. You can't do it with Europeans. They will call you out and they will make you not be able to get jobs anywhere. You can't talk about women like that. This is an arrangement between you, 2 equal parties, a man and a woman. Now it is the contract between you and that woman. If you renege on the contract, the woman, I've seen situations where a woman took a man to court that there's a third party that has come to destroy their marriage, and they paid a heavy fine, a serious heavy fine, and I think there was a prison sentence too. So what I think is, as we are trying to judge the Europeans for the LGBTQ whatever, I think there should be a form of contract in going into a relationship like a marriage, that this and this and this are what you want, so that if those things are not met, you can take the other party to court. That's simple. But for us to speak here like women are something we have rights to take. So if you want to take 3, take 3. You want to take 4. You don't know. These people are humans. You can judge from your own self how you feel. What you feel today is not what you feel tomorrow, because you are constantly evolving, you're changing. Not to talk of somebody you put in the house, you got married to, and then tomorrow you tell her you want to get married to another person. Even if that person tells you, okay, you are free, when that person comes in, things will change. She begins to feel the pressure and she could kill you. Things happen. I think we should stop this our attitude of, I'm an African man, I have right to do this, it's my culture. Culture is not static. It evolves. So if you don't want to evolve, you're just trying to say that you should have remained the way you were from origin, the way God created you. But if you can evolve, if you can now start using cars, you can now start going to school, to university, all the education you are studying in Nigeria, there's none of them that was originated by our fathers. These are foreign. You do everything you can to go to university, yet you don't want to change that simple mentality of why not respect a woman who is equal to you? You are all equal. You're not above a woman. So please, we should just change our orientation. Try to meet up to world standard. Thank you.
And it's helping them here in the West, the way you see it, huh?
That's his own view, which is entitled to.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
All right, but you disagree. So we go on then to rational minds to express that disagreement in the fullest flesh. So rational mind to you.
I mean, it's this whole thing with relationship, woman-man thing is a convoluted space. For those of us who have wives and who must have experienced some things in the past with women, we might understand. Was it this guy Thomas was saying that in Australia, and it's true, not just Australia, even here, Canada, people no longer see any need for marriage anymore. It's just because of this whole idea of egalitarianism in partnership or whatever they call it. And that's why the society here is going down, either they realize it or not. I'm not a misogynist. I'm not. I don't hate women. I believe, but I still believe in that traditional values of a man leading. But then when a woman does not allow a man to lead, or they want to claim equality or partnership in that marriage, that is where there's always we all know that there's two captains cannot run a ship, and we can't even say two. Imagine we having two head of state in a country. It doesn't make sense. So one has to submit for one. That's where this whole blue pill, red pill concept comes in. That men are just designed to be that way. But if women doesn't accept it, well, I won't challenge that. But I will speak my own. That's my own opinion, and I have right to my own opinion. So that is just for that. For me, just in conclusion, I just want to say the election is getting so circus-like. That is, the APC election is looking circus-like. I never knew this guy, the Minister of Education, would even be able to afford to pay 100 million naira for a form. And we're seeing a lot of them, even Burutai and the likes of other, like, what is going on? I want to believe what Padu Banjo said in conclusion, that I think this is just a gimmick by Buhari to decimate, to kind of like water down or dilute Tinubu's influence, being able to win that that delegate that will give him eventual victory. I think that's just the design. It's designed to kind of make either Sibajo or any of the person from. I'm trying to see the game they're playing. That, like Padibajo said, it's a play by the Fulani and Buhari or Kabaz to really not allow the Southwest or whoever from the Southwest, which I'm not saying is their turn. I believe it's the turn of the Igbos to do that because that's a fair play. So for me, that's what I see. But then the APC governorship, presidential is looking so circus-like, so ridiculous. But the kind of people, Ayade now is joining, like, my goodness, what's going on? How many delegates are these people going to fight for? And if there are almost like 50 people vying for that position in APC, how many delegates? At the end of the day, people might end up not having up to 1,000, even like 500. So, well, that's just all I have to say. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody that's listening. Our friends at the in the comment section, who are also part of the this platform that encourages us and sometimes corrects us and bring us to our senses sometimes too. We appreciate you guys. You are the strength of this platform, and hopefully we'll be able to continue our discussion tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, we go on to DOG. D, your words.
Yeah. So in regards to the guy that got a second wife, I would say nobody's actually saying anything about the wife. So if we turn it around and say the wife got married to another man in 15 years, I bet we'll all be saying something different on the platform today. And that's why I said the other time, sometimes, most of the time, when men talk about these things, it's always the fault of the woman. And most times, some men too are the problem. Leaving there to go to
Okay, I think we lost D somewhat. Okay, thank you, D. So from D, we go on to, hopefully you haven't lost me. Can you still hear me, Mike?
Yeah, I can hear you well. I can hear you.
Okay, so yeah, I think we lost D for whatever reason. But D, thank you. So in the absence of the mighty Ajale Koko, we go to, I cannot describe you as mighty, can you? But it's so Mike the contrarian. So we go to Mike the contrarian. So Mike, the final word.
Okay, my final word. I think where we missed our way in Africa was when when we were being colonized. I think something went wrong in our psyche. You know, we became these people that just believe we have to do everything to the European standard. It's like everything we have to do now. We have to look at the whites. We have to look at white people before we decide right or wrong or what is way to go and how to do things. We are just following other people, you know. And unfortunately, the saddest thing is that if you really study African people very well and look at Europeans, you will notice that our nature is kind of different slightly. That's the reason why God created us in different races and different features in a way. Our nature is kind of different, you know. But unfortunately, today it's almost like Africans have become Europeans in a black skin. It's like we just want to do everything according to European standard. See, when we talk about issue of polygamy, and people just say it's bad. But before we were colonized, nobody ever said it was bad. Why did it become bad? Because it's bad in the eyes of the Europeans. Europeans don't do polygamy. It's not, they can't handle it. They can't. It's not just like their nature. They can't. But it's an African thing. Now, polygamy to me, it's not. It's something that's necessary. Anyone, I think it should be imposed, or polygamy or monogamy is not something that should be imposed on anyone. It should be a personal choice. Some men, by their nature, they're just monogamous. They can't do polygamy. It's just something that fit them. Do monogamy. That's your nature. And so there are some men, by their nature, they're just polygamous. They are polygamous by nature. If that's who you are, let's not force those kind of men to be monogamous, to practice monogamy. If that's their nature is to be polygamous. What we need to understand is, whether it's polygamy, whether it's monogamy, it's all about being responsible. If you're getting married, just be. If you're a responsible man or woman, any form of marriage you get into, if you do responsibly, it will go well. People will give you example of what annoys me about all these people that demonize polygamy. They will point at the scenario of a failed polygamous marriage, as if there's no failed monogamous marriage out there. A failed marriage has nothing to do with whether it was polygamy or monogamy. It has to do with the people being irresponsible. The primary purpose of marriage is to raise the next generation. You bring children to the world and you raise them responsibly. You instill value in them. You teach them the way to behave, how to live life, how to be successful, how to build a great society. And whether it's polygamy or monogamy, it doesn't matter. As long as the parents are responsible. You raise the next generation. You create a better world. That's what marriage is about. So people should stop this. This is bad. This is good. No. How do we get to that point? Let's stop thinking like, Europeans. And now that we forcing people to be monogamy, look at baby. Just like guys gave example earlier, he was in CBD and all these people. Look at our women. Many of them, they're just out there, having baby with no father in their life. It's very vital for children to grow both parents. It's very vital for a child to have a male figure in the house and a female figure. This single parenting thing has destroyed so many children emotionally, scars throughout their life. It's not good. I got even here in America, I told you guys earlier, the single parenthood is so massive that even the women are starting to tell the men, listen, guys, let's stop doing what they do in Africa. Let's do polygamy. That's what they are debating. If the black Americans are hanging around them, they are telling their men, listen, instead of cheating around this rubbish, just marry 3 of us and let's build a family, let's build a house. Because these children all around, grown up without father, they are becoming gangsters and, just becoming bad, So my ultimate point is, whatever you want to do in life, whatever desires in you, if your desire is to be polygamous, Do it. Just be responsible. Respect the wives and don't force it on any woman. Make sure the women accept it and plan it and make it work. Just be a responsible human being and be responsible parents. That's what matters. So, guys, sorry, there's nothing wrong with polygamy. There's nothing wrong with monogamy. It's your personal choice. Don't let anybody tell you anything is evil. Okay. Thank you, one man. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mike. What is going wrong? What is going on here? People are starting to agree with you. Your job here is to be disagreeable. You are meant to be hated by the audience. So what are you not doing with people? Even the women are agreeing with you. What is this world turning into? Even the Eastern women, the Igbo women are agreeing with you, Mike. Is this what we are turned into? So that's Mike, who has now learned at last the behavior from one man. So don't worry, stick around. You learn some more, Mike. So that was Mike. Thank you, Mike. So the final word went to Mike in the absence of the mighty Ajanle Koko. So in the tradition of Ajanle Koko, let me just wrap it through a few of the names that have been in the comment section just to bring everything together, as you know we usually do. This is a tradition started by Ajanle Koko. So fourth of many, we see you. Jennifer, Mike's now new bestie. We see you now. So Jennifer Ogi, Mike's new bestie. Can you imagine that those words are actually being uttered? David Tunde Abe. We see you, David, because David, a regular fixture on the platform. Ask Google. It still hasn't yet told us what the question is, but we continue to ask what he's asking us to ask. Mikibo, NG, Mikibo, NG. So we see you, Mikibo, and then Oga, but now Master. So Oga has been correcting us on all matters legal in the course of this session. He, of course, of some legal training, I suspect. Middleman, of course, a regular staple. Sometimes he comes on the screen. Sometimes he prefers to interact in the comment section. Adebisi Adedoyin. So there we have it. BC, hopefully a female name, usually traditionally BC female. Although he's one of those is it I don't know, I can't remember the proper term, but names that apply to both genders. Nordicoin, known as Rational Mind, you know him, the one that talks in that tone of voice, in a rational mind. Anyway, let me not tease him. It's not here to push back. So top merchandise. So top merchandise, a regular staple. Canadio Network. Canadio Network. I read that name all the time, and I still mongle it somewhat, which shouldn't really be the case. Eleni Eri Abdul Mumuni. So Ajanle Koko's nemesis coming at us via Facebook. And let's see. Let's just see if we. I'll just take probably two more, and if I can see two more, and then we'll leave it there. So truth hurts. Truth hurts. So there he is right there, a truth teller. You know, just a bad habit right there, going around telling the truth. If you go around telling the truth, then I suspect you don't have too many friends, because not everybody really wants to be told the truth. And we landed on Obi Ruben. So Obi Ruben are the final one that we pick up. So there it is right there, and that has been the session right there. So thank you for your company. We normal services resume, same time, same place tomorrow. You know the protocol. So be here or be square. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. Let me see if I can get Ego to have the final word. I think I see Ego in the background. Ego, do we still have you? Ego, do we have you? Okay. I thought it was coming back on. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.